Yo, 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 big up, big up, big up. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Big up to the crew waiting. TOITN live on Friday, January 31st. Brexit D-Day is officially upon us. Let me know if the sky's fallen where you are in the world. Whether or not it's all come on top for England. Are we screwed now? What's the situation? Is anyone out on the tiles today? Is anyone partying, celebrating this shining example of democracy in action? Brexit people. Yeah, what's going on? Big up the chat. Peace to Old Hickory. Big up to Queen J. Rajinder Tatal. Big up to Dean Mia. Yeah, so what's the vibe then? Wait, you lot can hear me. Hold on. Something's wrong. Okay, that's a bit better. Yeah, so I was before we get into tonight's show, I was having a little Google today. I was kind of inspired by the I don't know what you call it, the confidence, I think maybe is the word, that is kind of developing with the atheists, with this new G block phenomena, grouping, whatever you want to call it, and it's actually quite enjoyed it because it's got me thinking more along the sort of philosophical lines. How do we know what we know? What can be known? What can be proven? What is rational? What's irrational? Yeah, lots of other cool stuff. Big up to Vedi. He said I found my new up. Not necessarily. I think like new atheism anyway was like an old, kind of an old adversary of mine. Like before I came online and started finding all these like Tommy Robinson people to argue with and weird like alt-right people. It was normally atheists, so just kind of going back to the default. But yeah, I kind of want to deal with it philosophically at some point. So I'm hoping to set up a panel, maybe with some of the more forceful, I guess you could say, theists, and then yeah, maybe invite some of the G block, the heavy hitters, because I'm not 100% convinced that the atheist position is as kind of sound as it's put across. The agnostic position seems to be a bit more consistent to me. But yeah, so I kind of want to explore the limits of what can be known and what can also be proven. I found a cool, what's it called again? Munchausen's trilemma. Was something that I stumbled across just on my little wanders through the internet. Let's see if I can get this up for you on the screen. Munchausen's trilemma and the impossibility of certain truth. Let me try and get this up on screen at the moment. Old Hickory said, like the sound of some philosophy talk today. Yeah, I mean, tonight might not be the night. It's Friday night, so maybe people want to have a little slightly more chilled one, but I thought it was quite interesting. Ali Khan says he is a traditional theist. That's cool. That's your position. But yeah, it's more about how you kind of arrive at your position and what can be known by what you believe. So yeah, I mean, you may well be that, but how do you prove that kind of thing? If that makes sense. So yeah, let's see if I can't get it up on screen. Try and read it out. Okay, so one day the Baron Munchausen found himself stuck in a mire together with his horse, so stuck in like quicksand or something, right? The situation was dire, but he managed to save himself and his horse by pulling his hair up until he was lifted out of the mud, right? If that makes sense. And that's not possible. So the trilemma essentially it proves that it's impossible to kind of pull yourself up by your own bootstraps, or in the same logic, demonstrate proof or certainty in proof. It's a bit of a complex one. I might get into it a little bit later when I've got an article that I can share. Big up to Fred Cole. Big up to Sarah Amanda White. So yeah, let's see if I can get a video up on this thing. Aha! Big Bang Theory. Big up to Big Bang Theory. I think this is gonna explain it better than I might be able to.
Look, just forget I told you about me not graduating from community college, okay?
Forget? You want me to forget? This mind does not forget. I haven't forgotten a single thing since the day my mother stopped breastfeeding me. It was a drizzly Tuesday.
Okay. Look, you promised me you would keep my secrets. You're just gonna have to figure out a way to do it.
Leonard, I'm moving out.
What do you mean you're moving out? Why?
There doesn't have to be a reason.
Yeah, there kinda does.
Not necessarily. This is a classic example of Munchausen's trilemma. Either the reason is predicated on a series of sub-reasons leading to an infinite regression, or it tracks back to arbitrary axiomatic statements, or it's ultimately circular, i.e. I'm moving out because I'm moving out.
I'm still confused.
Leonard, I don't see how I could have made it any simpler.
All right, there we go. In a nutshell, we got to analyse Dunya. Yeah, we're discussing. I stand corrected on pronunciation. Munchausen's trilemma, which seems to be seems to be kind of what a lot of atheists are leaning on for their proof. Give me proof of this, and then when proof is provided, give me proof of that, and then when further proof or evidence is provided, give me proof of this. So it's like a circular reasoning, which was described in the video. So I wanted to see maybe if we can explore the topic rationally, if that's possible, non-emotionally. Yeah, and it kind of explore the limits of what can be known and also what can be proven, I suppose. So like the kind of ontological, epistemological distinction. But yeah, analyse Dunya. You should get your recording gear ready for that one. Should be quite good. I'm going to do my preparation because I remembered when I first got into this Hangouts discussion thing, I didn't really jump on and sort of hang about. I had a topic to discuss, and I went on and sort of discussed it. So yeah, I'm going to be trying to bait some of the G blockers out. If I'm honest, it's going to be the top tier. I'm not going to go for like Veli and Ultra. No disrespect, Veli and Ultra. But yeah, I'm coming for your big dogs. I want like Witness or Rob, someone of a kind of level to maybe discuss it with. And yeah, Muslims are welcome as well. Theists, agnostics are welcome as well. I don't think we'll be getting Dave Smith over though. Yeah, he had an opportunity to kind of shred Rob yesterday on Veli's and he didn't do it, so I don't think he's really built for that. But nevertheless, good evening to Wendy. Wendy, have you got the sherry out? Are you sipping away in celebration? You enjoying your Brexit Eve? Whoa. El Rondell once said, if you look in the YouTube search box and search for Brexit Live, you will only find mainstream live streams, not one alternative live stream from the Speaker's Corner guys. Probably goes to show that there's a lot of bluster at Speaker's Corner. People just sort of argue about these things. And then, actually, I don't know. Who was a big Brexiteer from the corner? Who would be celebrating? Or maybe Ralph. Ralph must be out tonight. He's got to be out tonight. If Ralph isn't out this evening, what was it all for? I would say. But yeah, it's had me. I was thinking because I feel like if I'm positioning myself, big up to Seek Sense, in positioning myself against atheist, I do put myself in some questionable company. So I'm trying to keep keep that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if anyone saw Dave Smith trying to back up me in England yesterday, but it didn't work well. What was I saying? Yeah, so atheism debate soon come. G Block, there shall soon be some smoke on the block for you lot. But nevertheless, Queen J, have you seen video about Katie Hopkins? Oh, that was brilliant. Wait. Are you talking about the same video I'm talking about? The one where she got trolled. There was a brilliant video where someone invited Katie Hopkins to... Yeah. 11 minutes ago. Let me get it up.
If you call Mohammed in a school playground in the UK, 2,000 kids come running. You don't want any of them. Epileptics are all weirdos. They're up there with the Asians. East London's fed in the best of times. 82% Muslim, what can I say? Most people are raping their own mother. I guess Muslims are different. I believe his name was Baha. Anyway, they practice because they're such retards. How dare you? Autistic f***ing wench.
All right. So yeah, big up to TRT. They're kind of doing their thing, man. They're growing at the moment. There's lots of content being put out by them. So yeah, Katie Hopkins. The joke is on you. Finally. As for being removed from Twitter, I don't know. We can maybe talk about that later on. 20 Faces said you shouldn't let the atheists frame the debate all the time. Put forward a more neutral topic. Maybe. Talking of neutrality, so I was reading. Let me just get this up on the screen. I don't really know if this stuff confuses conversation or if it makes it easier or what, but let me try and get it up. Weird there. Alright, tell me if this is too small for the screen or for side. Fucking hell. Sorry about this, people. Normally I can set up nicely. Alright, cool. So that should be on screen now. If a person really started from a neutral position and conducted an unbiased evaluation on the existence of a God, most reasonable people would not believe a God exists. And the original post goes on. If a person was somehow able to remove their cultural, religious teachings and social influences or live where there was no religion and examined all the evidence or lack of, including religious-based claims and religious books such as the Bible and the Quran, the only logical conclusion would be there is no actual verifiable evidence or reasonable reason to claim a God exists. There are many such claims as the moral argument, life would be meaningless without God, God makes sense of the origin of the universe, the first cause, the resurrection of Christ, intelligent design, etc. But none actually prove a God exists, or even must exist, and a reasonable person could only conclude there may be a God, but so far there is no reasonable reason to believe it's true. Okay, I agree with that, right? That's quite important because what's the atheist position that concludes that, I would say, is the most coherent position. So ontologically, it says that a God might exist, there may be a God, but epistemologically, so dealing with the actual proof, like the personal, individual kind of pursuit of knowledge of that God or evidence, there's no reason to believe it to be true. So that's not a bad position, right? Carries on. Edit for more explanation. The arguments for a God, such as first cause, are challenged arguments and not generally accepted, and therefore should not be a reasonable reason to believe a God exists. If these arguments were convincing, then everyone would believe, and there would only be one religion. Something so important as the existence of God, there must be convincing evidence, and the burden is on the person making the claim that God exists. No, this does not mean there is no God. I'm only asserting that because there is no actual evidence, it would be unreasonable to claim there is a God. And it goes in. First question, how do religions exist then? This was only posted 7 hours ago. Interesting. Historically, humanity started from a neutral position. Either your idea is wrong or the gods, God, have actually shown himself, and religions are right. You should pick up Durkheim's Elemental Forms of the Religious Life. I'll note that. Yeah, there was an interesting argument. Yes, link up. The only logical conclusion would be there was no actual verifiable evidence. Okay, I agree, but who claims there should be verifiable evidence in the first place? I'm addressing verifiable in the empirical, demonstrable sense, as I think you mean it. Or reasonable reasons to believe a God exists. Disagree. This is confusing. Two different branches of knowledge is the same thing. The first one is to know, that deals with proof that is verifiable empirical evidence. The second is to believe, that deals with logical or illogical reasons as to support, hold, or reject a belief. We rely on and use both regularly, and neither is considered irrational except when you hold a belief based on illogical reasons. I'm going to dig the part out of the thread. It's going to take me a little while to get it going, and I'm slowing down. Big up to the chat. I'm going to get the link out now anyway, and maybe stop talking to myself about these things. Nevertheless, big up the 34 people in the chat. Link is out. So this is the interesting thing. Where do we start from? Do we start from a neutral position? Is it possible to kind of deprogram yourself and then pursue God, or try and find out if God exists? So evaluate the existence from a neutral position. Or is it impossible? Are we too far past the point? Are we too indoctrinated? Are we too brainwashed to be able to do so now? Nurturing Iman said, how can you have verifiable evidence with the supernatural? That itself defeats the purpose of it being supernatural. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Yeah, fucking hell, I can't remember where I found that. It was a really good point that I read that I was going to raise. Let me see if I can find it. Big up the panentheists, man. There's loads of them about at the moment, it seems. There's a bunch of them about. I think it was this guy. Ex-atheist Christian. To say reasonable people only believe X, or reasonable people don't believe X on a topic as wide and contested as God is pure hubris. There are very reasonable and very intelligent people on both sides of this argument. I'm an ex-atheist, as in I self-identified as an atheist and then became a Christian. I was raised irreligious and had no childhood indoctrination, but even I don't think anyone starts from a neutral position. That includes atheists and theists. Many theists I know were raised in their religion, but many atheists I know were raised in irreligious homes. Also, many atheists I know have specific traumatic emotional experiences that made them dislike religion. I think Richard Dawkins springs to mind then. Like overly religious, they dislike religion aren't necessarily rational arguments against theism. Like overly religious parents they've had a bad relationship with, or going to a Catholic school they hated, crazy ex-girlfriend, etc. So yeah, I suppose stripping away the reasons why people don't. Yeah, I think stripping away people's programming is important. I can't find it again now. I'll get it up again later. Big up to the angry yam yam. Everything has been stolen from the pagans. Bunch of thieves. Yeah, I mean I've heard that. I don't necessarily think that. Big up to Bhadmarsh. Yo, big up yourself.
What's happening?
Give me a sec. So
Yo, big party, big up.
Yo.
David, Ali.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Oh, listen, what's it called, Dan? Yeah. What is There's pantheism, which is what I believe in, and you use a different term. Was it pan? Can you pronounce it?
Panentheism. Yeah.
What's the difference? I honestly don't know.
So the best way to imagine it is if you believe in if you can imagine like a bubble, like a circle, you draw that circle, and everything inside the circle is the universe and also God. So
that would be pantheism. Yes,
that's pantheism. Panentheism is kind of a smaller circle within a bigger circle. So I believe the universe is a smaller circle that exists within, I guess you could say, the mind or the body of God. So God is greater than the universe. He has his own kind of space, his realm outside of.
I'm with you. But
Dan,
I'm going to say something controversial. You know me. Don't you think that you want best of both worlds then?
How so?
Because non-pantheists believe the creator exists outside of his creation, and in a way, you want like a kind of middle ground. And I'm not. It's not.
No, it's a fair criticism. It's a fair criticism.
It's not like a dig at you. It's just a. You know what I'm saying, really.
Okay,
I'm confused though.
So all right, Ali, if you imagine it like this, I think this is what Muslims believe. So there's a circle that's the universe, right? Yes. And then separate from that circle, there's another circle that's God. So there's two separated circles, right? Bhadmarsh believes in one circle, God and the universe being the same entity, the same thing, right? The same kind of.
I'll just correct you. Just that it resides in his creation. Let's put it that way. Just
for
argument's sake.
Okay, so I technically believe that he resides outside of his creation, but he permeates creation.
I don't think the way I think about it is if we say God is within this universe, we've applied alien, like we've said we've given him a time or a location there.
I didn't hear that.
Say that again, Ali.
If we were to say two circles, we ourselves have said something which of knowledge which we do not possess. So we're saying two circles. How do we know that God is within this universe or outside of this universe?
We don't know, innit? We don't know, Ali.
We don't. This is the.
We don't know it, Ali.
Yeah, this is the.
And you know what? The more honest statement would be is that we believe.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, or that I can kind of conceive of it that way. I can imagine it that way. That makes a lot more sense to me. So yeah, it gets. I mean, I've recently I've sort of been trying to what's the word? Bring my Christian upbringing or my beliefs in line with. Yeah. I still.
So you're still Christian, but you have no school of thought.
No. I think my Christianity is informed by the philosophy that I hold. So the philosophy that I hold is a panentheist philosophy that I then I believe Christianity resides in.
Do you know I've described my version of God to people that speak now, as in he resides, and some Muslims very quietly on the sly have agreed. You know what I mean? And maybe they might be veering towards more the Sufi angle of their beliefs, you know?
Sure. I've heard Sufism is a lot more kind of spiritual, metaphysical, kind of a little bit more mystical.
Yeah. They often use the word Sufi mysticism.
I often see them coupled.
In Sufi, I used to have that. So I came from a Sufi family. I used to have that Sufi upbringing, but then I didn't want to be. The whole situation became. I didn't want certain scholars to represent me and say, anyone can embarrass you by bringing up some dodgy quote from some dodgy scholar and say, look, you believe this, you believe this. I wanted to escape that. I want to say, look, Quran and Hadith books, I just want these two. I want to escape from scholars. I felt trapped.
Ali, I'm going to ask you a question. Yeah, I've said on the Ali, I like you, man. I think you got good ethics. Yeah, I think you got really good ethics. I like the Ali. I want to know you. What does this bring you? This constant debating of your religion. Does it bring you any benefit?
Yeah, it does.
Real talk.
Real talk.
What benefit does it bring you?
100%. Yeah, what happens is when I'm debating people, it shows me that everything that I've learned, everything that I've understood, it just affirms me more that I'm on the right path of my journey.
You're kind of reaffirming your ideas while debating people, reaffirming.
Yeah.
Do your ideas need reaffirming? If you're really, this is obviously a psychological question. If you affirm in your beliefs, would they need reaffirming?
Good question.
And Ali, I'm not against you as a religion. Nothing like that. Yeah, nothing, never.
No. The thing is, I tell you what. I started watching this guy on YouTube called Mirza Ali Engineer. All his videos are like in Urdu. But what I wanted to do was, if I could defeat someone in a debate, it would be more of a case. What I've learned is right, and if I've not learned from him what is wrong, then clearly I've gone wrong somewhere, and you go back to drawing board.
That's say, understand now.
Yeah.
So
I didn't want to be just blind following him.
I think I get your point. I mean, if you're just reinforcing your own pre-existing beliefs every time you have a debate, then it is just, I guess you could say it's kind of like intellectual masturbation. You're just
good term.
You're kind of which
it is that.
I mean, I
agree with you. And the pleasure's certainly there too.
Big up to Wee Man on the panel. So I just see you, man. Welcome.
What's happening? Big up.
Oh, is this the same Wee Man that is on TOITN on that Real and Monkeys show a lot?
Yeah.
Is that same one? Yeah.
Yeah.
How you doing, man? You good?
Not too bad. You alright?
Kushti, always Kushti.
Big up yourself, man. So yeah, we're talking about
I was listening before I jumped on, and that's what made me jump on. I was listening to your explanations about I can't even say it properly.
Panentheism.
Yeah. Because remember, I think I've told you before, I look at it from an agnostic sort of point of view. So when you start saying about the Pan-Africanism thing, it made my ears prick up. I wanted to hear more.
Panentheism. Yeah, sure. So I suppose I've heard people describe panentheism as like a kind of a step up from agnosticism in a way, because I mean, I can't really prove, I can't say much about the universe than as already said by science, and I'm kind of, I suppose my beliefs are yet to be either proven or disproven by science, but I'm open to that.
Okay.
But a lot of the stuff that I've dipped my toe into quantum theory a little bit. So stuff like the double slit experiment, the oddities of the subatomic world, and the fact that the things that we expect to happen in the kind of material world aren't the case at the quantum level. There's loads of stuff. If you haven't heard of the double slit experiment, I highly suggest you take some time.
I've heard of that. Where they fire stuff through a slit.
What is it called? The double
slit.
Right,
yeah, that's it. The double slit experiment. I mean, there's.
And when does the atoms behave differently? Am I right?
Yeah, that's it. So basically, the act of measuring or observing a particle can cause it to behave differently. So it's raised questions about whether or not there's a kind of pervasive consciousness throughout the universe, and whether kind of the mind emerged from that, I suppose, because we seem to be
when you said before that that you sort of imagine it to be sort of like so that the universe would be like God's mind or something.
Yeah.
So would you then like perceive God to, or imagine God to be like a person then?
As a person,
you see, like, because if you was to imagine, when you hold a mirror up in front of another mirror and you can't see the end.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
So yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So then, like, do you perceive it as like that? So sort of size regresses, and then I don't know how to explain it, but we live inside. Each person could be a god, and each universe, we could have a universe inside, and blah blah blah.
Right. So here's what I don't believe. I don't believe we're all gods, but I do believe we're all a part of the kind of superstructure that is God. But we're a very tiny part. But I think that's still quite significant. I don't think that kind of detracts from our importance. But I mean, yeah. So the best way I could describe it is that we are all experiencing the same reality from different angles. I say the same reality. That's kind of
Dan. You say we don't believe we're all gods. Yeah, I kind of agree. Yeah, I kind of agree. Sorry to cut you off, Dan, as well, but
go on.
Something just hit me, and I thought, let me explain. Well, when I grew up in my household, we used to, well, my dad did especially, and I grew up. We used to greet each other with the term Maharaj. So it'd be Sat Sri Akal, which is the Sikh greeting, and the next word would be Maharaj, which is King of Kings. It basically means King of Kings.
Yeah.
And we'd greet each other with that term, yeah. And they weren't saying that you are the King of Kings. What they were saying is that God's energy resides inside you, and it's the same thing that Rastas do. They call each other king. They call each other king, and I've said it before. Look, they use the terminology I and I.
Yeah, I and I. Yeah, which is that. Yeah.
The same term. What it basically means is the first.
The oneness.
Yeah, but the first I is you, the person. The second I is the creator inside you.
Yeah.
So there's Sikhi. I just wanted to point out that Sikhi is not alone in the philosophy that God resides in people living, and unfortunately, He resides in evildoers as well.
Yeah. I think that's. I mean, I think there's maybe a different discussion to be had on like the morality of gods that can be discussed or imagined. But I don't think you could have that discussion without humans. So we all have our kind of subjective morality. So some humans will justify the act of killing because they've killed people, and will still believe that they are operating kind of within kind of godly parameters. So people justifying killing in the name of religion, which is kind of.
Can I confirm one more thing from you that I might have asked you before? Do you actually believe that there's a ultimate truth when it comes to religion and spirituality? That there's one truth?
I believe there's two forms of truth. So I believe that there's personal truth and kind of an objective truth, which I guess you could say is the sum total of all logical, true statements. That kind of makes sense. So
I'm a layman, man. Break it down.
I don't know if there's there's an entirely perfectly true sentence. I don't think humans are able to kind of conceive of that. But you could imagine that the universe and creation is being spoken by God, is the perfect sentence, is the perfect expression that's eternally spoken by God, I suppose. I mean, this is the Christian take on it. That in the beginning was the Word, right? So this concept, I mean, depending on how you kind of perceive it, and the fact that all atoms, have the universe can be seen as sort of energy or vibration, is also quite intriguing.
I'll tell you why I asked the question, because Sikhi from an outsider's point of view can be overly PC. We can be seen as overly politically correct, like, we're not missionary, we're not asking you to join us, but we're also not condemning you either.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So This is why I ask these philosophical questions. You know,
It's sort. I mean, it got me thinking the other day. Like, what can be proven and what can be known. Like, in the same way I believe in God is essentially the same. I extend the same faith that I have, that you and Wee Man and the people in the chat all possess minds. I can't prove that you have minds, and I can't prove that you
souls, minds, none of this. Soul is a concept, no? Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, you know, I have to have faith that other people are kind of capable of experiencing the same reality that I am, albeit from different angles. They can't inhabit the space that I inhabit, but
bro, my religion would have no utility unless I believe there's a soul and everyone else has a soul. Otherwise, there's no utility.
100%.
It's nothing.
So yeah, I think
the difference between the soul and like emotion or your mind. I don't know.
I think your emotions. I think your emotions are an extension of your soul. I think your soul is. It's very tricky.
What's the difference between your mind and your soul?
We can't describe the soul. Soul's a concept.
Is there a difference between your mind and your soul then?
I don't think you could have one without the other.
So, as far as I can see it from the
so the mind is like the soul is like an ingredient of like emotion.
Extension, maybe extension.
Yeah. So from the ancient Greek word, soul comes from the ancient Greek word psyche, which meant to breathe. This is fucking interesting, man. I found something really interesting about like metaphysics and how the dharmic faiths. There's something like dharma, adharma, something that I can't remember. Like dharma is movement, adharma is like rest. There's like 6 states. I forget how I think it was I think there was a Hindu conception of like what sort of consciousness is made of. I'll try and pull it up, but yeah, it comes from psyche. So the soul in many religious, philosophical and mythological traditions is the incorporeal essence of a living being. Soul or psyche comprises the mental abilities of a living being: reason, character, feeling, consciousness, memory, perception, thinking, etc. Depending on the philosophical system, a soul can either be mortal or immortal.
So we are Sikhs, we don't believe the soul is mortal. Like my vessel is mortal. Yeah. My vessel, the body is mortal.
But the
my
driver,
soul is energy. Yeah. And it will just energy can't die, can it? We know that. It can only change into other energy.
That's the law of entropy, I think.
I don't know the
Yeah, energy isn't lost. The second law of thermodynamics, possibly.
I don't know. Stop confusing me.
I'd have to check that out. All right. So with Sikhi, if I'm correct, you've got an interesting take on God, because does God have a kind of interaction with creation, or is God hands off? Does God kind of allow us to make our own?
So God in his physical form is Nirankar, formless.
Formless, yeah, sure.
Formless. So when we are trying to connect with God, what you are actually doing, it's going to sound controversial, but hey ho, you're actually connecting with your inner energy, your inner self.
And does that make your inner? I mean, but then I guess this goes back to what Wee Man was saying. Is the inner self equivalent to God, or is the inner self a kind of fraction?
Okay, listen, Dan. You know when human beings are in dire straits and the shit's hit the fan, blah de blah blah, and there's no one else to turn to, and then somehow you find some inner strength, to get through those hard times. Who's done the effort? You, innit?
Yeah, it's come from you, the spirit.
You found a reserve, innit? You found a reserve, or we could call it a reserve, it's just a terminology. For me, I think you've just tapped into your God energy.
So, all right, okay. I would. This is the interesting thing, because we know humans are finite, but God, and I'm guessing we've said the soul is immortal, is infinite. So,
infinite. Yeah, infinite.
That's,
soul is infinite. Yes.
That's, I suppose, the interesting concept, because I mean the Trinity, from depending on who you talk to, which Christians you talk to.
Stole that from Hinduism, by the way. Trinity.
Really?
Most
go back.
Like all things.
I found a cool. Right, here's a cool breakdown.
We call it Trimurti. You know.
I've got a nice list of 7 different metaphysical theories on what substance, what the universe is made of. So number 1, this is the basic atheist position. All things are material. I say the atheist position, that you can actually be a materialist theist as well. That's a weird one, but you can be that. It's not very consistent, but you can be that. The second is idealism. So all things are of mental substance. So all is mind, I suppose. Number 3, Tegmark's mathematical monism. All things are of mathematical substance. Number 4, substance dualism. There are 2 separate substances, mind or matter. Number 5, Cartesian dualism. There are 3 separate substances, God, mind and matter. So that's the first trinity. Penrosian trialism. There are 3 separate substances, platonic, mental and material. And this is the one I was looking for. Jaina hexalism. There are 6 separate substances, Pugdala or matter, Jiva, life, Dharma, motion, Adharma, rest, Akasha, space, and Kala, time. Interesting. Because I mean, yeah, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, I think maps quite well onto God. Spirit would be mind, and matter would be the Son.
But these are all attributes of the one, right?
Yeah.
What they're doing is they're attributes of the one, and this is what Hinduism did. Hinduism did that back in the day. They just made attributes of the one. You know, now Hinduism today is not how it started. They're monotheistic. All of the gods, all of the Hindu demigods pray to the one creator. I've said this before, no? Like Shiva, the god of destruction. Shiva, yeah? Shiva is known as the Adi Yogi. Adi means primal, yeah? Primal. And yogi basically means connecting to God's energy, the earth's energy. So he was the primal yogi. He's trying to connect to God's energy. Hinduism was monotheistic. All of the demigods were just, what was the word I just used? Attributes of the divine. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like aspects of yeah.
Attributes, aspects.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I can imagine that.
I mean, imagine it. Does it not make sense?
No, I said I can imagine that. I can, yeah. That's what I said now. Someone in the chat has just talked about who said something about Cartesian dualism? Haj, I think it was you. Haj said he doesn't agree. Yeah, he doesn't agree with the Cartesian dualism. Salah al-Samaroon, nothing can be compared to God.
But Dan, while you're here, what's the deal with this RS Turbo guy?
RS Sid?
Yeah, you want to call him that?
I've got no idea, man. Big up to Witness on the panel before I
carry
on.
Good evening, Dan. Good evening, Telection. Good evening.
Witness, what are you saying, man?
Good evening.
What are you saying? My ex Witness. Good to hear.
Just had to pay respects and do the pilgrimage to the TOITN.
Big up,
Witness. It's good what you did with what you're doing with Matey Face. What's his name again? Rob.
Okay.
You know, Rob, we all know, if truth be told, Rob is a God believer. He's just got his own version.
True.
And he said it on Discord. What his version is a pantheist God, but what he wants is more of a chin wag with God. He wants to talk to God on a regular.
Yes, that's true.
You know that, innit, Witness?
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah. And he needs to stop all this atheist charade that he's doing.
No, England taught him a lesson yesterday on that stream. What did Rob say? I'll talk religion with you, and then he accused England of being unlogical, and then he just said, "If I'm being unlogical, that's unlogical to you." And then he said,
Ali, always be wary of atheists that talk about God all the time.
No, but be careful though, Ali. You have to be very careful supporting England. England and Dave are ethno-nationalist racists.
I know very
who
much
want
about
to deport
England.
Muslims.
Bhadmarsh, ethno-banchots.
So it's like
fuck these ethno bastards. No, fuck them. It's bullshit. They think that their country is going to change because the people look the same as them, because the skin's the same. Are you mental?
I will say, England separated himself pretty well. I've never heard or seen anything from England to make me think that he's like some super ethno-nationalist Nazi. Other people could probably bring me some.
But Dan, can you agree that skin color is not going to affect your life?
Yeah, 100%. No. I'm not into this ethno-nationalist stuff. But
bullshit, man. Listen, like I've said, innit, I'm brown. My parents are from the Punjab, but I'm a Londoner, and I love everything about London. And I'll always be a Londoner, you know? And I'll always love what London's given me and what I've given London.
Do you think London's the same as the rest of the country?
Pardon?
Do you think London's the same as the rest of the country?
In what way? Put more meat on your argument.
As in the way people outside of London look at people.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you where I'm coming from.
So say a white person that's grown up in London view compared to a white person who hasn't grown up in London, their view. Do you think that they would be the same or different?
We man, I don't know, yeah. But I'm gonna give you my view, and I'm gonna bring in Brexit, yeah, to all this madness. So Brexit, you'll find, yeah, that people that voted Brexit lived in predominantly non-mixed areas.
Yeah.
Yeah. So these were people that were essentially voting on something that they had not experienced, which is a danger, right? We man, no?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? So people are scared of mixing with each other, and I've said it before online, and I have to quote my favorite radio presenter, the Right Honourable what's his name on LBC, James O'Brien, the Right Honourable James O'Brien. He said something which is very apt. We turn on each other, we turn on each other, as in like we look sideways, and we find problems with people on our same social strata because we can't front or face the real enemy, which is the ones controlling us, the establishment. And this is what's happening in this country.
Yep, I'd agree with that.
Islam's not a problem in this country. There's been Muslims here since the 1950s. 1950s, you know that? Muslims have been here. Yeah. Islam's not a problem in this country. To be fair, you know, Muslims just want to do their thing. They want to pray 5 times a day. They want to go to the masjid. They want to do their thing. They are not a threat to you. The threat is, and the problems are the establishment. The real divide in this country is economic.
I'd say it's economical, and I'd say mainstream media as well. They like to wedge a divide between people.
Yeah, but we've got a choice on mainstream. Just stop.
Yeah, I know, but then you've got to expect everyone to be intelligent enough to see that the mainstream media are have a narrative that they spin in, which unfortunately isn't right. Not everyone has the intelligence.
We man, you know what? Fear sells. Fear is a big selling point.
Yeah.
Fear is a marketing tool.
But like I say, I mean, if people are intelligent to look past the fear mongering and stuff like that, then they wouldn't
But
have
people are not.
exactly.
People are not.
So, but that's
People
what I
are not.
mean. People aren't intelligent enough to
No, they're not.
to look through the bullshit when it comes to the
Yeah.
mainstream media.
The
So
day we
mainstream
stop
media
watching,
definitely have
yeah,
a
the day
control
we
over
stop
what we
watching
think.
Come Dine With Me and those other dance competitions and all the bullshit, the day we stop watching the bullshit that keeps cluttering our minds.
No. Clutching, bro. So you're
Andrew.
saying you're asking me to stop listening to Radio 1 in the mornings? I'll stop listening to Radio 1.
No, what
Yeah, listen
I think
to
what
the
it is
music,
it's
listen to the music,
it's
but
deciphering
don't
from
listen
which
to.
is the bullshit and which isn't. You know what I mean?
I'm
Because
still going to watch Love Island. None of you are going to stop making me watch Love Island.
Well, okay, no, Ali,
yeah,
Ali,
but as
Ali,
long
Ali,
as you
no,
know
Ali,
it's
Ali,
bullshit, then it's
Ali, Ali,
cool,
good,
isn't it?
good bit of comedy. But Ali, Ali, what does Love Island give you?
I'll tell you what it gives me. It lets me forget my problems, you know. It lets me forget my problems.
Yeah, but you know what? You've been lied to, and you think that pain is some kind of something to escape from. You need to understand pain and happiness are the same thing. They're just the flip side of one coin. They're just emotions. We shouldn't fear pain. We shouldn't need to escape life. Do you understand? With nothing. We shouldn't need, they're just human emotions. Capish?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I suppose pain is there to be experienced, there to be. Yeah, I don't know. It's there to be experienced. That's what it's there for.
And I want to join this conversation into this whole tearing the. You know what mate's been saying that James SC tearing stuff up. Yeah, be wary of people that are saying don't show human emotions. They want people to do whatever they want, tear up scripture, and they want human beings not to display natural human emotions.
Yeah.
Be wary of these people. The Creator's given us these emotions. They're innate. You know what, people? You've not learnt these emotions. You know that? They're not nurture. These emotions are not nurture. They're innate. They reside in us. They're natural.
Like programming, if you like.
No, but they're natural.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It's programming from God, should we say?
Well, without even, I don't even think you have to take it to God. I think you could just say, I mean, and this is, I've actually said it before. I've said it to people that I think it's going against the kind of nature of things and trying to, because this is the thing with Rob. This is what check it out. This is what Rob's argument was, right? So in the example where he said that there was this guy who was shouting at black school kids, 5 and 6 year olds. One sec, 5. All right. So that was your scenario, right?
I'm the one that gave him that scenario on Discord.
So
I gave him that scenario. It's all madness.
Guy stood outside school, shouts swears at a 5, 6 year old black girl, and his solution was that, amongst other things, we could program society using neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, so that they wouldn't take offence. So then I got him to concede. Well, okay, so if you need to make an adjustment, then it's clear that offence is the default position, and you're trying to alter the nature of things. And I mean, I'm not sure. I tend to think that
I change default to natural, Dan.
But this is one of the biggest problems in engineer. I mean, when we talk about engineering, that's essentially what we're dealing with. You know, it's the same as if you want to try and socially engineer something, you face the same problems that someone who wants to try and, you know, dam a river or something. You know, like the levees.
Default. Can you not change it to natural?
Yeah, natural. It's the natural inclination. It's the default.
So, but Dan, I gave him this scenario on Discord. I'm the one that gave him this scenario about black kids. I told him. So black kids, because he kept saying that we should not react. Yeah, we shouldn't react to people. So I said, so there's a group of black kids in South London. There's a white guy comes outside their fence every day, calls them derogatory terms about their race. Every day, I said. And do you know what this guy said? He said that it will be a lesson for these kids, and they will grow from it. So he wanted these kids to suffer trauma. Listen, you know what? Yeah, I often mock Raj, and would it be right or wrong about his autism? Yeah, we are being told or convinced to accept autistic behavior in society. We know what is social etiquette and what is not social etiquette. You know, we know what's right and wrong in society. We shouldn't pander to these mentalists. Okay, end of rant.
I think you have to be very careful. Yeah, so I used the term the other day on Rob, actually, because I don't know. I kind of when I say autistic, I mean someone or something that is incapable of processing certain emotional cues. I suppose I could be a bit more specific, but yeah, it's a robotic kind of human.
Yeah. But have you noticed the way that James SC debates people? He has the same expression all the way through. All the way through his debate, the same expression. It's just that smirk. He's got a smirk, no?
James SC reminds me of a mate of mine who was on the spectrum. But I've said this about Raj as well. Raj also reminds me of that same guy. Like these are all very different people. It's an Asian guy and two white guys that I'm comparing. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not a shrink. But okay, but let's assume that's how you see the world, right?
Yeah.
A lot of autistic people have been able to contribute a great deal because of their kind of
condition.
Their condition. The same with schizophrenics, actually. Interestingly, I mean, you had people like John Nash, who in his later life was kind of crippled by his illness, but you know he was able to produce complex mathematical works like game theory and stuff like that.
Right.
So I don't know.
I'm not saying it's all negative. I'm just pointing out the negatives.
This is the thing. We can only. I mean, it may be a case of shooting the messenger. I don't think, in my opinion, that message, even if I assume it to be rational, which is burn or rip up, desecrate a holy book to reduce or to kind of to desensitize people to blasphemy, just by repetition. I don't think that in that case a rational argument is going to work on the irrational people in society, who I guess are the people who he has an issue with.
They're liars. They're telling people, don't react. Let me keep poking you. Don't react. I'll keep poking you. Don't react. But you know what? Yeah, if we was to analyze that person, I could make them react, and they will. I could keep poking them on certain things, and they will react.
100%. 100%.
Let's not ever diminish our humanness, for want of a better term.
Humanity. The humanity. Yeah, 100%.
Not humanity, our humanness. Dan, we are made up of emotions, and don't let people in these debates try to take that away from being human.
Don't you think we're all like really far away from our humanness?
Sorry, what was that, wee man?
Don't you already think that we're quite far away from our original humanness?
Yeah.
I don't know. What is our original humanness? Go on.
Well, I don't know. To be honest, I wouldn't have the right answer. But if we was to look at
wait, hang on, wee man, hang on. I just wanted to ask, Telochin, is there some undercover intense anger you have towards wee man? Because every time he talks, you always seem to be quite snappy with him.
I don't know. He's just making like a no. I don't know I don't know wee man too well. There's no undercover animosity. It's just
to be honest, I didn't feel it.
You didn't. No. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. Sorry.
Yeah. It's you, witness. It's your paranoia. Wee man, I'm not trying to get at you. And what I'm trying to do is make you put more meat on your argument. That's it, man. It's an exchange of ideas. Witness is paranoid.
He's completely thrown me off what I just said as well.
I'm sorry. I apologize for my paranoia. I
love you, Witness. I love you.
We man thinks that we as a society are being dehumanized slowly as a faith. It's something kind of thing by people.
Yeah, basically, what I was trying to get at, if we was to look at nature, most of things in nature, from bugs to everything, they already have their purpose. Like ants, they have their purpose. Everything sort of has their purpose.
Yes,
Whereas we sort of run around thinking we know our purpose, but don't know our purpose. And
No, we know our purpose. We know our purpose, but just we have a fault in us. We have a fault, and the fault is that we need to keep questioning. Why is this happening? Why is that happening? And this is why religion has
I sort of think like sorry to cut you. Sorry.
No, it's fine, man.
I sort of think that, like, animals they live in a sort of ignorance, so they live in a much better bliss than us. But because we sort of feel that we know certain things, or we do know certain things, that we don't have that same bliss, if you know what I mean. We don't have that same
Women, you don't know that they're in ignorance, do you?
Sorry?
You don't know that animals are in ignorance, do you?
No, I'm just going from what I'm perceiving.
Yeah, because there are different species. You're just putting different attributes. You're giving them different attributes. Because
I'm just saying from what I perceive. Yeah.
I think I understand what you're saying. Animals don't have to deal with the kind of complex social order that we've built up.
How do you know?
Yeah, but we've put on ourselves.
How do you know that?
You might be right. Maybe ants have an incredibly complex, like Game of Thrones kind of society. Like I've seen two ants nest go to war once. That was kind of mad. But yeah,
don't forget, as humans, we have manufactured. We've manufactured, how can I say, false environments for humans.
Yeah,
are you farming, innit? We've manufactured it. So let's not, do you know what I mean? Animals should exist in the wild. We've just over manufactured them.
Well, you could also point to stuff like human beings kind of increasing isolation. So we're in this like hyper connected age that allows us to communicate instantly, but from our own like rooms or our own flats or whatever. So there's this we're naturally wired to read. This kind of goes back to what you were saying about autism. Maybe adding in like a blindness or something is maybe key here, because I mean we're having a completely faceless conversation here. The part of our brain that's supposed to be processing, the body language that kind of assists your reading of stuff like sarcasm or jokes or whatever it is, we don't have. So it is this in itself is quite an autistic platform. And interestingly enough, I mean, most of the technology that we use, most of the social media that we use, is created in the image of the creators, who tend to be these quite isolated.
Thank you, Dan.
I guess you could say,
and they're trying to create a world which they can accept.
Well, this is what I read about. I actually got into reading about this when I started discussing things with Ralph, and he was talking about this.
You want to make one quick point, please?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, I've often made this criticism of especially London, and maybe it might be just a global thing. Yeah, look, man. People they travel on public transport. Let's say the underground. Yeah, people will pretend to read the Metro newspaper, pretend to look at their phone. Yeah, and just anything to avoid human contact. And you know what they'll do when they go home? Their dog or cat will be there, and they'll go, "Hello, hello, how you doing?" This animal cannot respond to you.
Wait, Election. You telling me that if I come on a train, me, a black man, and there are two Asian Sikh women sitting down, that I should be friendly, sit next to them,
talk to them. Yeah, talk to them. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. What I'm saying.
They're not going to piss their pants and think, what does this black
Never witness. If they are two Sikh girls wearing a damalala, wearing a turban, and they're obviously two Sikh girls, they will never see you as anybody different. They'll talk to you. They won't see difference in you. This is what we've been lied to, that we are different. Let's not liaise with each other. Let's talk to animals that can't talk to.
Animals can understand what we're seeing.
Do you think that's mental blocks that we put on ourselves then?
I'm pointing out a fault in society. I'm pointing out a major fault in society. Yeah, that we have stopped talking to each other, liaising with each other, and we found comfortable ways of liaising with each other, i.e. these platforms and whatever, you know. These are comfortable ways.
Yeah, but they're also at the same time comfortable ways of avoiding each other.
But that's wrong.
This is the thing. Like, I have a comfortable distance. I can maintain a comfortable distance with someone who I don't actually want to be around on the internet.
That's wrong, isn't it? It's wrong.
It's messed up. Yeah, it's kind of messed up.
Don't you think that there's maybe a benefit?
Well, there's a benefit there.
Like the gentleman said that if he saw two Sikh women sitting on the platform, he probably wouldn't go up and talk to them. But because we're online, like if I saw yourself in the street, we probably wouldn't just start talking to each other. But as we're online, we're quite comfortable talking with each other without that I don't know what it is. That sort of misconceived preconception. What's it called?
The society keeps telling us to make up ideas.
Yeah, because people
Witness has made up an idea about two Sikh women that don't want to chat to him. It's just a barrier. It's a false barrier. It's like the equator, man. It's not really there.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So then, do you think that this internet is breaking down the false barrier?
What was that?
Yeah, so
the equator's not really there. Is that what you said?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Witness. Yeah, most def. Okay. Like Witness, listen there. You know that you've like invented the idea in your head that two Sikh women would not want to conversate with you. You've invented that idea.
It's not just Sikh women. If I saw a Sikh man, you and Raj are literally the only two Sikh men I've ever spoken to in my life.
Yeah, but that's because that might say more about you. And I Witness, I'm not having a dig at you. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not having a dig or a go at you. I'm just saying, Witness, yeah, me and you have spoken over the years on Discord quite a few times. And I guess we're on the agreement that if we was to list our similarities and our differences, the similarities will override, yes?
Yeah, fine. Yeah. Sure.
If we dare to like break the ice with each other, we might find a lot more similarities, and hopefully, God willing, inshallah, you know, Maharaj Kirpa, we might find out who our real enemy is if we start liaising with each other on a real level more. You know?
Yeah, that's cool. It's just I just happen to have grown up in a country and in a town where the racial lines have been drawn with who you talk to, who you don't talk to, and the class lines as well. So I guess I've become a product of it.
Did you grow up outside of London? Did you grow up outside of London?
Yeah, I grew up Leicestershire, Derbyshire, Kent, Sussex, and finally lived in Wales. Yeah.
Well, we're in Kent. We're in Kent.
A tiny little village called Headcorn. Well, it used to be a tiny village.
Wow. I got some family in Bexley Heath, which is borderlines of Kent.
No, that's not real Kent, though. That's north. That's
yeah, still Chavland. Still Chavland, yeah.
Is that racist, Chavland? No.
Is it racism?
No, I'm kidding. I'm not serious.
I'll meet you at Speaker's Corner. I'll give you.
I'm not serious.
You want an MMA fight? I'm joking.
No, too old for that.
I think we had an international perspective on it from Old Hickory. He said that it may be down to just like the British sensibilities, but then I don't know.
Stick up a lip thing, Dan.
Yeah, and maybe also living in a city, because I think in a city people are very busy. You assume everyone's got a place to go.
Totally agree. Totally agree. I said London. I could have said any major city in the whole world. That I totally agree. But we shouldn't it's the norm in a city because we're busy. People are toing and froing. We shouldn't accept that that's a good thing for society. We should call it out for what it is. It's a negative thing in society. You know, the less we connect. Sorry, I might word this sentence wrong. Yeah, but the less we connect, the more bad it is for society. I could have worded that better. Yeah. And this is why people make blanket statements, Dan. This is why internet is full of blanket statements about communities, wank concepts about communities. This is the reason, because people are scared to connect on a real level. Don't hear me. Don't hear me. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. Cocooned. We're cocooned, isn't it? And we should fight against it. Mm. Mm. No, no, because we are innately social beings. And we're innately social beings. And this is what happens. Yeah, people will cocoon, but then they'll still want to liaise on the internet. And like internet, I would say last 2 years, I've never ever used social media, and until these 2 years, and it was James S that got me onto Discord and introduced me to social media, let's say. Yeah, last 2 years of my life. Well, I'm 40 something, 40, 90, long time, And yeah, we are innately social beings. And why don't we do it in the real world? I think it would be more of an enriching experience. In fact, I know it will be.
It definitely would be, but then that goes back to my argument about the social media and mainstream media as well, because like a lot of people, when you go on there, you've got a lot of negative on there. Do you know what I mean? When you go on your
Why don't we just
Facebook and
lock it
blah,
off
blah, blah.
then? Let's lock it off and start linking up then.
Yeah, that's a much better way of doing. But that's what I mean about returning to more humanness, if you like. But then at the same time, if these social barriers are there, the internet gives us a chance to break them social barrier down, like we are tonight.
But man, they're not actually there, innit? They're just figments of our imagination.
We put them there ourselves, innit?
Yeah.
Old Hickory's just made an interesting point.
They're not actual real. It's just you have a preconception of
Yeah,
someone
it's
because of
like
the colour of their skin or whatever.
Yeah, they're not there, man.
Old Hickory said, if you talk to people on the tube, you can tell by their response in seconds if they're British or not. Non-Brits like small talk usually. Brits look at you funny until they realise you're not crazy. Yeah, and I mean, maybe this is an argument for a kind of positive take or approach to immigration.
Yeah, I'm gonna lie. Maybe I'm speaking from my perspective. I'm really charismatic, yeah, and I'm not. I know it's gonna sound like I'm blowing my own trumpet.
You're pretty humble as well. Yeah, I was gonna say. Humility as well. Tick that box.
What do you want to do, man? Like, I'm 42. You know what I mean? Like, my banter's got me through life. I'm all about networking. And it works. The more you dare, you know what, big man. You know what? He who dares wins, isn't it?
True.
He who dares wins. If you dare to break down barriers and start talking to people and start making people comfortable, and then they will break down their own barriers, and that's it, right? That's the connection done. That's the what's the word? Fucking hell. Leah, not Leah.
Confidence.
Yeah, what I'm saying. Well, basically, you break down barriers, and then communication is made easier. Then, right?
Yeah, you build up your confidence. It's like the first time you ever go on this YouTube thing, like you're probably quite nervous. I was the first time I went on it and I started speaking to people. But after like 5-6 times and 3-4 different panels, it's not so nerve-wracking. You know what I mean?
I was lucky. I had a strong Sikh father who said that I'm not allowed to fear any human being. I'm not allowed. Not allowed.
Yeah, I think my my thing was more of making a fool of myself.
Yeah,
rather
which
than fearing other people.
it's part of growing, though, isn't it? It's part of growing, making those mistakes. People are afraid of making mistakes.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, I think
he who dares wins. This is my
I think I was maybe 25 when I realised that perfectionism isn't a good thing. Like I used to
it doesn't exist, Dan. It doesn't exist.
Well, yeah, pursuit of something that's basically elusive, like it doesn't exist is pointless. So yeah, no, I'd agree, man. I mean, look, I'm not. I can talk, man. I can talk to pretty much anyone. If I speak your language, and I learned Spanish recently, which kind of opened the world up a little bit more for me.
Really?
Sí, yo hablo un poco, pero necesito practicar un poco más. Ahora, no, yo no recuerdo. I don't remember much.
I can only say muy grande culo.
Muy joder, tío. Muy grande. Sí. Yeah, man. But like even stuff like that. To be honest, when I was
do you think Raj is recording this? Is Raj recording that?
I don't know. Probably not. You don't understand Spanish. Raj, you're gonna have to pay me for the translation. But yeah,
please stop putting your hands up.
It's stuff like that makes you you realise that actually you yourself and your choices have closed the world off. Like me
I've
before.
travelled the world a lot.
Well, that's
I mean, I've travelled a hell of a lot. Europe, Mauritius, a lot. You know, India, a lot, and a lot of Europe. And I found that. But the dunya is not so different. The dunya, in fact, I know it's not. The dunya is the same.
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, of course. But I mean, I think it's a luxury to travel. Yeah, that was something that. Yeah, I mean, it's still out of the reach of a lot of Americans. You know, a lot of Americans don't have a passport. They travel state to state.
Though, isn't it? They're insane. They call their American football the World Series. They're fucking doolally.
Well, yeah, I mean they've got they're focused on themselves, you know. But yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of additional kind of modern problems that I suppose I guess you could call them first world problems.
The internet is enhancing or building on people's anxieties.
All right.
It's in fact it's reinforcing people's anxieties.
I think it is with some people, but then like some other people, it is helping them break down the barriers as well. I think there's a lot of positive and negative when it comes to this social media stuff.
Well, man, do you think that if people connect on the internet, do you think they're gonna ever meet in the real world? I don't think
it doesn't necessarily matter. I think if someone can teach you something and you don't necessarily have to meet them. Do you know what I mean? If they can change your perspective in a more positive way, then other people in your society are going to benefit from that.
But then it's fake human connection.
Is it?
Yeah. 100%.
So what we're having now, this conversation, really,
dude, yeah, I'm not. But I could be just acting all along. How long we've been?
Even if you're acting,
but how long have we been on this
from it, and it benefits me because I feel that I've gained some sort of.
But you've not had a real human connection. I'm not acting. I have been genuine all along. But I'm saying it's not been. If I was, perchance, it's not a real human connection. Why are we fearing real human connection? This is the real topic.
I think it's because of stereotypes.
Yeah. Again, like the equator, they don't exist. Do talk.
Yeah, but there is certain limitations. All right, for example, the internet has allowed people who don't have, let's say, the mobility or the just maybe the finances to travel to find the information that they want to speak with the people that they want to speak with. I think, like Weeman said, there's positives and negatives, but they've got to be. If we can imagine that the whole world is going to be connected at some point to the internet, and we're all going to be using the same apps, and maybe eventually we'll all be able to communicate and translate our conversations like real time. We're getting to that stage. we kind of. I think we have to be aware of the negatives as well as the positives.
But we make these technological advancements. Yeah, we do this, and we never look at the disadvantages of them. We just move forward because we think it's.
But it's almost.
We think we're moving forward.
It's almost impossible to predict, though. You can't really predict where these. You know, the inventor of the iPhone, I don't think could have conceived of all of the problems that have kind of come since the smartphone generation's dawned. Like it's very difficult to predict the kind of course of things. I mean, I don't think that because of that, because of the lack of foresight, that we should hold back from kind of technological innovation or innovation in general.
Yeah, I hear you, but Dan, do you see the negative side of internet communication?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. But this is the thing. You have to also. I mean, I think most people on the panel maybe without Shahid. Big up to Shahid as well, by the way. Sorry, see you on here, man. Shahid's probably grown up on the internet. Probably.
How old is Shahid?
19, 18.
Yeah, my son's 20 next month, so he's about the same age. He's grown up on the internet.
Yeah, so
at the age of 30.
Is that Land of Celts on there?
That is Land of Celts, so yeah. Welcome, man.
Salam, Haji. Salam.
Is it Talachim?
Yeah, it is, man.
Yeah. I thought I'm 40. What age are you? Talachim?
Anji, I'm listening.
Hey, can you hear me? Yeah. What age are you? Don't do that. Okay. Well, then I think you remember the internet. Well, I'm 40, so we grew up in the 90s. I'm
40 something.
Yeah, I'm 40 something too.
Yeah, well, this is it. I'm 30 something, but I can just.
How about the bottom end of 40, not the top end?
But I can remember when pagers came in. We had pages in my school. We used to have kids with pages clipped to their pencil cases, them little 7-Up pencil cases.
Yeah.
I remember mobile phones coming in, like the cheap ones, pay as you go. 5110s, 3310s, 3210s. 1-to-1. I remember 1-to-1. Yeah. I remember BT, Cellnet, all of that, man.
I remember pages.
All of that, man.
I would tell more, but I don't want to incriminate myself.
So but I'm talking about school days. So this is the innocence. I can describe this freely. But yeah, like I sort of saw it all. I saw broadband come in, going from 56k to 512 kilobits.
We did have internet at the 90s, but it was. Do you remember the phone wire? You plug in like a phone.
They called it dial-up, innit?
It's dial-up. Yeah.
56. I never had it.
Yeah, I had dial-up.
Like I remember the internet. We had the internet. Like my family had the internet in 1997, but it was so shit that people just got rid of it. Like because page just like forget video. See the way we like we're going crazy if the video 4K video like even slows down for a bit. You couldn't even like there was no such thing as video internet on the up until I'd say 2002 2003 was the first actual video. The internet was mostly pictures and writing. That's all. And even the web page, it would take about 10 seconds for a web page to come up.
Yeah.
I know. Land of Celts. Are you ex-Catholic?
Yeah, well, I grew up with Catholic,
Yeah, my neighbours, when I grew up in London, they were Catholic.
Yeah.
I'm wicked people. They're still my best friend, Daniel. I won't say the surname.
Yeah.
But I still get phone calls from his mom to this day, and I still call her Auntie G. You know, wicked people.
Yeah, the Catholics are like, even the ones, look, in Ireland, the Catholics are, it's basically a culture now. It's not like a
real family people, you know, real.
Yeah, the religion still influences the family, the culture, you know. So yeah, there's some things that I would still have it. Even like it will never leave you. There's still some things that like from when you're brought up as a Catholic, you know, they thing. But yeah, getting back onto the thing, the 90s like was so different to today. You know, I think the 90s was the greatest decade.
I think so too.
For
90s.
me,
90s were great.
was the best decade. Not just in Ireland, but around the world. Then the 90s was very little war.
90s was great.
Yeah, everyone had
In the
local
90s, Shaka's amplifiers worked properly, and
and
he had some actual weight drop. Now he's bullshit.
Punjabi MC was out. Punjabi MC was number one.
Punjabi MC. You're funny. You're funny.
Yeah. Do you remember that song? The Punjabi MC.
Mundia the Bach Kedeng.
Yeah.
Oh, do you know what that means? Mundia the Bach Kedeng.
Someone only told me there a while ago. What was it again? I know what it is, but you just remind me of it.
Mundia the Bach Kedeng means
keep doing.
No, it means be careful of boys. What do you say? Like you're just mature now. So the song is talking to a girl saying, you just become mature, be careful of boys, basically. Let's not open up that political.
And he made another one after that, but was not so successful. I think it was top 10 or something. Maybe. Yeah, that was around 97, maybe 96, 97, or it would have been 17 at the time. Yeah, the 90s was just so different. Socially as well, not just technology-wise. Yeah, it was a very different decade. I'd say maybe the early 2000s was similar.
All right, listen, I'm going to sign off here. I might come back in a bit. It's been a good chat, actually.
Big up yourself, Bhadmarsh. Yeah, man. Welcome anytime.
I'm going to tell the whole panel, you've all gone sideways in my estimation.
Yeah, I'm going back to your first question about Sid. What do I think about RS Sid? I don't know that much about him. I've never spoken to him apart from once on a panel with Respect. Or maybe twice. Maybe he's jumped on here. But he's
squaring up. He's squaring up. Good change, isn't it?
Well, he seems to be. Yeah, he seems to be on kind of supporting.
He's threatening me with legal action.
Wait, are you one of the people?
Well, yeah, he said my name on that Raj's last fiasco.
Is it?
Yeah.
For what though?
I don't know, Land of Celts, man. Like, watch the last thing. I don't know, man.
I heard you two talking, but I was tuning in and out. It was quite late.
Thing is, when I hear other Punjabis on the thing, I like to cuss them in Punjabi. It's got more impact. I forget about the audience. I just want to. I'm more interested in the impact. So Punjabi just works better. Fantastic.
Yeah, I think a lot of that was going over my head. So yeah, it was.
What he was saying earlier, what the lecturer was saying about the internet is dividing people. I
gotta sign off.
Pick up yourself. Nice one.
Yeah, I might join back. Yeah, I might join back in a bit. Yeah.
All good. No worries, man.
Peace and love, always. Yeah.
Take care, bro.
Be righteous, people. Be righteous.
Big up yourself, Bhadmarsh.
Yeah, man. Dan, it's not only the people. It's a lot of these foreign countries where there is no freedom, there's no rights. These countries have taken our technology and used it against us to destroy us. Like, perfect example, Russia. They've used the internet against us in the West. Not just one country.
Yeah.
You know, they'll attack all facets of society. They'll attack the elections. They'll attack, groups, gatherings. They're not for the left. They're not for the right. That's what each group thinks that the Russians are on their side, so we'll attack.
No. I think most sensible people assume that every country's out for their own interests, and if they've got any allies, then those allies are based on shared interests or shared threats or whatever.
And much damage. Like, there's guys that have left it, right? They said that there's between 400 at the lowest to 500 Russians, like experts, hackers, right? Hackers, computer, software engineers, about 500 of them. like on a Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, 500 people on the internet, constantly, like working to undermine, to cause mayhem, to hack websites, to hack banks, to like they're paid to do it by the Russian government. So imagine the damage that they do. Like you've seen many things like the Brexit thing, the Trumps and the Democratic break-in. They like it's basically a digital Watergate. Remember the Watergate? Nixon sent Republican guys and ex-CIA officers to break into the Democratic Party and find out what I forget who was running at the time. What basically wanted to know what their plan was to win and see what was going on, and that was Watergate, and they ended up bringing them down. Well, the Russians done a digital Watergate, only that they got Trump and members of maybe in years to come it'll come out who they actually got to do it with, but they broke into the DNC headquarters, the emails, and there's no denying it. Like they released those emails and all the things on Hillary Clinton, and that changed completely. Like if those emails weren't released by the Russians and WikiLeaks, Hillary Clinton would be president now, and no one would know any better, you know. Now I know there's ones that say, well, at least they done something good. They told us about, you know, things that the DNC was doing. But imagine if it was done to the Republicans and the Russians, you know, done the same thing, and you know that's what it's about. And they're not. They do it they've already done it in Brexit. We know. Remember all the buses that the 50 million a year that they get back. That was all done with the help of the Russians. Even look, Marine Le Pen, when she ran out of money, she went to Russia to get a loan of €8 million. So,
well, yeah, Russia is supporting groups that I suppose you could say are aligned with their interests. So
yeah,
if
they're not for anyone.
Well, no, they'll support anyone. So they'll support anti-imperialists. They'll support the right wing, the far right.
Nazis,
They'll support the left wing.
Anyone,
Yeah.
Like the Barcelona. Remember the ones that wanted remember the protests in Barcelona. Remember the independent thing. We found out that are behind that. The Texas independent, the breakaway group in Texas that wants to break away from America. We found that they're behind that. We also found out that they're behind the anti-Muslim protests. And then when the group of Republicans or right wing come to attack and set up an anti-Muslim protests, they go to the Muslims and tell them to set up an anti-American to get the two of them at each other's throats. So,
well, I don't know, man. I don't think I'm not surprised by it. I can't see it as being. I don't know. I think Russia's got it's got a capacity to influence the world and to I don't know, exert some sort of control. And I think
I'm not saying that Americans don't do it. Of course they do it. They all do it, and that's the Chinese do it. But I do believe that there's certain things that the Americans won't do. I do believe.
So wait there. So you believe that the Russians got Trump into power? Is that what you're saying?
They didn't. Like, I'm not saying that. Oh, without the Russians, he wouldn't be in power. No, it's a combination of many things. Hillary Clinton ran the worst campaign ever. Like, she was. Even I underestimated how deeply unpopular she was, right? And you know the states that she lost in. Remember the Rust Belt states up in there, you know, like near. It's called the Northeast. She didn't even go up there. Like if you're supposed to, if you want poor states with high unemployment, you want their votes. You're supposed to go up to them to even pretend. You know, you're supposed to pretend that you care about them. But they didn't even. They just said, "Oh, they're Democrat, so they always vote Democrat, so they'll vote for us." And Michael Moore, he was like saying, I'm telling you, all these 3 states are going to go Republican. And he was exactly right. So it was like many things. She was deeply unpopular, and they put their finger on the scale. They just pushed. They helped her go down.
So wait, what was your point in bringing up? I'm just trying to. Are we just bashing Russia, or?
No, I'm saying internet. Where Talochin was talking
about yes, that's how we brought it
and
back.
I'm saying that the internet, although there's many great things from it, there's many of these countries that have no freedom, you can't protest, you have no freedom of speech, you'll be shot down in the street if you even open your mouth. Yet these countries are using our openness. They're using the West of how open we are, how we have, certain things. They use our openness against us. They use the things that we have and they turn it against us. Now we could never do that to them because they don't have any openness. We can't infiltrate them because there's no you can't infiltrate a protest movement in Russia because there's no protests allowed. You see. So
what about groups like what about stuff like Pussy Riot?
What?
What about Pussy Riot? Do you remember Pussy Riot?
They're 3 people. They're not going to bring down Russia. Two lesbians and one thing. And see the West. The big mistake that they make, they think that by backing all these gay and lesbian rights, that it's somehow going to infiltrate, or which is Russians don't care about gay rights. Like,
no, I hear what you're saying, but your argument, I think it does work the other way. I think when the Soviet Union collapsed, George Soros was able to go into the East and buy up a media empire and broadcast democratic messages. Media. Yeah. He was able to establish that. So, I don't know. I mean, RT is one outlet. I mean, they've got RT America. They've got, all right, cool. You could branch it off like that. They've got Rupley. They've got Redfish Media. I think there's another one.
Isn't that the same? Rupley is the
Rupley
same.
Is their, Rupley is their, I don't know what you call it. I don't know. They deal with kind of more raw content that's then filtered through and put up onto a nice news production. But Al Jazeera do a very similar thing, and Al Jazeera was seen kind of flexing their muscle during the Arab Spring, and through like the kind of the regional what do you call them networks.
Well, they're an Arab country influencing inside the Arab world, so I would look at that in a different way. The Arabs trying to influence other Arab countries. But Russia or China, these countries, well, China, I don't see, China hasn't done it yet because it's trapped in. But
so wait, hold on. So because obviously you had the Russian stuff, but then you had Cambridge Analytica, which was quite clearly Western kind of political engineering.
That's being linked to the Russian. The whole I didn't believe it at first. I didn't believe how sophisticated. See, the Russia. Look, the whole. You have to go back to this. Russia believes that it's boxed in, which there is some truth to it. Like there is some truth that it believes that because it's a weaker power, it has to depend on nuclear weapons, because it would be utterly destroyed in a conventional war against NATO. So they want to hit back and try and hurt, they want to try and hurt the West and, get at them. Me personally, I would never let Ukraine join NATO. I think it's just too much. You're just asking for the Russians to react. It's just too much. But independents having their own government, but not NATO. You couldn't. It's just you could not have a NATO. Well, there's already two of them, actually, two small countries. But Russia or Ukraine is like, you know that the Russians come from Ukraine. You know, where like the Russians, the like Kiev Rus, they actually originate from Ukraine.
So it's sort of like ethnically.
Yeah, like it's like they're like the motherland, sort of like it's looked at as, you know, the birthplace of Russians. You know, so this is why Ukraine holds a sort of a special place in Russia. You can talk about all the language and all. Russians say it's a fake language. It's not a real. The Ukrainian language is just like broken Russian and all that. But look, they all do it. The Americans do the same thing. They all do it. All of them. The British, they don't do as much because they haven't got the power as they used to have. But I do. Look, for instance, look, internet was banned, completely banned for the last 3 months in Iran. No one was allowed to have a Twitter page. Internet was completely shut off from all the protests. Yet Khomeini was tweeting on Twitter. You know, and eventually they knocked them off it. They got rid of Khomeini. They knocked them off. They said he's tweeting on Twitter. Well, the internet is completely banned off. The whole country's internet was completely shut down. So this is the hypocrisy which I don't like. You know, a lot of these countries, they use our openness against us, and they hate us hard. And this is why all these groups, all these neo-Nazi groups, all of them, many of them are backed by, like, you know, not all of them, wouldn't say all of them are backed by, but you can't say that the whole lot of them, it's all Russia, but there is some things that cause it, like, you know, a movement from, they come from from their own. They're not like complete.
Is the far right not a big thing in Russia?
Yeah, but they're controlled. They're controlled in Russia. They're used.
Like, I was watching Reggie Yates do a documentary a couple of years ago, the far right in Russia.
Yeah.
They do seem like, even when they go up to be parliament, no matter how vicious they are, they always know they're going to go inside the prison.
Yeah, but they're controlled. There's far right in Russia, right? But they know not to cross a line, like, and they grovel in front of Putin or any of the government. They can do what they want. They can travel to wherever, but as they're not touched. Like in the far right in Russia, they know not to say certain things or not to challenge the government or not to, like, it's not like in America where, you know, they'll maybe be arrested or the same way. Look, Ukraine was kept poor and its military was kept shit and underfunded because Putin worried about you. You know, Ukraine has a population of what, 60? I think it's 60 million, nearly 60, 70 million. I think it's even more, maybe 80 million. It's a big country, and if that country was ever to get itself together, or its economy was this, it could be, I won't say it wouldn't defeat Russia, but it's a challenge to Russia. And not that, because it's basically a Russian speaking country. And it stands against everything that Moscow is for. The West would use it as, say, look, this is the real Russia. The other Russia is fake. And this is why Moscow, the Kremlin, they're worried, because right next door is a people that look the same. They're Slavs. They speak the same. Basically, speak 90% the same language. So this is what it's all about. Like, I really don't care. I think the West should just stay out of it. But what I really dislike is all these dictators from around the world. Well, you can't. They keep their money in Britain. None of it is ever seized. None of it. It's all ill-gotten. You know, they own half of London. The Arabs corrupt the worst of the worst. They're driving around in Ferraris and Lamborghinis. None of them ever worked a day in their life. This is what I can't stand. Yet the British government never does anything because it's all about business. The British elite are some of the most highly...
Is it rising Russian?
What?
Is rising Russian?
Say that again? Is
rising Russian?
Roy? What? I can't hear you. What do you mean a Roy is in it?
Is rising Russian? Let me Google it.
I can't make out what you're saying. Is there Roy is in?
No, I'm good.
I can't
No,
make
they're
out what you're saying.
American. They're American. They're not Russian.
Riot? Oh, you mean riots?
Ryzen, AMD.
Ryzen in Russia. What do you mean Ryzen in Russia?
I was asking, is Ryzen a Russian company? Then they're not. They're based in California.
Wait, you're talking about AMD? Oh, you got yourself a new computer, aren't you, Ali Khan? Fucking hell. But you haven't built it yet.
No, I just need a graphic card and motherboard. They're the final 2 bits, and I'm getting money next week by those 2 bits from Amazon.
What card did you get?
What card?
You got an RX 580, was it? RX 580?
Yeah, that was it. But I nearly bought a card last minute because I couldn't get on Prime.
I'm so glad AMD. Oh my God! You know what we would be paying now for Intel processors?
Nah, you can't. I've got an Intel now, but I was AMD all the way until not too long ago. But Intel, they're not that bad, man. I can't. Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, they have hired the price up, Dan. You see, AMD is not as cheap as it used to be. They want to make their money back. You know, all the hundreds of millions they put into, research and development. It's still much cheaper. Like the 24 core is the same price as what the Intel was charging, like for the 16 core, and it's about 3 times faster.
Yeah, they cut corners. They do cut corners sometimes, though. If you've got the money, I would say go Intel, but AMD can save you a lot of money. Can save you a lot.
I bought a Ryzen 5, which is the same as an i5.
Dan, which processors? Come on now, tell me why would you go to Intel?
I'd have to look, to be honest. I haven't built a PC in how long has it been? It's been 3 years. It's been 4 years since I built a PC.
Intel is dead. Look.
Nah, man, my PC is still sweet.
Dan, an 8-core processor from AMD is faster than a 12-core processor from Intel today.
Yeah, in certain applications. It depends what you're doing. It depends on what the software needs.
Converting files. Everything. I'm telling you, Dan. Look at the.
I have to see the benchmarks, but I don't know. If man, are you into like geeky computer stuff, or is this all going over your head?
Yeah, so far since Bhadmarsh left, I haven't got a clue.
Fuck it,
I'm not big on politics
or computers. Yeah, I'm gonna steer it back. We're gonna steer it back, man.
That's cool. It's cool. I'm learning anyway.
So yeah, maybe we could touch back on this. I think we got 2 theists and an agnostic on the panel. So what have we all got in common? What ties this disparate group of people together that we could
some sort of creator?
Something, yeah.
Something.
But let's put it out there because we've got 2 Muslims, so let's mix it up. How do we know that reality isn't a kind of delusion or an illusion, like the kind of Matrix situation?
I do not.
How do you know that reality isn't a computer simulation, essentially?
No, you could be right. That could be. It could be. But I do not believe in that multiverse bollocksology. That is just. It can never be measured. So I don't even think it should be a realistic scientific. It can't be measured. You can't measure the multiverse. So you can't say, oh, look, there could be another Earth out there. Exact same, identical as this, with another Dan and another land of Celts on the same channel in a different multiverse happening right now. That's what they say. I believe that there's just one universe, and it's absolutely you cannot even, the mind can't even fathom how big it is.
Alright, so the multiverse is a hypothetical group of multiple universes. Together, these universes comprise everything that exists, the entirety of space, time, matter, energy, information, and the physical laws and constants that describe them. Parallel universes. Let's go to 5 reasons we live in a multiverse. Let me see if I can get this up on the screen. It's from space.com. The universe we live in may not be the only one out there. In fact, our universe could be just one of an infinite number of universes making up a multiverse. Though the concept may stretch credulity, there's good physics behind it. And there's not just one way to get to a multiverse. Numerous physics theories independently point to such a conclusion. In fact, some experts think the existence of hidden universes is more likely than not. So there's infinite universes, bubble universes, parallel universes, daughter universes, mathematical. Fucking, I mean, I don't know. See, this is the thing. I mean,
are any of them tangible though? Like, can we prove any of them?
This is interesting. So it's mentioned this guy Max Tegmark. So I read about his concept of he basically conceives of the universe as maths. So he believes that maths is the language of the universe and would therefore be the language of any creator. So that supports the argument that that we're in a computer simulation. People have said that essentially our brains are quantum computers, and the universe is a giant computer of information, in the sense that it's kind of ones, zeros, some kind of what's the word, nomological, which means like relating to like the nature or the science of laws. So there appears to be some laws or some order to the universe. Some people say that's because of God. The scientists who actually study it, they describe it in a mathematical language. So here it says, scientists have debated whether mathematics is simply a useful tool for describing the universe, or whether math itself is the fundamental reality, and our observations of the universe are just imperfect perceptions of its true mathematical nature. If the latter is the case, then perhaps the particular mathematical structure that makes up our universe isn't the only option, and in fact all possible mathematical structures exist as their own separate universes. Now, the reason, hold on, Bhadmarsh, you want me to share the link again? The reason this is interesting is because, going back to quantum physics and the double slit experiment, there's this state of existence at the quantum level. Basically, when you observe something, you do something that's called collapsing the wave function. So matter or the universe or anything exists in a wave of possibilities or a wave of potential until it's observed, and at that point it stops behaving like a wave and inhabits like a fixed position in space and time. But that only happens when it's observed. So when they did this experiment, they fired these little protons at some piece of magnetic film, and then they perform the experiment, and at the end of the experiment they have a look at the kind of the pattern of where these photons hit on the film, and when there's no camera there, you get this kind of wave effect where there's like a kind of high concentration of I guess you could say hits in a kind of right in the middle, or basically where these slits are, there's kind of roughly concentric sort of fading outwards. Whereas when you put a camera in there, you basically just get these pillars of impacts. So there's only 2 impact marks when the camera's there, but when the camera's switched off, it's sort of, I can't really describe it. You have to look up the double slit experiment and kind of imagine it yourself. But basically, until an observation is made, matter exists in what's called a superposition. So it's basically in all possible states at once. And when you observe it, it snaps into one state, if that makes sense. So basically,
so when you're not looking, it's doing something else. When you are looking, it's stationary sort of thing. So say like if I'm looking at a wall right now and then I turn away, it's no longer a wall unless I look at it again. Then it becomes stationary wall.
It's kind of all right. The best way of this, by the way, this as far as can be argued, only applies at the quantum level. There's questions about whether this actually applies in what we call the material world, and whether or not it like scales all the way up. But certainly at the smallest scale that we know, this is how matter appears to behave. So there's a thought experiment a guy called Schrödinger came up with in the 30s, I think it was. Schrödinger's cat, right? Which is a thought experiment often described as a paradox. Let me try and read it out. So I'm going to get it up on screen as well so people can kind of imagine it. In simple terms, Schrödinger stated that if you place a cat, or something that could kill the cat, a radioactive atom in this case, in a box, and you sealed the box, you would not know if the cat was alive or dead until you opened the box to check it, right? So until you open the box, the cat exists in two states, both alive and dead.
Okay.
Until you check it, right? It's a little bit more complex than that, and there's like variations on it. But essentially, you have to check on to confirm the kind of status of the cat. You have to open the box to make the observation. Until you do so, the cat exists in superposition between being alive, being dead and alive. There's a couple of weird little kind of positions that they've imagined, but this is basically what happens at the quantum level.
Dan, can you hear me? It's Bhadmarsh.
Yeah, we can hear you, man. Big up. So,
but are you describing the slip experiment?
I was describing it badly, and I was just describing Schrödinger's cat just then, which is if you put a cat in a box and you seal it up and you put like a radioactive vessel in there with it that could kill it. You don't know if the cat's alive or dead until you open it, and until you open it, the cat is technically both alive and dead. There's a couple of other states, but yeah, basically this idea of superposition is interesting, because you could assume that I don't assume this, but technically everything that could possibly exist, if we're talking about all the possible states of matter, we know that all the possible states of matter can't exist in one universe. I can't be everywhere tonight. I can't go to Paris, to New York, to London, to Jakarta.
Not in a physical sense. No, you can't.
No, but okay, but technically, if we were to assume this idea of parallel universes or a multiverse or whatever, I could do that. Like I would have the same amount of money in my bank account. I could book a flight. I could probably get to Jakarta if I look to find like a lastminute.com or something. I don't know. But me speaking it or imagining it could technically, if we follow the theoretical kind of physicist line, I've opened up all of those possibilities. But in this reality, I've collapsed the wave function to only experience one, because I can only experience that one. And this is it. Like humans, essentially, like we're binary creatures. Like we're bipedal. Like if you stick a mirror down the middle of us, like we're symmetrical on both sides. We have a left hemisphere to the brain and a right hemisphere of the brain. We're wired to kind of think in black and white, in 1 and 2 or whatever. Like 0 doesn't really make sense to us, but it kind of does. It's what I mean. I don't know. Like
you mean linear thinking?
Yeah, but essentially, we can't. You can't constantly exist in that state of kind of double-mindedness. You can't hold, and this is what they call cognitive dissonance. It's the idea of holding two contradictory beliefs in your head at the same time. Like you have to. I can't want to go to New York tonight and also want to go to London. One of those things is possible.
What if I put out there that hypocrisy is just a human trait? Like
that what?
Hypocrisy, like what you're pointing. Are you kind of pointing out hypocrisy in humans, or?
No. I was talking about the multiverse. Land of Celts was saying that he doesn't necessarily believe in it, and I was saying that the reason people are talking about it is because they've seen really weird stuff happening at the small scale. So then they imagine, could the same be said for everything? So if the universe is just one massive atom, that isn't being observed. I mean, this is the thing. I believe that God is observing the universe, and God.
Can I say Land says that because of his religious beliefs? Land of Celts.
Dan, you just believe in a God, but you're not am I right?
Land of Celts, is Bhadmarsh. Do you believe? I don't believe there's a multiverse, but I really believe that because of my religion. And I'm saying that's the same for you?
No, I don't believe in a multiverse. There's only one
universe,
and it's being checked, it's being measured and proven. In 2001, the W map. It was called the W map, a radio astronomy.
Background radiation.
Yeah, background radiation.
Yeah, but okay, so but all that proves is that there's one universe that we can measure. That doesn't prove that there's not other universes that we can't measure.
God wanted to make another universe which was beyond our imagination, beyond anything he could have done. Maybe God has made another universe out there with living creatures like humans, but we can't measure it, and we're unaware of this, and that knowledge is not for us to know.
We can't measure even our own universe.
Of course we can. We've done it.
No, come on, please.
The W map. Look, Dan. Look up.
No. The universe is an expanse of energy.
This is, as I've said, that all that proves is that.
I've been away, Dan.
You're cool, man. All that proves, Land of Celts, is that that's the case in this universe. But if it's possible to conceive of another universe, or more than one universe, because this is the thing for me. I haven't got any problems with this as a panentheist because God can technically be as big as, and is probably bigger than I can imagine him to be. And I know that the universe is very, very big, but I believe it has some limits because it was, according to some, once limited prior to the Big Bang in the singularity, right? So there's various ideas. You either believe that, you either believe
there's an outside of the universe.
Yes.
No, well, do you know what they?
You can't. But Dan, you can't reach it, innit? Or we as humans can't reach.
No, can't reach it.
Let me tell you, right? Look, many. Look,
sorry, I cut you off, Dan.
I'll just say it now. Look, I'm an amateur astronomer. Right? This is my expertise.
So, are you based on religion or based on? Are you saying this
one at a time?
Based on religion or based on science? Are you saying this based on religion or based on science?
Who are you talking to?
Land of Celts. When you're talking about this W map, is he talking about?
He's talking about science. He's talking about the background radiation.
All right, I'll explain to you.
Go on.
So
you have a telescope at home, Land of Celts?
Yeah.
Easy.
Fairly expensive. Astronomy is not cheap. It's not a cheap hobby.
Wait, Land of Celts, is it true in Islam you're not allowed to delve into astronomy and count stars and all that?
Well, then the Arabs, what were they doing 1,000 years ago? And what about all this?
Anyway, you carry on with your main.
Yeah, I know, but 80% of the stars in the sky are named Arabic names.
Really?
Look, check it up yourself. You know,
I'm not second guessing you. I'm just shocked.
No, but this is things that people don't know, and then people would say things like, "You're not allowed to go into astronomy." You know, Anyway, we're not going to get into this. This is the madness. Anyway, so
but the thing is, I know where you're going, Land of Celts. You're gonna, but the thing is, I don't think you've dealt with my main contention, which is that all you're demonstrating is the measurable universe that we could possibly measure, but that doesn't discount that there is an identical set of universes that are basically conforming to our choices. And
no, I agree, Dan. I agree.
But Dan, do you think you can measure the universe, Dan?
In some senses, we can measure certain aspects of the universe. We can measure.
Dan, look up the W map for me, and I want you to later on tonight when you get a bit spare time, look up it happened in 2001. They sent the W map up into space, right? Just maybe, I think it was about just not far from the Earth's orbit, right? And this was a radio astronomy, right? Because radio astronomy is much more powerful than optical astronomy or infrared. But over a year, the period of a year, it took images of the sky, and it kept like in around each section, like in a 360-degree fashion. And after about a year and a half, when it was finished, it showed the afterglow from the Big Bang. It showed where there was many of it. You know, what's the one where it traveled when the universe started?
There was no Big Bang, by the way. There was no Big Bang.
Yeah, the Big Bang started. Some parts of the universe was able to move faster than the speed of light, and they were able to show you which parts are further out and which parts are slowing down. Like it's like an actual 3D map of the universe.
I've got it up on the screen. But look, I don't understand what that means in real terms. Like, is that the universe? Is that God?
Yeah, that's the universe. They're shown the W map in 2001, and then they followed it up in 2007 with an even more advanced version of it, and it shows you how far out the universe is. They measured it to within about 100 million years, so it's 13.7, and then the one in 2007 got it down to 13.75 billion years ago. So they know how far out it is. Now, there's other astronomers that have said there's the measurable universe. This is
Land of Celts. You know, when you talk about this science of the universe,
yeah,
is it still within the realms of Islam?
Yeah,
it is. Yeah,
there's nothing. See, today, the Muslims have become basically backward. I'm gonna say it. Like they've gone backward, not forward. This thing about say that science is banned in Islam.
That's all I wanted to ask. Whatever you're describing scientifically, it's still within the realms of Islamic belief.
As long as it doesn't go against God. How does the universe go against, or talking about science or the universe go against Islam? How?
No, I wasn't suggesting it.
No, but like that's what I'm saying. How does science go against Islam? It doesn't. Unless you're trying to say that there's no God, if you're trying to prove it. But I believe that the Big Bang.
God. No, but we don't believe there's a bang in it. We believe it was a more of
a split in the sun. A split in the sun. That's what the scientists say.
No, it was an expanse. It was just
a big bang, a split in the sun.
What's the Sikh take on the Big Bang?
Okay. Do you know a while back, yeah, and I don't like mentioning his name. You did ask Raj, yeah, you did ask, and he didn't know. And what happened was, he said "Ik Onkar," yeah. "Ik Onkar" is the opening line of our scripture, yeah, and people have misinterpreted it as there is one God, but literally it describes the beginning of the universe, yeah. "Ik" meaning one,
yeah,
and "Ong" is the sound which we believe that the earth expanded, and this was the sound when the earth created. And the kar bit, so "Ik Onkar," kar literally means the doer. So if I said to you, Dan, tu kosh kar, you do something. Kar means the doer of something. So what it's describing is the one done something, which is the kar bit, and Ong was the sound when the dunya came into the existence, and before that there was no time.
You say Ong.
It's an elongated vowel in the middle. It starts with an A sound and it ends with a G sound, but it's Ong. Yeah.
Interesting.
And this is the expanse. This is the sound of. Obviously, it was a very long expand of the word would have been the sound would have been a lot longer than I'm describing. And sometimes when people write it on God, you know, the middle bit, they write it longer. The ong sound, they make it longer in Punjabi to emphasize that sound it's a long sound.
Okay.
Longer than we can breathe.
But it's got. I was talking about this. Yeah, I don't know. I've got quite.
Dan, you know the multiverse, right? A lot of the scientists are because they're atheists, right? Not all of them, but they say about 60% of the scientists and physicists and astronomers are atheists, right? So even Einstein, he believed in the steady state universe, which was no beginning, no end. And even he admitted, all right, Edwin Hubble, when he found out that the Big Bang, and they confirmed it, right? I believe a lot of these guys they brought up this multiverse because it goes against it goes against what they believe in.
I'm not so sure. I don't know. I mean, I think this is more, theoretical physics. Sorry, isn't. I mean, it gets into the realms of like philosophy. There's like philosophical implications for things that can be observed in. I mean, I think most of the sciences.
Yeah, like Dan, a lot of these scientists they brought up the multiverse because it suits their ideology. Like the one universe with one Big Bang, it basically has whatever has a beginning has an end.
Well, wait, because I can't claim to know that much about the multiverse. I just know that it's a theory, and I know that it's apparently quite popular, and I would assume intelligent people have kind of tested it and checked it. But I'm sure I'm sure there's limits to it. This is the thing, because I think sometimes people like to use the facts. The facts that are uncovered by science are often quite mundane.
Yeah,
they don't actually, like, people kind of fit them into their pre-existing worldview and say, aha, this proves or disproves X or Y, and actually it's kind of just it's.
Yeah, but the multiverse
it's kind of,
can never be proven. It can never be measured.
Yeah, but the same can be said for God.
Same can be said for universe, but you keep saying that you can measure the universe.
Yeah, I don't think we can measure the universe to be perfectly accurate. I think that's quite. I think that takes a lot of faith. You're basically you're putting faith in the accuracy of the devices that we use to measure this background radiation. The accuracy of
not just that.
the accuracy of the scientists who interpreted the data from those possibly flawed instruments.
No, but like whatever has a beginning.
I agree. I agree.
This is the alpha and the omega.
I agree, but I think what's being discussed here is okay. So I just put up the picture. I'll put it up again.
Yeah.
I don't really know what that. I don't know. I mean, you'd have to kind of explain what that means. From what I know, that's a particular state. The universe, I don't believe, exists in a fixed state. So I don't believe that's a picture of the universe now.
But do you guys know the story of Nebuchadnezzar?
Yes, vaguely. Yeah. The biblical. Yeah, I know a little bit about him.
I'm going to tell you why it's apt here.
Go on.
Nebuchadnezzar wanted to believe that he is God. Yeah, he made a statue of himself. He was a king of Babylon. Yeah, he was a king of Babylon, and he made a massive statue of himself. It comes in the book of Daniel. Okay,
yeah. Yeah.
And here's why I'm going to say it's apt. Yeah, I feel that scientists and let's say, creator believers are akin to Nebuchadnezzar. They want to be praised.
Yeah.
they want to be praised because they have a different narrative. Because that's all that they want. I need to word this in the right way. They want to be. They have a yeah. They want to be godlike. Does that make sense, Land of Celts? I think you might.
Yeah, and I will say one thing about scientists though. When the whole scientific community goes against something, they have to change their mind. But it doesn't mean that they don't like it. Like because it's, say if you bring out some idea and many people hold it on to that belief for maybe 20 years, 30 years, and then it's proven to be false, that's the end of you as a scientist, you know, like they've just, everyone has turned against your idea, and now all these papers and, you know, that you've put up for peer review are now basically toilet paper. No one believes in them anymore. So they don't like it. So they, many of them.
Okay, Land of Celts.
I think that's what scientists are trying to do with God, though. They're trying to actually disprove God, and the more that they can play God, if you like, then it's sort of
God.
In their argument, it disproves God more if they can like mimic God's creations. If
No,
you
but
like.
not all scientists are atheists. Believe it or not.
Land of Celts. I want to ask you a philosophical question. Can I answer that? Philosophical. If for argument's sake, everybody believed in the same creator,
yeah,
do you think that society will improve?
No, because humans are.
Oh, thank you for your honest answer. You know that. Thank you. You know what?
I don't believe that.
That's honest. Yeah, I don't either.
I believe even if the whole world, which is never going to happen, but let's say if the whole world which the Quran goes against, it doesn't say it, the whole world will never become Muslim. But let's say if it did Fantasyland.
Yeah.
There will be still killing in the world. There would be still killing and fighting in the world. If the whole world tomorrow became Christian and believed in Jesus, there would be still massacres and killing in the world. How do I know this? Because look at World War II.
And I agree with you. And this is why I don't like when people blame religion for division. You know, people say that. If there was no religion, there'd be no war. That's absolute BS. We as a human race are weak. We're really weak, and we are we like to tribalize. You know what I mean? It's just a weakness in us. We're gonna, regardless, we will tribalize, isn't it?
For me, Dan, I'll tell you what. It's even more like people who believe in God. It's a belief. Yes, we don't have any proof, but we believe there's a God, right? But for me, the Fibonacci sequence, I believe that's like, to me and many other people, even the Christians, they say it as well. It's like a stamp. It's like it shows that there's
like a fingerprint of God, if you like.
Yeah, it's like it's in the plants, it's in the galaxy, especially in astronomy.
So you're talking about like the golden ratio and stuff like that.
Yeah. It's like,
well, this goes back to the mathematical nature of the universe. Tegmark's monism.
Mathematics is the language of the universe.
Okay, so if one studies maths,
yeah,
could it be said that one is studying God, even if you're an atheist?
Maths teaches you sequences only.
No, I just look at it as it's a language of science. Like it's.
Well, this is the thing. I don't think it's possible to study anything but God, because I believe that the universe is a part of God, and God is greater than and contains, or pervades the universe. So whatever we study, whatever we look at, is a part of God. Okay, I'm looking at, like, my window was once part of a tree. No, it's not the tree, but the tree existed for the window to exist. And I don't know, that was part of, some carbon-based cycle that went on and on back into, time unconceivable. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm making sense, but essentially, God is if you're studying chemistry, you're studying the chemical makeup of the universe and therefore God.
But that's because you believe God created everything, Dan.
Well, no, I believe that any sincere study of the universe is
a study of
movement towards or a study of God. Yeah, essentially. I don't believe it's possible to study anything outside of the universe. And that goes without saying. But then, where I place God in that is a different matter. Some people, they say that the universe is the universe and the heavens or God's realm is completely separate, and he kind of moves back and forth and whatever else. I don't believe that there's necessarily as much of a gap. And I don't think there necessarily has to be one universe. I believe there is one God, but that doesn't stop there from being a billion bubbles of possible universes that are out there. And I think actually maybe it would make sense for that to be the case. Because if I was God and I'd set up what is essentially it is for all intents and purposes a simulation. Really.
Okay, I got a question now.
It is a simulation.
Dan, when Abrahamic religions debate each other and they say that your God is different than my God, have they not essentially made two gods?
In that case, yes, and that doesn't compute with me.
Haven't they not gone out of their own sphere of belief?
They've definitely stepped outside of mine, but yeah, I would say
their own as well.
Yeah, probably.
Why do you say probably?
Well,
but they believe in one creator.
You could be talking to an atheist. So I've had atheists ask me whether or not I believe in the same God as the Muslim God, the same God as the Jewish God, the same God as the Hindu gods. Do I believe in Zeus? How does the Greek pantheon kind of slot in?
Yeah, that's what I always. Is it the same?
I believe in the same God as Land of Celts. I just got a different concept of that God.
Yeah.
I believe in the same God.
Oh, Talochan, I'm going to tell you, as before I was even Muslim, right?
And I will even say the Shahada without the Muhammad bit.
I'm going to tell you that when I grew up, I'm going to give you the view of what Christians believe, because I know I grew up in the part of them, right? Many Christians, they don't believe that the God. Some of them say, "Oh yeah, the Muslim God, yeah, it's the same God."
Yeah.
But when it comes to Hindus or Sikhs, they say no, it's not the same God.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, what do you?
No,
think
I know that that's a cultural thing. But then Land of Celts, then they've made two gods, right?
Yeah.
Then they've made two gods, isn't it? Yeah. Then you're admitting that there's a possibility of two gods. The reason why they say the same, they say that it's the same God, because it's the narrative's the same, because it starts from Abraham. That's why they say it's the same God. But when it goes out of the Abrahamic sphere or thinking, they say it's a different God.
You see, that's where.
But it can't be. We can't make two gods.
Big up to the Kia Watch. Links out in the description.
Is he going to come on the panel?
I think so.
We're not, Dan. We're going to keep it to we're not.
No, I won't talk to that guy.
Don't let Dan. If he goes or if he comes in, I'm just going.
Yeah, I won't
talk to him. Into it. We want it to be. It's basically science. It's about all religion. It's about discussion.
Yeah, I don't want to get specific. Yeah, that's it.
We're not getting into specific.
You can bring him on, but I won't talk to Islamophobes, man. Never.
Yeah,
I just don't want it. I wanted it to be. Look, if I wanted that, I could just go to Faz's channel.
I kind of look at
I see.
What kind of can and can't be proven by our senses, I suppose, by our systems of logic and reason. Because I don't believe that. I believe that God is perfectly logical and perfectly reasonable, rational, whatever you want to say. I think humans fall short of that. But I believe humans do have a capacity for reason, and that it's possible to. It's possible. There are logical steps that one can take to arrive at the conclusion that there is a creator. But that creator, I mean, it really doesn't. The name of that creator doesn't necessarily matter. I don't think.
No, I don't think it matters either.
I don't think the name is
I think
important.
what matters,
when it comes to
what matters a bit when it comes to religion is what we believe that creator wants from us.
Very good point.
That's where we get breakdown of we all believe in the same God. Is what we believe that he wants or it wants from us, you know.
Everyone's creator wants us, everybody's creator, whatever religion, whatever, everybody's creator wants us to love his creation. When we are like praising the creator, okay, this is my belief, but I think ultimately it is everyone's belief. If they really dig deep down, everyone's creator wants us to love his creation.
Well, so like a father wants to love his child.
Yeah. Ultimately, this is what I'm saying. Like I've said it before, you know, like all of you are me, I am you. We're all one consciousness.
We are, but then the boundaries of that are. Well, yeah. I mean, there are physical and temporal boundaries to who we are. Like I can kind of understand the concept of that, but in reality, I mean, people say like I am my ancestors, or I am my nation, or whatever.
But Dan, I'm not interested in proving my theory. I'm just saying that my theory is good for society.
Your day to day, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I just think it's good. It's a good thing.
So
sorry, we carry on, Dan.
Well, it establishes like a sense of empathy just straight out of the gate. You've got the empathy, just kind of. But yeah, sorry, Land of Celts. What were you going to say?
Yeah, you're not into astronomy, no?
Ish, not really. I'm not.
I always found it strange because the British basically they created astronomy, modern astronomy.
Really?
Not what the Newtonian telescopes. Who's Isaac Newton? He created.
I got lots of shooting stars, man.
Yeah, many of the telescopes, the designs were basically all the famous telescope designs were created by English.
Really?
Yeah, most of the telescope designs, most of them, not all. See, the first telescope was, they say the Dutch designed the telescope, but the first one to actually use it on the sky was Galileo. Galileo in
I thought the greatest English invention was the Ford Capri 2.8 Tickford.
yeah, that was a great car. For
I stand corrected, man.
Yeah, it's popular. It's just that they haven't got the skies, the sky. And now that fucking prick Musk with his Starlink letting off all these satellites, just completely destroy. You can't you can't do anything because if you try and take an image of the sky, all you see is streaks. So the world is just fucked. I mean,
have you guys ever seen shooting stars?
No, he's like the satellites.
My niece is really into like astrology and was a couple of years ago.
Astrology is a load of bollocks.
Basically, she told me that there's going to be shooting stars on a particular day. I drove out to the countryside.
No, astronomy is science. Astrology is superstition. Astrology is the thing that you read, your horoscope.
Astronomy then.
Yeah, astronomy. Astronomy is science.
English is my third language. Sorry. So anyway, I drove out to like near Andover, like where there's no light pollution.
Yeah.
And I kid you not, every 10 minutes I saw shooting stars. Man, they came diagonally. And they're meteors apparently, aren't they?
No, they come from it's called the cupular belt. It's just out past Mars.
Are they not meteors? They're not actual.
Yeah, they are. They come. They're little rocks from the leftovers of the solar system.
It's really beautiful. You know that? It's like nature's own firework display. Really beautiful.
They're the leftovers of the solar system that what made the planets, and they're like an asteroid belt that it never developed into a planet. And these are hit with the gravity from Mars. The gravity pulls them in, and they end up hitting off like every day about.
But do they make an impact on Earth then?
No, because they're too small. They just burn up in the atmosphere. Some of them are the size of a car sometimes, but they burn up. Because the atmosphere is so thick that they just burn up. About 10,000 asteroids hit Earth every single day, but they burn up.
Because we're getting off the kind of metaphysical stuff. What's your point about the astronomy? You asked if I was.
Yeah, well, astronomy. Nearly everyone that is into astronomy is into science, or anyone who's into science is into astronomy. It's very it's rare that you see someone that is into science but doesn't like astronomy, or someone that's into astronomy is not into science. It's like the two of them go together.
Well, astronomy is a science, so yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like if you're anyone who's into science or astronomy is usually, it doesn't mean that they absolutely do everything that is into science, but they do have an interest in it.
Well, I would say anyone who has an interest in either science or religion has an interest in the universe and has an interest in creation.
It's all encompassing, isn't it?
Like I think I guess what's important is the implication. Like if there is no God, what's the implication of that? Well, that's what I'm saying. There is no implication. I think people try and kind of imply that there's some kind of limitations people place on themselves because of man-made laws, but yet we submit to man-made laws every day. Like
I can have a connection with the Creator without religion.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I said this to Rob the other day. I asked if he believed it was possible for God to exist independently of scriptures, so independently of how he is described.
He's a God believer, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not. He can conceive of a God, but he doesn't believe in God.
All right, let me tell you his version of God, okay? And he said it on Discord, and JK can confirm this if he wants to come on. This is his version of God, okay? It's the pantheist God, but he wants regular conversations with God. He has his own version of God.
Yeah, he has his own requirements of God.
Yeah, version.
Yeah. He does. You're right.
He just wants a regular chinwags with God, and he wants it to be a pantheist God and regular chinwags. You know what? Ergo, he wants to debate God.
Well,
honestly, this is it. I kid you not. I've known Rob. I've spoke to Rob longer than any of you guys on Discord. And let me tell you, man, gave me many a headache, man. Many a Nurofen I had to take.
just wanted to welcome LivedIt to the panel. Welcome, man. Big up yourself.
Salute, man. What up? Man?
What's going on?
Is that the bird?
Welcome back.
The bird. Yeah. What is that? A robin? Is that a robin?
How you been, man?
It's a pigeon, you know?
Yeah, been good, man. Yeah, we're discussing metaphysics, like the universe, existence, all sorts of stuff tonight. But
I was wondering because I heard him say pantheistic God. What does this person mean by that? Like,
I said pantheist. Pantheism.
Sorry, guys. I'm just gonna run off for a minute.
Big up yourself. Nice one, wee man.
Wee man, are you coming? I think at the park this weekend.
Yeah, I'll be there Sunday.
Well, wee man, you go to Speaker's Corner.
Is it?
Yeah. He's a cameraman.
He's a cameraman.
Yeah. I've got my own channel.
What?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
What's your channel called, man?
Wee man.
The Wee Man.
Yeah.
Like it means small in Scottish.
Yeah. I'm just.
He's a wee man.
My mate started a rumor that I can kick myself in the head like the original Wee Man.
Really? I'm coming to speakers tomorrow. I'm coming to speakers. I'll be there about 5 p.m.
Super Mario.
Oh,
Cool.
wicked.
I'm gonna be there.
All right, nice
Anyway,
one.
nice
Yep,
to see you, look.
bruv. If you
5
can,
p.m.
drop
yeah?
your link into the
Well, the
drop
logo
your
is tight.
drop your channel in the description, man.
LivedIt,
in the chat. Sorry, drop it in the chat.
LivedIt.
I like the
Try to
logo.
comment in the
Spider-Man shit.
YouTube chat.
Yeah. Big up, nice one, man.
Americans
Women, look out for the most amazing beard in Speaker's Corner, and you will find me. Yeah?
Cool. The most amazing day, yeah?
Beard.
Beard. Okay.
Yeah.
LivedIt.
Cool. The beard of
Americans
all
are big
beards.
into astronomy.
Big
The
up,
alpha and omega of all beards.
What do you think?
Peace. I'll see you later.
big up yourself, man. Take it easy, wee man.
Cool.
So, Dan, you didn't know that Wee Man filmed at the park?
No, didn't know, man.
No, I've been watching his channel for a couple of weeks now. I like him. He was a small guy at the park, so.
Wait,
Yeah.
what happened to that other English fella who used to film at the park? Does anybody remember the
A
name?
lot of them are disappearing. Yeah.
No, there was an English guy.
Rob?
Not Rob.
Okay. English guy at the park.
He was an English guy, and one day he debated one of the guys. What's the guy that wanted to fight Jedi? What was his name?
Ahmed Ali.
No.
Muhammad
Another
Ali.
guy. No, another guy. Another guy.
Muhammad Tawheed.
Hamid.
Abdul Hamid's friend.
Muhammad Tawheed.
That guy. So he was on his channel once, and they were talking about Islam.
Muhammad
Nature
Tawheed
TV, Nature something. Do you remember that channel, Nature something?
Yeah,
Muhammad
bro,
Tawheed.
yeah.
Hold on.
Now you remember, yeah?
Muhammad
Yeah.
Tawheed has serious problems with his stomach, so he does be sick sometimes. And
No,
then
we're not talking about Muhammad Tawheed. We're talking about a guy who filmed Muhammad Tawheed, his channel.
Yeah. No, I'm not dissing Muhammad Tawheed.
No, yeah, but that's why Muhammad Tawheed has been missing for months, because he has
Health
serious
problems.
Are you talking about Oz? Someone in the chat said Oz.
No, not Oz. It was a guy called Nature TV. He was an English guy.
Don't know, no.
Ali, remember?
Do you remember this? Something Nature,
I think Nature TV. He was an English guy.
Okay. I'm not sure. Let me just before it scrolls off the screen. Sorry, Operation Downfall.
235 subscribers. Nature TV Speakers Corner, London.
All right, two sets, Ali. What was I saying? Am I going out live still? Two things. Takia Watch. I've added you to the Hangout. Keep it nice if you can. And I was going to make a point to Operation Downfall. He said, it's because your God cannot exist separate of the universe. You will state your God has no creator, therefore it cannot be a creator, and can be only another name for the universe.
Who said that?
Your God cannot be a creator, as it can't be separate from the universe. The implication is that the universe is infinite. Why is that so hard to grasp? Are theists scared that infinity destroys their belief in a creator? Dan,
I'm gonna cut you off, yeah?
Okay.
Do you know that question? Do you not find that sounds like a religious person asking you that question?
Almost, because it sounds like they have quite a fixed idea of what God is.
Yeah. Don't. You know what? There's a lot of pseudo atheists out there, rude boy.
It's more insidious than that.
Pseudo atheists, man.
Say that again, LivedIt. You're really quiet, man.
Unfortunately, it's more insidious than that.
Insidious.
Yeah, it's more malicious. If that's more clear.
LivedIt, what's your give us a little bit on your background? What's your doctrine?
I don't have a doctrine. I have a faith. I believe in the Bible. I believe in Jesus Christ.
Are you're a Christian? Yes.
You're all just cutting off,
I would say that.
LiveTT, you're all just cutting off. It's going crackly.
My phone is going crackly.
Yeah.
What denomination of Christian are you?
Shit. That means I got fucked up headphones. Shit.
No, you can hear you clear.
I can hear you.
You're clear now.
Well, he said, I just want to make clearly, he said Christian, and for the purpose of this discussion, I would say yes. However, in all honesty, for me personally, being that I know I'm speaking about things about God Almighty, I know in my real life that I am not nearly living the Christian way. That is the way that, according to my faith and as I read in the very Bible,
Yeah.
I know this, and so I don't want to in any way. This is just academic discussion, just shooting the breeze on a hangout. But I don't
Yeah.
want to come off too high-minded here. But for the purpose of this discussion, yes, you could say I'm Christian.
Hey, lived. As a Christian, are you supposed to mimic Jesus's philosophy? Are you supposed to mimic it, copy it, mimic, copy?
I'm not sure. I don't want to. I ain't gonna play semantics, so I'm not
No,
sure.
I want you to give me your opinion. I don't care about the
Get,
Christian viewpoint. I want your opinion.
well, okay. Well, if that's the case, then I don't want to play semantics, so I'm gonna answer the best way I know how. Just cut me off if I'm wrong. All right. When you ask, do I think a Christian is supposed to mimic Christ? Is that correct?
Yeah, come on, man. I didn't start, man. Just answer the question.
Is that what you?
Yeah,
asked?
that's what I asked you. That's why I asked you.
Yeah, I believe whatever the Bible says we're supposed to do. It says be like Christ or try to be like that.
Okay, my question was a loaded question, yeah? Clearly, I'm not going to hide the fact it was a loaded question. I don't believe...
If you're honest, I'll remain honest.
Yeah, I'm always honest, man. Listen, the reason why I said that is because I don't truly believe that human beings can forgive the way Jesus forgave. I don't think we have it in us.
They cannot.
No, we would like to believe we can, but
it says that you can't. At least from what I understand. You're
hey,
told
listen,
that
man.
you never
Listen, spiritual scripture says a lot of beautiful things, and I pray to the Creator that we can all live up to these this scripture. I think it's a tall order, and most Christians display that they're not able to forgive.
Most Muslims display such. Most Jews display such. Most Buddhists display such. This is exactly the reason why the tenets of faith exist. If you speak to me, if you're asking me, you said that you led with a loaded question.
Yeah,
now, I don't know if that meant. If I don't know if that meant, and no, it's called hangouts. I'm here to talk, not to be antisocial.
No.
I'm
We have
assuming.
We have a conversation. Yeah.
I'm assuming that you wanted to hear some of what I thought on the issue. Unless you just wanted to tell me what you thought about the issue, I'll listen to that too.
No. Come on, break it down, man. I'm an open-minded guy. I'm an open man.
Well, then I think you pretty much answered it. Like you said it. Like you were never capable of doing such. At least in the Christian faith, or what they call Christian, in the Bible.
I'm going to tell you why I believe that, yeah? Because I believe only the Creator can forgive.
Well, what I'm saying is, then you
Not
believe
human.
what is written. What I'm saying is, then you today in 2020 believe something written eons ago.
Not that
it was
long
written.
ago. It was about 16th century, I think.
Don't see where there's a
my eons was only 16th century, 15 something. 16th century. My eons were. I'm a Sikh.
Be whatever you may. What I'm saying is, you believe in. You're saying it as though this is something that you, over the course of your life here, you've developed on your own. No, this is a well-known tenet here on earth. Like, this is a fact. And the major faith that, if you were asking me as a Christian, I would tell you in my faith that was written eons ago.
So I'm a little bit lost. Are you agreeing that we're not able to forgive and only the Creator can forgive?
Clearly, if I'm saying, I don't know how you could be lost if I'm saying it was written. I'm saying in my faith.
I just need a yes or a no. Just yes or no.
That's clearly an affirmative. That's a clearly.
Oh, you're agreeing.
Clearly, in the Bible, it clearly, I don't know if maybe you're having a problem with me saying that, but I don't want you, the reason I'm saying it like that is because I want you to clearly understand it's not me reasoning on my own this thing, even though I could do that and would probably agree. I pretty much think the same way you would. People can't forgive on their own. But what I'm saying is, to answer your question, I'm not answering as a person, and you seem for whatever reason, resistant to the proof I'm given. I'm given my proof from my faith, saying, in my faith, it is written eons ago before either one of us was born. It was clearly written that man doesn't have the ability to do these type of things.
Yeah, because the godly
That's
act.
why it's written in my faith. In my faith, it says, in Christ I can do all things. Right? In my faith, even in the Old Testament, it says, pray without ceasing. In my faith, it says these things all throughout the tenets.
So there's a guy in the chat who is getting onto me. He said, ask the panel and yourself, what is the one thing everyone's concept of God includes as its definition? I'd be surprised if it's not the creator of the universe. Everyone in the panel in agreement on that?
Yeah, I believe he's the creator of the universe. Yeah.
What's that again, Dan?
I think it was.
But I don't like saying he. I just want to take that bit out of it, the he bit.
That almost felt like I asked that could have been a rhetorical question. I don't think you needed to ask that.
It was a proper question.
Maybe, yeah. All right. So that's maybe a working definition.
God is the creator of everything.
He's the creator of the universe.
He's the creator of everything. Everything. God is the creator of everything.
Yeah, but everything is the universe, isn't it?
All right, so now this is where we have the distinction.
There might be different universes which we've not understood yet. I believe there's a possibility there could be 5, 6 universes which maybe God never wants us to understand about those 5, 6 universes.
But Ali, let's just stick with what we know, you know.
This is why I'm saying, like, at some point it becomes to be you can't resist what Solomon said about wisdom and things when he spoke of vanity. At some point, when the discussion gets like that, it's well, then what is the universe? Is there a multi-universe? And then once it starts to become, well, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I think you get the point.
All right, the bird, the Christian guy. What is the utility of religion in your life? What's the utility?
What is the utility of any faith in any person's life?
No, come on, man. I'm asking a personal question. I know the utility of my faith.
I'm answering it rhetorically. I intend for discussion. This isn't a trial. You are here to have a discussion right on his panel.
Yeah,
so,
but you answer a question with a question.
Sarcastically.
You answer questions with a question.
Nah, man. Like, that's exactly. He is running a show here. It's not like we're in a locked room. I didn't answer it sarcastically. I'm just saying, come on. That's like, you already, come on. Like, you loaded shit and all of the.
Okay. What's the utility of your religion in your life?
You see, Dan,
it's something that I aspire to.
He-Man was the master of the universe.
He-Man the cartoon.
He-Man. I have the power.
Skeletor was shake on, innit? Skeletor was shake
back
on.
to the 80s.
Jeez. Now, come on.
So we've got a guy in the chat who I think maybe wants to have his questions answered. I don't think he's going to come on the panel, but I'm going to put the link out. If you want to jump on Downfall, feel free. If I can get an atheist on the panel, I'll just go quiet because I kind of want to just. If a natural conversation can flow, then I'll allow it to do so. But at the moment, I'm just enjoying sort of bouncing ideas off other people who are theists, and we had an agnostic on the panel as well. So atheists are welcome. Shirky Stevens is not a fan of you, Bhadmarsh, it seems.
Really?
Yeah, he's not a fan.
Surprise! Not a lot of people are.
I think a lot of people want to see like a perfect representation of whatever their faith is.
What's his beef? What's Shirky Stevens' beef with me?
You do know whose best mate is, Hardy. Hardy, you do know who his best mate is.
Huh? Has he got wings? Yeah. Has he got wings? Has his best friend got
Ali
wings?
can't get himself into any more trouble. He can't confirm or deny that.
What's his contention, Shirky Stevens? I can't see the chat.
Right, he said Sikhs. He said Sikhs.
सबसे उसका अच्छा यार है वो एक बंदा है मैं इसका नाम अब ले रहा अब उसकी इतनी अच्छी दोस्ती उसके साथ है क्या नंबर 1 उसका यार है
मैंने पता था दोस्त मैं समझ गया
अच्छा
मैंने पता है
he said
नफरत वाला है ना
He said
As if
Tyler Chan, Sikhs. He said Sikhs are not pantheists like you said. In Sikhi, the universe is plural, meaning thus meaning Waheguru exists in and out of creation. Sounds like a panentheist. You got no, I don't know. Shirky Stevens, man, you should jump on or just.
Oh, so that sounds more like more of an Islamic point of view, inside and outside.
I think he exists inside and outside.
What would be the utility in all of this?
Well,
could you shoot in the breeze, man? I never heard of that. For me, Sikhi is pantheism, but he can have his own belief. And I tell you what, when it comes to Sikhi, I don't diss anyone else's Sikhi unless they diss their gurus, which certain pigeons do on a regular. He can have his own. Shirky Stevens can have his own outlook on Sikhi. I won't diss his. We call it the Miryada or belief or. Yeah, belief. I won't diss him. I don't diss any Sikhs. There's lots of Sikhs, man. Lots of sects. I don't diss anyone. Unless you want to cuss the guru, then I have issues. But yeah, you have at it, man. Do your dance. You can have your own concept of the creator.
What, you have Sunni Shia and Sikhs?
Now, you know, Ali, I'm not, you know, Ali, you know, Sikhi, we've got enough PR problems already, public relations. I'm not going to go into on here. I'm not going to go into the differences between Sikhi and the sects. I'm not going to do it, man. Why should I do it? We've got enough issues.
I've researched it myself, innit?
Don't bother Ali. Don't bother Ali. They're not going to do nothing for you. You stick to your deen. Stick to your deen. Don't confuse your brain.
Dan, I don't want to get into this, you know, this nonsensical debate. Just keep it basic.
God doesn't need
gets
any
bored
help.
after a while. Like it's the same.
You're calling me nonsensical.
So the whole debate, I'm tired of the same shit. It's the same debate every night, every day.
No.
Land of Celts, do you want an MMA fight? Do you want an MMA fight? On real talk. Why has it gone boring, Land of Celts? What's the issue?
I'm just the same. Like, it's either it turns into, you know, well, if you don't even know, if you don't know how it turns out boring. I'm not saying now, just keep it. I don't want to get stuck down the rabbit hole of I'm better than you and
Yeah, okay, no, I agree with you. Yeah. Like my God is better than your God. Is that what you're saying?
It just gets boring. Look,
God doesn't need any
Totally agree, yeah, totally agree.
Believe that. God Almighty don't need no help.
So, Lived, did you answer the question of your God and religion? What the utility is in your life?
I did. Didn't seem like you accepted it. I thought we were chilling. I thought we moved past it.
Oh, I might have misheard.
Yeah, because all I said was, yeah, I mean, it seemed real basic. I'm like, what's the utility of any faith? You know?
Oh, yeah.
Metaphysical discussions are good. However, there are certain things about public discourse, they used to call it. Civics used to learn this sort of thing back in the day. There's certain things about discourse that make them always fulfilling and entertaining. And everyone's chasing that. But you know why it's so elusive, even though it's the most common thing, whether you go into a souk, if you're in that area of the world, whether you're drinking chai tea and talking, or you're in Paris, or you're in downtown Manhattan, or certain bars in Queens. You know why people talk and grown folk discussion is useful discourse? It's only when it's above board, when it's honest. When you have ulterior motive, when you have underhanded, as they say, fuckery.
Yeah, loaded questions.
If I could, like I don't mean to hijack or babble too long here. It's social media. They call it social media, right? Not anti-social media. When you have underhanded fuckery, when you have venom on your breath, then no matter what you do, you're bastardizing the very idea of public discourse.
How do you know when people have venom on their breath?
I'm making an abstract point. If I could, no one was talking. right? We're just all shooting the shit, right? I'm not attacking anyone. I'm just making a point. Now, sometimes if there's venom within us, then no matter what the fuck slides from between your teeth, you know, it comes out as poison.
All right. No, I hear you. You're here. I hear you. Do you think
It
venom is a
shouldn't have felt
natural?
like salt. It shouldn't have burnt because it wasn't meant at you personally. I don't even fucking know you, right? And I'm just being here. This is why I led from the beginning when I even told you from the beginning. And nah, you know me, bro. Like you know, you can talk to your man there. I said I don't mind speaking on behalf of the Christian perspective, but I made it perfectly clear that I'm someone who is considering myself a fool on the path. One day maybe I can grow into, you know, a righteous person and so forth. This is the aspiration of any true person of faith. But I know holy rollers, or I've seen them.
I hear you. What
I
you're
am not
saying,
on that. I don't
religion
play for
doesn't
this.
guarantee piety, does it? Is that what you're saying?
Excuse me?
Like religion doesn't guarantee piety,
Piety.
piousness, good.
Piousness.
Religious.
What does
See, this is what I mean. Now, me born in my area of Queens and coming up as a kid, I know piety in the word. I even know of the tenets of where that comes from within the church. Right? Like I truly, like, we take it almost as it's seriously, right?
Does it not mean goodness, piety?
It does, but it has an even more it has a more uniformed, I guess you could say, saying. And speaking of religious matters, at least what I know of in the West, period, when you say pious or piety, everyone thinks to the church immediately, because this is usually where you learned it from, right?
Mm.
But broadly speaking, you are to be righteous.
Mm.
It's not to be something that is found nestled in the bosom of some very righteous, nice old ladies that you find as nuns, or, you know, sometimes nice guys you find as priests here and there, this, that, and the other, or somewhere like that. It's not just in some, you know, certain sect. It's supposed to be in all men and women. It's supposed to be righteous above board.
Yeah.
You see the stranger who needs drink, you give him drink. Someone needs help.
That's not right. That's not righteous. That's empathy. That's like,
This is, call it what you may, but if I could speak on behalf of the faith, which I'm just for this talk representing, right? Representing, wink, wink, like not even it, just representing that side. Call it what you may, but from the tenets of this faith, this is called right conduct,
yeah.
i.e., righteous.
I agree with you, man. I agree with you. If your religion or your spiritual path doesn't improve you,
Then what are you doing?
yeah, then what's the utility? This is why I came to the utility. What's the utility of it? Because for me, my philosophical viewpoint as a Sikh says that there's no difference. If I look at you, I'm seeing a mirror reflection of me.
Up a little bit, man.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Man. Yeah, I don't know.
Am I not audible?
Yeah.
Well, I wanted that. I wanted the.
You're back now. You were breaking up a
All
little
right.
bit.
So I was saying, my philosophical religious viewpoint is that you are me, I am you. So I'm duty bound to treat you with love, right? Because you're a mirror image of me.
Right. Do unto others. As you
Yeah, exactly. Do unto others. Yeah.
I would agree.
Mm. Do you believe?
Similarity. This is what they call trolling today, or whatever other word they want to give it. But this is what all of that is intended to halt, prevent, stop, attack. Because you can have those who are of completely so-called different vantage points, cultures, faiths, whatever the case is.
Mm.
And the truth of the matter is, so long as the civil discourse, the public discussion, so long as it is above board and righteous, the table is level, truth only, and right intent, no venom on the breath, so long as it is like that, you wind up finding more often than not, you run into your brethren
100%.
from different flocks.
100%.
From total different flocks, completely different flocks. All we're all human, we're all men and women, sons and daughters of the Creator here. Now, however things work out here, down here in the bottom line, it's some fuckery. But at the end of the day, I'm sure, as everyone's ancestors and elders attest, on the other side, you see your kindred spirits and your brethren.
100% agree with you, man. I'm sorry if I came across.
Attack.
I'm sorry if I came across a little bit argumentative, but I totally agree with your philosophy. Totally agree.
Not even my philosophy, champ. Like we're agreeing on something older than you and I.
Oh yeah. But this is what I think about religion as well. No religion brought anything new. There is nothing new under the sun. All they did was reinforce or remind us of universal truths. You know, and I dare say, land of Celts, I'll say it to you as well.
Yeah.
You know, your religion, your prophet, you know, Muhammad Sahib, he didn't bring anything new.
Yeah, it's a continuation, like a reinvention. You know, when something has gone stale or something, it's just to re-energize it.
Yeah.
You know how shocked so-called Christians are. Like, at least I'm honest enough to say, no, I'm a scumbag who is in search of cleaning up, because I'm even worse than someone who didn't know, because I knew and still chose ignorance when I was younger and still have to wash filth off. Like, this is my honesty, right?
Yeah.
But you know what I say to those babblers who you often see, especially in my country, especially in the South or something, who claim to be so Christian and all of this? They would be shocked that they even read inside the very book that my grandfather introduced to me. If they would read in there and hear God Almighty himself say how he hates religion and is sick of your burnt offering and your fattened calves. He said this way back in the Old Testament times.
Yeah.
In the Old Testament times. In the New Testament, when the Christ that we serve here in my faith, what he said to the religious people here, the Sadducees, the rabbis, and the teachers, the elders in the temple, he pronounced the harshest things upon them. And he was the only ones who ever laid physical hands on when he turned the tables over.
You know what, LivedIt, I'm old enough.
They don't want to hear this. I'm talking of those who believe in my faith. When they hear that God say, I can't stand your fake religions. But he didn't say it like that. He said, but that's
all right. Okay, my question: Do you think that all of these religious people that came down, or spiritual leaders that came down, were trying to break down barriers?
You kind of broke up a little bit again, man.
So do you think all of these God's messengers were essentially trying to break down barriers?
All of break down. I believe they were trying to. Yes, you can do that. Because
so then why have we all tribalized then?
We haven't tribalized. We were tribalized. This is what they were trying to correct. It was a world of darkness, lest anyone forget. See, you get used to playing in me and your time, these, what do they call it? Fantasy games, right?
Yeah.
And you get used to, when we grew up as kids, someone got to be my age to remember He-Man earlier. I was joking. We remember that. We Conan and all of this. But truly, where you are right now and where I am, there are museums within range of you where you can go and see what is recorded of the times before the major faiths or whatever. Think it was dark now? Oh, it was definitely dark now. The day before them, it was bloodletting.
Yeah.
Truly men eating flesh of other men. Routinely.
Nothing's changed, though, right?
Nothing's changed. Every dark thing we saw in the Middle Ages and ever since that is on Earth today has their roots back then.
I want to ask LivedIt something. See, I'm old enough to remember a lot of these Republicans in America, right? And the Trump people.
And speaking of dark things.
Right, yeah, right. A lot of these people, a lot of the Christian right and or what you would call the Bible Belt in America. The Bible Belt, the Christian right, all the far right Republicans, not even just the normal ones. All these people, when Obama was in power, when Clinton was in power, for years and years, they were the party of justice, the party of, policing, the party of everything, the party of, a good government, non-corruption. Now look at all these people all these Christians that voted for Trump, knowing everything about his hoarding, his womanizing, his sexual assaults, his corruption, his Trump University. I could go on till 12 o'clock tonight. Knowing all that about him, yet still voting for him. And when they're asked, you're supposed to be a Christian. A Voice News was sort of like, they went up to the Christian Trump supporters and they said, for years, for over 20 years, you voted, you vote with your conscience as a Christian to vote. But they said, yeah, we don't care. As long as he serves a few things, we're willing to overlook everything. So this is my question, David. What do you think made them, just basically sell out everything they believe in to vote for Trump?
I believe that they succeeded in something that they don't even know they themselves were a part of. And here's what I mean. One, unfortunately, this is, the example you use does apply to the overall topic, by the way, metaphysics completely, because it's a very dark thing that you're witnessing.
Yeah.
And the darkest part about them, the darkest part about everything that you laid out there is not the spectacle, far-right gray coats and Nazism that we're fascists that we're seeing developing on American soil. It's not that spectacle. No. That's like feces served on a table as a main entree. Sure, that's hideous. The question is, how all of these people come into a restaurant that routinely serves this and pretending they don't serve shit.
Yeah.
The same gray coats you see running around calling themselves alt-right, this, that, and the other, these very same Klan members and everyone remembers in the 90s, 80s, and beyond. Nothing has fucking changed. The fuckers who call themselves alt-right and were burning swastikas and shit in Charlottesville against teenage kids, going up against senior citizens at the church over there.
Yeah.
That's how the kids, the Antifa kids were there. In between them and, or else they'd have flattened senior citizens, a bunch of nuns, priests, rabbis, and shit in the background at the church. Truly, right? Those are the same fucking type of individuals who just a few years before them were calling themselves the Tea Party. Remember that?
Yeah, 2010, yeah.
So the real hideous thing is not this spectacle. The real hideous thing is all of these people today who act so shocked as if these motherfuckers manifested out of nowhere. It's just like all of us who fought in the Middle East and the whole world act like ISIS showed up like a G.I. Joe Cobra movie, where it's just this out of nowhere, this well-armed fucking terrorist organization showed up and took over swaths in the Middle East. Get the fuck out of here. These are the same motherfuckers that we know where they got the weapons. We got the receipts. What are you talking about? Now, I hate to go off on a tangent like that, but to bring it back to what you were saying, the main problem with this whole spectacle of everything you wind out with the far right in America is all of us who keep seeing this manifestation of the same thing, the same weed come up and no one grabs it from the root. And it's actually an insurgency in America since the 60s, the 1860s. These are the same gray coat element that lost the Civil War. Facts. The one thing that unites them all, racism. Facts. Facts, 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 facts. Now, to call that, I began saying that they were successful. They were successful in something that they don't know they're a part of. To bring it back to his metaphysical discussion you guys were all talking about.
Yeah.
The evil, looking at it from the lens of my faith, the evil and wickedness is that once again, the faith or the church, I guess we could say, is assaulted, and not in an effort to burn it to the ground, but to completely hijack it. The same as what happened in Rome. Think about it. Rome became Christian. That's like America going to war in the Middle East against ISIS, and tomorrow America all becomes Sunni Islam. We all become fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like imagine it from the White House down, from the White House down. We all.
Do you mind if I come in?
I'm talking when they open up Congress the next day, it's an imam that opened Congress. This is what happened in Rome. Now you figure out how the fuck that's possible, because Rome had a backwater province, i.e. Palestine, and a small sect within them, these so-called Christians, who they routinely used to put in the, in the Colosseum, hang them, crucify them, right? And suddenly the emperor makes that the lead religion of the entire empire. That's like us going to war in Afghanistan and we all become fucking jihadis.
You know what the problem with all groups
that
and
should tell
religions.
you a great deal. I know that's not answering your question, but I'm saying to his, just not to cut you off, bro, because I started rambling. He asked, "What do I think about these hard right Christians and what they're doing with this Trump shit and the treason?" He forgot. What I'm saying is this. It's even worse than that. This is the longest running global terrorist organization that has been allowed to persist within the United States since the 1860s, well entrenched within her government.
So what do you think? America is a terrorist? I say America a terrorist.
No, he's saying the people that lost the Civil War, that rebelled against America.
What I'm saying is we have had an insurgency within this country since the 1860s. And the proof of it is all throughout our history since the 1860s. We've had a few interruptions. We had two major interruptions that stopped it. World Wars I and II. And as soon as World War II was over, where the whole world order got reorganized, all the empires, everything, then the fight back here at home, it intensified even more. And this led into the 50s, 60s, and everything you know about civil rights.
Yeah.
That insurgency has renewed again. It's like a long-running jihad. It renewed again, and this is how you see this alt-right goose-stepping in America, in this Trump motherfucker with the orange weave.
Your country is the world's biggest bully, though, right?
I can't attest to that historically at all.
Like like even now, it's the 60s. They stole an island called Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean. It's just
I know about that. I know about that. Yeah.
Okay,
I know about. I got even worse. I got even worse examples. But here's my problem with what you said, because I don't mind opening up to that. Here's my problem with what you said. I don't deny Diego Garcia. What I said is I know of even worse cases than that. The most decorated Marine general that I know of, Smedley Butler, he started before World War II. He wrote a book and came out and said war is a racket. And he lists the crimes throughout America. The shit we did then, that is the reason you hear us talk about these hard right motherfuckers talk about border walls today and immigrants today. I know of even worse situations. What I'm saying to you, though, what he said is we're the biggest bully. I disagree only because of this thing. People often say that with, oh, they're probing area. Where, right? Look at the areas where we're probing. The only real fuckery that I see is in the Middle East, in which to me, it looks like we chose all the wrong sides from the beginning. That's just me looking at history in hindsight. It looks like we chose all the wrong sides. But when they ask, how come they got bases in Europe? Why? How come they got bases in Asia? Why? Where'd those bases come from? When did those bases get established?
Oh, World War II.
Was it not World War II? What happened after World War II? How come no one just told us leave?
Yeah.
Because you have allies. You have allies, and Great Britain is your ally.
No. First of all, especially and I don't want to be disrespectful.
Let's deal with Diego Garcia then. because it's out of your.
But that's unfair because you made a broad, sweeping policy claim, and I
No,
already
the British
agreed
gave
to
it to them.
Diego
The
Garcia.
British gave them to Diego Garcia.
Right,
Diego
and this is
Garcia
I'm
was a
trying not
British
to take
island
him there.
first.
He doesn't. I'm trying not to do that to him because I don't want it to be contentious. If I
No,
can
no.
dig into the
I
case,
know.
I can
I
dig
know
in.
chapter and verse about Diego Garcia.
I can already sense that. You know what I mean? And like they
You
say,
carry
know
on.
your
Carry
audience.
on.
What I'm saying is, would be much easier for us on a live hangout, to have a broad policy discussion. Because if I was to dig in, just like you saw him already speak up a little bit about one issue, but if we just dig into one issue, you know, it's not going to be good.
You think it'll get messy, yeah?
I know it will. I don't think no thinking fucking about it. I know.
Yeah, but Diego Garcia was a British island first.
Here we go.
And they were about to get rid of it. They were about to be driven out in 1970. And they knew they were going to lose. So they ended up saying they knew they were going to lose control of the island and they'd have to give it back. So the British decided that I know what we'll do to stop this from us losing this island in the South Indian Ocean. We'll share it. We'll give the Americans a piece. We'll rent the base to them. So it won't be just one. See, because Britain was losing its in 1970.
You know, Land. You know the British lied. You know the British lied, and they had to give compensation to all the people.
Yeah, but it was I know.
They lied, didn't it? You know, like, listen,
but,
Land. You know why I know a lot about you? I got family in Mauritius, yeah, which I don't like.
Yeah.
I don't want to go into, yeah, and I've met these people, the Chagossians, in Port Louis.
Yeah, they're driven out of their own land. I know, but
yeah, and there's a big enclave in what's that place near Gatwick Airport? Crawley. There's a lot of them in Crawley.
Yeah,
these Chagossians.
See, Britain was going to lose the island, and Britain hadn't got the political power to can hold off the whole world movement against it. So what did they do? Right. They let the Americans in, knowing that once America gets a hold of it, well then it's going to be even harder.
Do you know what they did to these people? They were five. Sorry, bro. The American fella. Sorry, just want to cut in. They were 4 or 5 generations deep, yeah, in this island called Diego Garcia. 4 or 5 generations. They had hospitals, a police, everything. They had everything there, yeah. And do you know what they did to these people? There's a documentary by John Pilger. It's called Stealing the Nation. Yeah. And they started killing all of their pets. And if they needed a major operation, like a big operation, they used to go to Mauritius, and do it. And what they wouldn't let people back. They stole it. Yeah. And if you go to Mauritius, sorry, I just want to quickly finish my point. If you go to Mauritius, there's parts of Port Louis, the capital, and you see the poor people who are drug addicts and prostitutes. They're all descendants of Chagossians. Chagossians were the people from Chagos Islands. They're all the descendants of Diego Garcia, and it's disgusting what happened to them. The island was stolen, and this is modern. And when I complain, I've often complained about British colonies, and people say, "Oh, this is historical." This is historical, dude. This is 1960s.
I know.
It's happening now.
The problem is so much passion and not enough fucking action. Everybody likes to get riled up, and then there's no. It's like, okay, well, we just starting fires for no reason. No, you're supposed to use fires for light or to burn some shit the fuck down. Facts, right? So
you're saying we should take action, bro.
Is there any other reason? What other reason is historical or academic research done? You learn something so that you know what to do, what not to do, or what not to allow.
Yeah, but humans as a race do not learn from history.
That is the difference between entertainment and the other.
But bro, why don't we just agree? Sorry, why don't we just agree that humans don't learn from history? All we do is repeat history.
Well, some humans do that. Some humans even take a great deal of pleasure in just arousing passions. But the truth of the matter is, there's a great matter of evil that's been done, and a lot of it happens for the same maxim as always. Evil persists because good men do nothing.
Yeah, we stand by. We stand by and watch. You're right. It's a good point.
I'll tell you a story about you know Okinawa. You know,
Oh
American.
yeah, where Mr. Miyagi's from.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you the real island, Okinawa. For years and years, the Americans have had the base there when they fought the Japanese off in the island hopping campaign. They hopped from island to island and pushed them back, right? For years and years after the war ended, after World War II ended, around 1970, protests started to happen against the Americans from about 1970 onwards. By the 1980s, it got more powerful and more powerful. And then in the year 2006, from about the year 2003 to from 2003 to 2006, they were basically got rid of them. American soldiers were moving out of Okinawa.
To Australia.
Yeah, from 2003 to 2006. Now, listen to this, though. When eventually they got rid of the American soldiers, straight away, China started its shit in the South China Sea and start moving in Chinese forces into the Yellow Sea, the South China Sea, the Senkaku Islands, building artificial islands all over the place. Now,
they've just begun.
10 years later, less than 10 years later, they left in 2006. By 2012, the same Japanese that wanted them gone, wanted them to come back to protect Japan.
So
because they knew what the Chinese would do to them, because they're not, whatever problems they had with the Americans, when China comes to take your island, there's no human rights, or you end up like the what's the islands that belong to Japan? There's islands that a massive part of the northern Japanese islands that Russia captured, and the Kamchatka Peninsula. Yeah. So.
Well, I honestly think Japan's more concerned with North Korea, as a lot of the world is.
Japan and North Korea and China. All the
China's
Indonesian.
definitely more. I think China's more of a military threat, but I think they're more reasonable too. And China's another case. Like, to me, unfortunately, hindsight's 2020. But I look at China a lot like Iran. We got it wrong, like completely fucking wrong, and that's the end result. Like, the end result is something that's haunting forever. But something happened. A president in the United States, it is you can count them on your hand and have fingers left over the amount of times a sitting president gives an address from the Pentagon. We haven't even had a Pentagon long enough for any of them. We had the Cuban Missile Crisis, all types of shit. For a president to give a statement from the Pentagon is rare. And the first time it happened in our lifetime was when the previous president, Obama, gave a statement from the Pentagon, and they played it in chow halls everywhere, every U.S. base. And he announced that we were making a hard pivot to the Pacific. He announced to the world.
Yeah, the Asia pivot. Yeah.
Now, when this happened, for those of us that were in Pacific units, we were not shocked or anything, because for several years we had seen our tempo pick up along with the nation's regular trash, like this back and forth shit into the sandbox in Iraq and Afghanistan. But in addition to that, the Muse and shit were starting up, the patrols in the Pacific, the speed bump we were all designed to be. We were always designed to be a check and a hold, maybe a day, maybe 3, before the rest of the fleet shows up, right? And we already knew it was coming. By the time he announced this, everything went into overdrive, but we started seeing shit like you could see in Pearl Harbor, like more ships. You could see more fast movers, i.e., like what you know as fighter jets and such. You just knew. You know what I mean? And for the next 50 years, I imagine, more and more you're going to see that clip.
They've got a fleet there. They've got the Pacific Fleet in Hawaii, isn't it? The Pacific Fleet is based in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think they really should have, like, they really do need about 2 fleets for the Pacific.
Well,
Because the
you really need
Russians.
strong allies.
Yeah, well, that's the main thing. Well, they've got
New Zealand,
they've got
Australia,
South Korea,
Japan.
Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam.
I don't think it's that extensive. I really don't.
You
I
say
think
that again?
it comes down to, I don't think it's that extensive. I don't. I
You
think it
think
comes
that
down
there's
to,
ones that are willing to jump ship?
I'm thinking that when push comes to shove, you have New Zealand, Australia, Japan, and
South Korea, definitely.
well, I'm not sure. Here's why. Because when push comes to shove, South Korea and Taiwan both become like almost like hostage rescue situations where the bulk of your military assets has to go into reinforcing, defending, or recapturing said places, in addition to preparing for some type of mainland assault. Keep in mind, all of this you're going to do while you're under fire. It's
You
an
think that
incredibly complex thing.
think that Taiwan and South Korea are going to fall?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I've personally fought in 2 wars, and I know what it looks like fighting non-traditional, non-organized units, and that's in the mountains who've been fighting all their lives. And in the cities in Iraq, I know what it is to fight, same thing, militias, but often these were the Iraqi military running around in street clothes, right? Much like how our uncles and shit fought the Viet Cong. I know what it's like, and the world has saw what that's like of the strongest militaries on earth. Us, Britain, Canada, and the rest, to have taken that, France, to have taken that on for years. And we're still banging, don't you see? I know what that's like, let alone to face what we're talking around right now, mechanized, well-trained units like ourselves.
Yeah, but the war in the Pacific.
By the millions. I didn't include that part. By the millions. Not no fucking droning bitches who are in a car somewhere who didn't see it coming. Not your helicopters and your airplanes can just fly throughout the sky and just run fire missions whenever they want. Just drop on, don't got to worry about getting shot down. No, from day one, you're doing search and rescue missions.
Yeah.
From day one, now you see what happens. Let me explain something. When you fight a situation like this, your ninjas, i.e., all of this Navy SEALness, MARSOCness, Delta Forceness, all of this Army, Air Force PJ, all of these American ninjas running around that you see, suddenly they're back to traditional missions.
Yeah.
And what you don't realize is in traditional role, they take high casualties because from day one they're doing shit like going to rescue down pilots who got shot down in Shanghai.
Yeah, because they're so
you know what
used
the fuck that is to get shot down in Shanghai? Like imagine getting shot down in
Yeah, but you see all this Delta Force and the Green Berets and the Marines. These are like they're so used to taking on armies that are just not able to. They're not able to cope.
It's different when they're standing there to meet you to fight back.
Yeah. So I believe that the war in the Pacific will mostly be a Navy war.
Just like it was. Do you remember how the last one was?
Yeah, it was a war at the sea. It'd be aircraft carriers, destroyers, cruisers, frigates, and submarines. That's 90% of the war will be that. It'd be Pacific Air War, dogfights, aircraft carriers, a fleet.
This is not this is something that I can tell you as you and I speak, there are groups of young men flying in F-18s, F-35s, EC. They're airborne right
Yeah.
now over the Pacific regions.
Yeah.
From the pole all the way to past the equator. There are motherfuckers moving. There are young men and women on boats, and there are men leagues under the sea.
But that's where I think America will win.
All of their hearts, every single one of them, from the captain of every ship to the youngest fucking airman on any refueling plane over the Pacific, their ass and their hearts are in terror if what you and I are talking about ever popped off. They're not none of them where they are on a training mission. There are no training missions in the Pacific.
Yeah, it's
We
real
have none.
all the time.
When you get stationed in the Pacific, you get stationed in Hawaii, Pearl Harbor. You're reminded every day, like this is the Western perimeter, period. Post.
I believe that the Americans with NATO power could.
No one wants to see this happen.
No, I know, but let's say if it does start,
it's World War III.
I believe that it
within 12 hours or less.
And I don't think it'll go to nuclear weapons. I don't.
You don't think so because many people, they have a fantastic notion of what they think war is. I am telling you what every young man and woman in the Pacific in uniform knows. In fact, any U.S. military member or NATO, anyone in NATO, but I assure you, everyone in the Pacific, any Australian, any Aussies, New Zealanders, Japanese, South Koreans, Taiwanese, definitely everybody on board in Hawaii. It's World War III within hours. Hours.
No,
I don't think. The first 60 minutes calls for a massive, overwhelming. The first 60 minutes, we're trying to sink the opposing side's fleet, Jack. You don't understand. You've seen us get down. You've seen it. And it looked awesome. You've seen us. You don't realize that we actually held back a lot because we're bombarding cities and CNN is on and this, that, and the other. When it's go time in areas like the Pacific where there is none of that, the first 30 minutes alone calls for this. We're trying to sink your fleet. Every fucking shark under the sea is, if it's floating above board and it's not us, you're going to take the Drek. We're sending it to the bottom. There's no planes leaving, no carrier that's not trying to prevent Pearl Harbor ×2. Everyone's thinking nukes right away. Within a half hour, you don't understand the destruction. What you've seen on CNN nights, oh, you're looking. We're trying to be nice. That's not going to happen in this situation. Unless you talk to anyone you know who served in the Pacific. I did. I'm telling you the true Hollywood story. Facts. You could have been a supply clerk. Check this out. If you were in the military and you were a supply guy or girl, you just did supply. You already understand the logistical op order. Like there's like special plans you have for when it's go time, when you're in the Pacific theater, anywhere in California, anywhere, they understand what I'm talking about.
The main thing, look, Taiwan is 90 miles from off the Chinese coast. I believe that's the main.
That's the problem.
That's the main target. That's where it's going to be.
It becomes surrounded within hours, if not, defended. And so what has happened since then is there's always been, definitely led by us, but definitely the Aussies, because they know they are next immediately. Like, so we try to keep patrols there that in case something was to pop off, they're reinforced at sea first.
Do you know what I think is the weak link, the Achilles heel, which is going to fall? I believe that a large part of the Philippines will fall. The rest won't. I believe Philippines will collapse.
Well, they're having a lot of internal problems in the islands in the Pacific.
Yeah.
Malaysia
and Indonesia, they'll the ones that
It's
stand
starting
behind
to
America.
look pretty Rwandan around there, if you ask me. It's starting to look like there's about to be a lot of fire in the islands in the Pacific. It's starting
Yeah,
to look like
just
they're
did
going
you
to
see
have a
the
fucking
60 minutes?
insurgency.
Did you see the 60 minutes Australian where they went to the Chinese are handing out suitcases of cash to all the
No, I didn't see
the
that.
islands, all the little Papua New Guinea, the
Who was doing that?
watch the 60 minutes. It's now the Australian one. It's a 20 minute. You should watch it. It's the Australian 60 minutes. It's a 20-minute little documentary. They've done 2 of them about the
But who was handing
Chinese.
out payments?
The Chinese. They're going around they're trying to convince little countries in the Pacific island countries to try and recognize Taiwan as part of China. Because all these little,
Oh, yeah. Okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
so,
well, I would expect them to do shit like that.
yeah. So, this is what they're, Malaysia, Indonesia, New Zealand, these are all the traditional allies. Same with
See,
Japan.
China, so now at some point, we got to have a talk. The world, us in the West, we got to have a talk. Because truth matters, right? And we cannot make the mistake of our forefathers. We could have been a lot more secure, let alone better off, but a lot more secure if we'd have been more righteous in the past than we were. So, when it comes to foreign policy going forward, the best way forward, because militarily we're as secure as we can be, and that does not provide 100% security at all. It simply means that anyone facing us knows that they face utter destruction. That does not secure us from destruction at all. See 9/11. See 9/11 in the discussion, right? So, being that we're already secure militarily as we can be, to try to prevent this shit, we should start by recognizing why our so-called adversaries are making the moves they make. The historical context. It's important that we talk to them from the historical context, being that they know that we're acknowledging shit that we have nothing to do with, but we understand where their reasoning comes from. If you don't do this, it's like trying to reach an accord with a man who you have already wronged, and you refuse to acknowledge the mark you put on his face, why he wears a scar when he sits down at your table.
Yeah.
You refuse to acknowledge the scar you put above his brow decades ago. You understand? Now, the reason I say that is this. As a military man, and the more I've thought about it tactically and studied over life after I got out, World War II was actually one of those wars where it was, in many respects, miraculous that we won. The Allies, as in we, not just the US, but the Allies, period. It was almost a miracle that we won. In both theaters, both in Europe and in the Pacific. In both instances, we should have lost if you look at the numbers. Truly. Now, at the end of that war, we had allies who helped us get there. And one of them was China. China was the main reason why we was even able to have hope in the Pacific. So how did it turn into what it is today?
Because of Russia, Soviet Union.
Of course. But long before that, because Russia was the only reason that the Allies had any chance of making a Normandy operation on paper, let alone pulling it off. Had there not been the untold bloodletting in the snow in Stalingrad, all of that smoke would have been pouring down on us from Normandy, would have been pushed in the sea, Yeah,
Probably
all
wouldn't
that would have
even been able
happened
to-
in the West.
Probably wouldn't even been able to get the first fucking parties ashore.
Yeah.
And if anybody got ashore, they'd probably got chewed up at night. Now, as a Marine, I can tell you our legacy was doing a Normandy on average every couple of weeks. Seriously, that's what the
Yeah.
island hopping campaign was. This is what we do. Amphibious, right? Very hard line of work. Now, I'm telling you, when we looked at the numbers, and you can look at it as a civilian yourself, look, or however your knowledge base is, it's a miracle that we won. So, being that we won, and it truly was the spirit of mankind that won that war.
Russia took the.
In the Pacific, it was the Russians who helped us. It was the Chinese who helped us. But just focus on the Chinese aspect. They faced the onslaught of the Japanese army, who was as brutal, if not more brutal, than the Nazis.
Yeah. Nanking.
Right?
They killed like 100,000 in a day.
Now, that means that we helped the Chinese then. Jimmy Doolittle, he was the first fucking hit back. After we got hit in Pearl Harbor, he said, fuck it, we got hit him back. And he hit him. And his planes, the only place they could land was in mainland China. We were flying bombing missions from China into Japan throughout the whole war. We had like special ops unit, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
This should be our closest ally. I am in New York City. Much of the infrastructure of my country from the colonial era, the reason we came forward when the fucking railroad started is because of the Chinamen.
Yeah, it's strange how China became.
We should be the
way
closest allies ever.
Yeah, but it's because of the commies. They're commies. They
look
just
at your
took
house
the
right now. How many things are in your house or on your body right now? If you look at the tag, it says "Made in China."
Yeah, a lot. Yeah, things that you wouldn't even know. Yeah, but they took the economic system of the West, but they kept the security.
What was it about us in the 50s and 60s primarily that they saw and rejected? What happened? We were partying in 1945.
Yeah.
What did we do that made them feel threatened?
I don't know.
And listen, because I refute, and listen, by the way, brother to brother, ally to ally, I believe what we're talking about right now is our foreign policy linchpin. That's the crack. That's the crack in the door. As a Marine, that's what I call the foothold on the beach. Right here, take a stand, put down fire right here, get everybody aboard. Right here, go inch by inch until we take the whole fucking island. Here is the fucking spot. Why do I say that? Because China and Russia cannot be as close as our
diplomats. They hate each other. They hate each other.
Exactly. There's no way that they could have been as close to them. They share a border throughout all of human history.
Do you know that they fight? You know that their border. They fight over the border.
In the twinkling of an eye, these countries, us here, mainly in the North Atlantic, in the twinkling of an eye, you have to be closer to us. All of your wealth is from us.
Yeah. Facts. Their economy is based off the American economy.
So we are in every way possible. I can't tell. There are manholes. You can walk around New York City and you can look at manhole covers where the iron is so old it's brown almost, like it's been there since turn of the century shit, and you'll see made China this day. I mean, come on, man. You should be very close allies.
It's strange. I don't know. I think it's because of the West.
China, between Putin and Shanghai should be exploited.
There was Mao against Chiang Kai-shek, and Chiang Kai-shek lost the war, and he fled to Taiwan.
Yeah.
Do we think Mao's influence still plays a major role in the way China is run?
Yes, definitely.
No.
Only that they stopped using the economic policy. China in socially, politically, security, it's still
communist, but economically, they realized that the communist economics doesn't work. It's a complete,
They have too
absolute
much people for it to
failure.
work.
Yeah. So they adopted the free market Western economics policy and mixed it with the social security ideological communist ideology. And that's how,
Ironically,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
that's exactly what they did.
That's all they did. So when people say, "Oh, look, you know, who says that you don't have to be you have to be a free country and you have
Did he
to have
come from my religious family? Because he wasn't religious.
say,
But did he have
who
religious
who
upbringing?
who?
Mao.
No,
Mao.
He didn't
he
have to
wasn't
be.
religious. He
He didn't
hated.
have to be. He was a
He,
No,
product
no.
of the Japanese invasion.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm
Now he
saying, did he have
lived
an
through.
upbringing religious? I'm asking, did he have a religious upbringing?
He was.
No, probably not. It was more Chinese, but I mean, I guess you could say like Buddhist, I guess. But
Yeah,
it wasn't. You have to understand one of the most ancient societies on earth, right? Not to go too deep, but I don't know if you've ever seen like a Bruce Lee movie. Like you ever seen a Bruce Lee movie?
yeah,
Well, if you've seen many Bruce Lee movies, you'll often see, and in many other movies, you'll see them often depict Japanese a certain way from that time.
yeah. The
Especially,
Chinese and Japanese hate each other.
right? Well, it's not just that, but the Japanese at one time would be the same as you would see, say, Nazis in Poland in the
Yeah,
1930s, right? Very
it's like
racist,
the Irish
very
and English. The Chinese and the Japanese is like the Irish and English.
no,
So,
it's much worse than this. See, I'm talking about if I was to show you a movie of like Mississippi in the 50s and you see just Ku Klux Klan, you would say that's way worse than just some rivalry, like Manchester or something. If I
yeah,
was to show you Nazis in Poland in the 30s, you would say that's way worse, like Stalin's list, Schindler's List. Now, China faced that and more from the Japanese. We know this. And if you look, that's why you see in Bruce Lee's movies, they would be like that.
yeah,
So these were the same Japanese who were pillaging and raping throughout all of mainland China. Years. Years. This is the world that young Mao was born into.
yeah. The West was deciding
No
to
one
back.
came to help him. The
When the
West wasn't
West,
there to
do
help.
you know? I tell you how Chiang Kai-shek and Mao came about. The West was fighting the Japanese, and there was
Right.
two Chinese leaders. One was Chiang Kai-shek, and the other was Mao. And the Russians were backing one side, and they knew that whichever side wins this war and drives out the Japanese out of the coastal cities, whoever wins is going to end up guaranteed becoming the leader of China. So the West backed Chiang Kai-shek, and the Russians backed Mao. And when they drove out the Japanese, the exact same thing happened to China as what happened in Afghanistan during the end of the war when the Afghans and all the Muslims destroyed the Soviet Union and crippled it in Afghanistan. The West just pulled out, and there was a war that destroyed Afghanistan. The same thing, only that in China, the communists, or the West, just basically, after the Japanese was gone, they said, "All right, you just can go on between yourself," and that's how Mao came to power. He won the war because the West abandoned Chiang Kai-shek.
I would challenge us to look at some parts of that, only because of this. Again, knowing a thing about the military, I know that even though I wasn't alive back then, I know that China was our only base of support for any pilots who were running missions in the system, right? And what I know is that looking at the routes, and you can look at any Google Maps yourself, where Japan was, and you can see the routes. We're flying hopefully out of Australia. That's why the push was to retake the Philippines and all of that. but we're flying out of the south or flying out of the extreme north. And you can see that yourself.
Yeah, they were flying
Now,
over the Himalayas from India, but then when
well,
the Americans made the got rid of it, wasn't it? That was when they were using the B-17, when they were using the B-24, the big one. What's the big silver one with you dropped the atomic bomb again? The
yeah,
B-29. When they used when
that
Boeing
was later in
created.
the war.
Yeah, but that's when they stopped flying over China and using it as a base, because they had the B-29. They start flying it from the Pacific bases, and they
Right. Well,
literally burned
those
Japan to the
Pacific.
ground.
What I'm saying is, this is why U.S. Marines were doing a Normandy every couple of weeks, because we were hopping our way from Hawaii, right?
Yeah.
Making bases primarily so that the bombers would have bases to hit Japan, right? Island hopping. There you go.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying to you is, if you look at the routes, pilots in the U.S. Army Air Corps back then, and Navy pilots not so much, because you just stayed close enough to the carrier where you came from, right? But the Air Corps pilots, where they were getting shot down, was usually in the Chinese places. If they took hits, anything outrunning Japanese, or they
Yeah,
ran
they'd
a
rescue
pool,
them. Yeah.
what I'm saying to you is, the places that they went down in were in the countryside and in the mountain regions.
Yeah.
This is what I'm telling you. Now, what that effectively means is, it was the cut. See, China back then was cut up like many different little principalities, like little kingdoms, right? The people that were in the areas where Mao came from were the people in the mountains and the country area. These were the people who were helping downed U.S. pilots all throughout World War II. However, in the city, where you had the ones like, that actually fled and made Taiwan, the people in the city, they were known for generations in China as the ones who, they had their wealth primarily from, Britain and, colonial powers that would come trade opium or whatever. These are the city folk, right? Scumbags to most of the Chinese, honestly. The ones who sold them out, the ones who were on the run from the Japanese and everything, right? What I'm saying is, this is the story of history that Chinese children learn that we don't. There was a reason somebody got fucked over, and it looks like the Chinese got fucked over. Because when the war happened, where U.S. pilots or British Royal Air Force pilots were running out of fuel and crashing in the Chinese hillside, Doolittle and all of those guys who made the Japanese air raids, you were crashing in places that were in Chinese country and mountains. You weren't landing in Shanghai at the international airport. See what I'm saying? So it was Mao's people who were helping us throughout World War II. And what I ask is, what the fuck happened that made them?
Yeah, the West abandoned Mao.
This is
and
what
he
I'm
went
saying.
to the
We have to
Russians.
start with that. If we don't start with that honesty, there's no way they're ever going to hear us. But if we was to pick up that honesty in some diplomatic fashion starting today, we would put a wedge in this whole fucking BRICS idea, and Putin will stop fucking smirking so much.
Yeah.
That's all we got to do. Doesn't take billions of dollars, deployments, nothing. Just acknowledge that.
And and Nixon goes to China moment.
This is what I'm saying, man. We have to exploit the fact that they even have Xi being president for life. It would be under his reign that he would actually hear an American, foreign policy diplomatic overture that acknowledges Chinese history that is suppressed in the West. That alone would speak volumes. He would want to be the one that this happened under his reign as president for life. He would want to be the one to respond to that. He wouldn't want somebody else in history. He would want to be the one to finally You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? Have been justifiably acknowledged by the West, not just as they are today because of their power and their money as China, but justifiably as,
Yeah, the one that
morally.
opened up to the West. Yeah.
Right. Morally, we came and
Yeah.
did the right thing and said we were wrong.
Because I know that the Chinese, they do not like being latched on with North Korea and Russia. They don't.
Yeah. I
Say it
think
again?
they like to use North Korea though.
Yeah,
I think they use them
use
like a
North
pit
Korea.
bull.
Yeah, but yeah, they were not. They hoose North Korea when the time comes. They put a leash on North Korea when the time. They use it and abuse it. And it's like
You're
say,
insightful there.
yeah,
Yeah, you're pretty sharp, man. You know your shit. It's true.
yeah. So that, like, they're not ever going to do anything. But there was a guy in then who I think he was in power from 1999 until 2007. He was widely liked in the West. You know, it wasn't always like the way it is today. I think, I don't know, for some reason they feel now that they have to build artificial islands all over the ocean.
No, you know what that is.
What
If
do you,
not, I can definitely tell you and your friends what it is. That is what you hear us do in Afghanistan. You ever hear the word or the acronym FOB? You ever
no,
hear military members in Britain and America talk about FOBs?
no.
So it's what we call our basis. When you're in an infantry unit, when you
So
go to Afghanistan, Iraq, you go to a FOB.
well, it's also
Forward fire
cheaper
base.
than building aircraft carriers, I suppose.
That's what it is. Aircraft carrier is a
Oh, you mean
moving mobile
forward
FOB.
air base? Forward
Right.
air base. Yeah.
So that's what
Yeah.
a FOB is. So, or forward fire base. Like, so what happens is, what China has opted to do, what nobody has done since I think the Mayans were the last ones to actually build upon the sea, like build, land that wasn't there, and they built floating ones just to grow food.
Yeah.
China took it a step beyond and started pouring sand, making sand dunes, and making their own fucking islands, unsinkable aircraft carriers. These motherfuckers are creating land that God didn't. That's a game changer.
What's that noise?
Now, they're doing that in an effort to say, well, because, wherever you have land that is your territory, it has, surrounding naval territory. They're doing that to block people out of the South China Sea, say that this is all, Chinese territory. What is making them do that?
It starts what's that interference noise? I don't know. It's like
What's that mean?
It's coming from.
Is it me? You still hear it?
Hold on. It's going. You're not hearing it now? I think it's
I
coming
don't
from.
hear anything. Do you hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Let me mute. You see if it's me.
That's all. Yeah, and I'll do it again. Yeah. Yeah, it seems to be you. Yeah. It's very low. It's not strong. It's not. Yeah, it's not strong.
I just muted. I muted that whole time when you said it was me.
Yeah, it's like low, very low grade interference. Yeah. Anyway, so like Putin, the Russians, they really fear the Chinese because there's a like Putin's look, Russia's population. 70% of the Russian population is in what they call European Russia. From the border near Ukraine, St. Petersburg, up near Sweden, Finland, from the Finnish border, Finland or Finnish border near St. Petersburg, down to Ukraine, Romania, Bulgaria, down to near the Black Sea, the Caucasus, Georgia, and back up to the Ural Mountains. That's called European Russia. 70% of the population is there. The other 30% of the population is like spread maybe another, say, 500 miles behind the Ural Mountains. Then after that, it's only about 10% of the like all the Pacific part, the Pacific or Far Eastern Russia. There's only maybe 5 million people in that whole part of Russia. See, Putin is trying to pay people with free housing and money to get Russians to move to the Far East. They and China.
Well, the reason he's doing that is because it's not always going to be as remote as it is. See, Putin, unlike Greycoats in America and Fox News, he knows global warming is not a hoax.
Yeah.
His country, like Canada, are among the countries that are at the top of the world. They're going through it. They're seeing the effects live.
My God, like how can anyone deny climate change? Like, look at the weather. It's never been this warm. You know, right now it's the end of winter.
Bet you have a TV station in your local, whatever country you're in right now. I guarantee you there's a TV station somewhere playing that bullshit about how it's a hoax.
We don't have local TV in the UK.
Like
there's
right
a
now,
far-right TV station somewhere where you are right now playing that bullshit.
Yeah, but we only get one local half an hour. We don't have local TV. All we have is one local news report, which comes on once in the morning, once in the afternoon, and one in the evening.
Hold on, Ali Khan, he's talking about like he means there's always some brain dead fucking donkey who's spreading it. If they're not on telly, they're on the Hangouts. If they're not on the Hangouts, they're
on the radio.
You know, they're claiming that. How can you say that climate change is not real? It's the end of January now. It's nearly February. This in Ireland
feels like spring the whole time.
It's the coldest this time. See right now, this date, the very end of January, going into February. This is the coldest this is the coldest time in the coldest part of the year.
No, I agree with you. Yeah. It's very much in real, and it's very much a threat to this world.
From Christmas Day, December the 25th, until the 1st of March. From Christmas Day, December 25th, to the 1st of March. That 2 months, nearly 2.5 months, that's the coldest part of the year in Ireland. That's when it's nearly always -3 to -5. -3 to -5. Now, Irish winters are not that cold, but -3 to -5. The coldest it got this year is 2 degrees. It's about 5 or 6 degrees, 5, 6, maybe 7 degrees warmer than the average. And yet they say there's no such thing, that the climate change is not real. And then when they're hit by the facts, what do they say? Well, yeah, it is getting warmer, but how do you know that humans are causing it? Well, who the fuck else is causing it?
This is the shit they say.
How is you saying hundreds and hundreds of millions of cars?
What's your thoughts on that? Greta Thunberg try to do something about climate change, or do you think it's pointless what she's doing?
Do you know what needs to be done? All this shit about, we can't change it. We need all these countries to change. No, you don't. You just need 2 countries. 2 countries, and once we get those 2 countries on board, then America will jump on board. The 2 countries are Germany and Japan. Who makes Audi, Mercedes, BMW, Volkswagen, Skoda, Mitsubishi, Toyota, Nissan? These are the 8 cars on the road that are the most popular.
But that's part of the solution, but I think we need more.
Once you get Japan and Germany to stop making diesel and petrol cars and just make nothing but electric cars, which is already happening, starting, but I think it's way too slow. Once you get these 2 countries, Japan and Germany, the 2 countries that were leveled to the ground after World War II, the irony, the 2 countries that lost the war and were flattened to the ground, are now the biggest economies in the world and the biggest industrial nations. It's the irony of ironies. So those 2 countries, when you get them on board, the country that makes Volkswagen, Mercedes, Audi, Skoda, all the German manufacturers, and Nissan, Toyota, Mitsubishi. These are the most popular cars. You get all of them to stop it. That you have there at least 70% of the cars on the road will be electric. And then once that starts happening, then you get Chrysler, Ford, America will jump on board.
I heard that in Wales, you know, that UKIP, Wales UKIP guy going around, some UKIP politician guy saying climate change is made up by the UN. For goodness sake, the man saying it's a conspiracy to increase taxes.
He's paid to say that. That's why. He knows the truth, but he's being paid to say it.
That was in a Welsh politics debate, and the guy was saying it's a made-up UN conspiracy just to increase our taxes.
He's paid to say that. The oil companies is paying him. What are we saying, LivedIt?
Yeah.
Are you, how you say, I don't know. Are you well versed in would you say you're relatively well versed in ecological matters?
A little bit. I wouldn't say I'm not. I'm not type son. I'm not even a.
Well, let's talk about. I want to talk to you about how much do you know, if anything, about poaching?
What's it? Say it again.
Do you know anything about poaching?
Oh, I don't even like talking about it. Do you know why?
Particularly in. Well, I'm concerned with it anywhere, but for this discussion, for a reason.
We won't even talk
not
about
a sinister
Africa,
one.
Even
not
in
a sinister
America.
one. I want to talk, not for a sinister reason. I want to talk about poaching in Africa, particularly in the Congo region, elephants and such.
This is what really annoys me. This is what it gets me angry when I'm finished speaking about this type of thing. Depressed as well. Go on.
No, I'm all ears, man.
Because when I see what's happening,
I'm interested for the obvious reason and for a great deal other reasons.
You obviously think it's a problem, obviously.
Of course, I think it's a fucking crime, not a problem. I think it's I believe that. Well, we'll get to all of that, but yes, I think it's more than a problem. I think it's a fucking crime.
They treat the absolutely most beautiful American mountain lion as if it's something.
And I do mean crime. I don't believe there's any penalty. I don't believe in any paying of any fees. No, I believe these are capital fucking offenses worthy of up to death. I wholeheartedly. And one thing you can say about any animal is it's absolutely, without a doubt, innocent.
The American mountain lion, the way Americans talk about that beautiful, like they're the closest thing to a real lion. Like that, you ever see how big
this
they
trader in the White House we have wants you to be able to shoot bald eagles, so that tells you everything. The very symbol of the nation. So you already know what type of scumbag we're dealing with here. That's why we're impeaching this fucker. But you see,
if it wasn't for the national parks in America. Like that's the only thing I'd say that's
the whole place would look like Manhattan.
It would be gone. You know, Roosevelt.
But particularly, do you have any knowledge of how those like, not to cut you, but in Africa itself, like especially in the Congo region, do you know of any of like where this shit is happening? It's like the big game reserves, right?
Yeah. Geez. To see the Americans coming from abroad to kill lions.
Yeah. Yeah. That type of shit.
Do you know
Where's
what
this shit happening at?
You know what I think should happen to this? There should be... See, they're preying on the poverty in Africa. They prey on them. And there's these white South Africans that are doing it.
Really?
And they breed lions. They breed a lion for no other reason to be killed. Just so some sick, diseased creature.
Donald Trump Jr.
Yeah. yeah, can stand over a lion and say,
like
I killed that lion. Look,
yeah.
like, what type of a sick, demented animal? They're the animals, not to insult the animals, real animals, but
I want to know the places where it's happening. That's what I want.
All over Africa, except there's one thing country where it doesn't happen, which they have to be commended for doing it, and it's a poor country. Kenya really, really protects its wildlife viciously. They come down upon anyone. It's not happening in Kenya.
They should.
And other countries, the Congo is just a free for all. South Africa is a free for all. Like, I really do not know how there's any wildlife left in Africa. They're being killed at such a rate. And you know what happens? You ever see them in the BBC? Oh, look, the lions are. Look, do you know how the lions? There's lions in West Africa which were extinct, right? And the lions somehow were able to find their way back and breed up to nearly 500 or 600. So they put the electronic collar, the collar on them.
Yeah.
They put the collar on them to find out where they are, and they fly in a fucking helicopter to look after them. And it's only because of the West, Europeans or Americans or Westerners, that is also the reason why many of these animals are still alive. Because if they weren't there, they'd be gone. Because the Europeans destroyed them in the first place and cut them down to number. But now, right, they've repented. A lot of them are fighting to keep them alive. But it's just a stagnation. Sometimes they've made a little bit of a recovery, but the war in Liberia basically exterminated. There was
what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Liberia, the lions were getting killed, and they would kill them. If the lions are hungry, and you have fucking tribes that are on the very gates of the wildlife reserve, and they're keeping cows and cattle and goats. Now, you know what's going to happen if a lion is hungry. It's like, what do you think the lion is going to do if it sees an easy prey? It's going to eat the cow.
I understand that.
Yeah. So what do they do? They shoot them, and the wildlife people, they say, "Oh, you can't do anything," Well, get the fucking police, get the government to stop them. So what ends up happening when the lion, it doesn't know any better, it takes down the cow, eats it. They shoot the lion. They end up shooting the lion. The tribes end up shooting the lion. Or it ends up, and you want to see it to some of them. But that's happening. Oh, like the tusks of the elephants. They had to dye them pink. They had to dye the elephant tusks pink so that it could destroy the ivory, the color of the ivory, and then it couldn't be sold on the international black market. And of course, the elephants look ridiculous with a dyed pink tusk. So they stopped doing that. And they're thinking of every way to try and stop it. But the poachers are getting paid. China is with the superstitious things that they do. They believe in all this, crushing down the tusk, the ivory tusk, and if you drink that tusk, it'll make you, So every country is involved in it. Every country. The one thing I will commend Putin, even though Putin is a dirty, low-life war criminal, but Putin does look after the wildlife in Russia. It's only lately he was doing, like the bears and the what they call them, the Siberian tiger. They're being hunted literally to extinction. So
sorry.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, this always cuts out. Happened to me loads of times. It just goes off. Yeah, so this is in America. The way they talk about a mountain lion is if it's like, like a stray dog. They talk about mountain lions in America like they're stray dogs. And you know what I used to actually like
not
that.
everybody. Like maybe, I don't know who you're listening to, but there's there's a lot of animal rights activity here.
You know who I used to like, but I've actually really grown to dislike him? That Joe Rogan guy. The way he talks about hunting animals. You ever notice every fucking month or so he has a hunter on, and they talk about shooting. Oh, don't worry, you can just shoot. You have to shoot the deers and you have to shoot the mountain lions because there's too many of them. They have to be culled. Is what you
I
taught.
don't know what that shit is about, but I know me. I disagree with all of that personally. That's just me. Like people say, "Oh, you're a hypocrite because you eat meat." Whatever, man. I cannot see any. I don't see any sport. I don't see anything.
How can
you don't have to do that? You choose to do that. Like it's something wrong with you. Find it fun to just go shoot an animal that you don't need to shoot, not because you're hungry or need to feed someone.
It's a sport. They're doing
it's not a sport. That's
fucking
madness.
Yeah. But I'm just explaining it. Yeah, they say it's a sport, but
I think they're fucking idiots.
I believe there's something seriously, like there's something in these people that do that. I believe they're just one step away from serial killers. To stand at an animal,
man. I mean,
like, I wouldn't mind if it was like as much as I don't like hyenas, and I still believe that if you get rid of hyenas, no one has the right to get rid of hyenas. But we're talking about lions, like the most, like all of them, even the hyenas. I wouldn't even if there was many hyenas, I disagree with shooting a hyena even. But
I just think it's wrong, man.
Yeah, you see Joe Rogan, he talks about shooting as if and when he's always challenged on it, he always says, well, no, it's controlled and we do this and we give this to money. This is all the guilt money. All this shit, like, any money that we give, it's putting back into the reserve to keep the animals. This is all the propaganda, the public relations money, just to try and make them look good because they know what they're doing.
Like, I'm interested in, I brought up the reserves in Africa for a reason.
Yeah.
Because I'm interested in where the poaching activity is happening in certain places.
It's all over Africa, even in the ones that, even in,
it's all over the world. But what I'm saying is, I see an angle here. You see, in this world that we live in today, with all of these evil things happening, all these things, a lot of it is because, no one will take the time to do even the bare minimum. The bare minimum thing that should be done right now.
Yeah.
Not like right now, but I mean, should start identifying the exact parks and places where this poaching activity is happening. And we know it's happening everywhere. So how do you target a certain place? Well, let's talk about that.
It could be stopped very easily. It's politicians that don't want to be seen. That I'll tell you how you'd stop it. Because over there they're too corrupt. They wouldn't be able to do it. You could send over
There's many ways.
Just 50 people from the West, right? And they have a special. The law doesn't apply. What they call the thing there? They can't be charged. Like they're given immunity. They're given immunity by the government, right? In each park, 2 of these people have a 50 caliber Barrett sniper rifle, right? And then PKM or something like that for a thing. They wait in the bushes and let it be known from now on, poachers are not going to be arrested. If we see you in the site and we see you or laying a trap or anything, we're just going to take you out on the orders of the government. I guarantee you, within a year, you get 2 or 3 of these people in each of the parks. Poaching would disappear all over Africa because of the fear. What's that interference? Ali Khan. Mute and yeah, one. What are you saying?
Those type of things already happen. That's exactly the type of things that happen in Kenya and other places, right? Or in any.
Yeah, they do shoot. They shoot poachers the odd time
on the edges of any of the tourist locations. That's how they maintain.
Yeah.
Now, but here's the thing. You have to use what you know. You have to think. You have to broaden your political concepts here. You have to look at this thing bigger. In order to best draw attention to a cause, it is best to merge that cause with other causes. To garner support for any cause is difficult in and of itself.
Yeah.
Maintain that support is even more difficult than the first. Because of this, in any case like this that will require operations that would have to be ongoing and support and such that would have to be ongoing. For things of this magnitude, when you have something, you have a fire that has to be started and then maintained.
Yeah.
For that to happen, you have to try to secure it. And the best way to do that is to merge it with another cause that people have interest in. More important than people interests, you want the interests of governments and NGOs as stakeholders.
Well, I believe you could do it all.
This is not the type of thing that you can start it in any way, all the way down to nonprofit.
Yeah.
You can start it any way you have, but it's development in terms of when you say, okay, it has now moved from prototype to wobbly legs to now it is officially freestanding. It's an operation that is self-sufficient. Before it gets to that point, it has to be, it needs national and NGO stakeholders.
Yeah, but see, what's always happened for years and years was all these fucking NGO things and a lot of talking, but there was never any action done. So a lot of these poachers, right?
Talking about.
A lot of these poachers, they don't fear the NGO groups. They don't fear the anti-poaching techniques.
They haven't given them any, because they're not dealing with the right ones, and more than likely the right NGO groups haven't been created yet. See, stakeholders are different than actual operators. An operator is someone who comes in. Stakeholders are all of those people that you're speaking of now. They will be required to give legitimacy and support. But the way you make something like this happen is, again, you have to merge it. I'm going to say you must merge it with a cause that is already ongoing.
And I believe the exact same thing should be done with the mass deforestation. Like in Brazil, the people, there's like a mafia in Brazil, and it's called the farmer mafia, just like in this country as well. These farmers have been getting their own way for God knows how long. You know, the way you have this thing in each country, every Western country, the farmers. You can't upset the farmers. The farmers have to be,
they grow the food that everyone eats.
Yeah, right. So, but what they're doing in Brazil
is they grow the food that everyone and everyone's cow and everyone's dog, all that you consume comes from someone who toils in the soil. All of it. None of it is created online. There is no, you don't got to go buy a newspaper that's printed in your old newspaper factory. You can just get it online. You get notifications on your phone or whatever. Not when it comes to food. Every grain of rice, every slice of bread, all of it.
But I believe the farmers need to be, what you call it, tough love. They need to be given ultimatums where, listen, if you go, like, see, in Brazil, what they do is, because there's a loophole for the land laws, they always complain and that, oh, I haven't enough room for my farms. You know, each farmer would probably have about 1,500 cows or whatever, and they chopping down the rainforest at insanity speed, right? And they're just grazing and grazing. In the last 20 years, you want to see the amount of rainforest that's been cut down. It's just turned into farmland. Like, all the tropical rainforest is like, you see, remember the forest last year? If something's not done, the rainforest in Brazil will be gone. And not only that.
Well, that's the lungs of the planet. It can't be allowed.
The jaguars, the pumas, not the jet black jaguar, the panthers. Oh, I'm telling you, like, just think.
Not everybody wants to think. A lot of people want to do. A lot of us know enough already.
A lot of them know what's going on, but then they don't want to think about it because it's so terrible.
No,
they just want it to go away.
And the Celts, have you seen Asar Rashid in the chat having a go at you?
What's that again?
Asar Rashid's in the chat having a go at you.
Asar Rashid?
Yeah.
Who's Asar Rashid?
Asar Rashid, the Ashari.
It's not the real guy, is it?
No, it's a fake troll.
Yeah, no, no, it's not. It couldn't be the real guy. Well, why is it they always go under fake names? Just let them. Why don't they just speak on their? That's the thing about these hangouts. They're all going under different names every
No,
week.
that's not a problem. It's the internet, so it's faceless or whatever, anonymous, whatever. The problem with these trolls or whatever is they won't speak up.
Do you want me to show you?
Wherever you have your link for this, they could just jump on and say whatever they have to.
Come on,
but they,
Here,
that is the problem. And not that
Live
they
It.
don't show their face or that they got different accounts. I don't care about any of that.
Do you want to see the nicest biscuits? Hold on, watch. You, Ali Khan might know them. Hold on. Where's this?
Oh shit!
See this, Ali Khan?
No, I prefer chocolate cookies.
Making me hungry, man.
No, not chocolate. They're not chocolate. They're just.
I prefer chocolate.
Nice biscuits.
I'm gonna make tea now anyway.
Yeah, they're like this. Like, hold on. Watch, I'll show you. They're not. There's not chocolate. I wouldn't eat chocolate with them. See, they're like that.
Yeah, I know what they are. I used to eat them, but
yeah.
They have in America it's all the chocolate is like completely
they have them.
different.
You
have Mars bar
and trade fair.
You have
trade fair. They have them.
You can't get Cadbury's in America, no?
Yeah, you get Cadbury's.
Is that imported? You get the British chocolate?
Yeah, it's imported. I mean, they got imitation ones, but the best one is the imported one.
Nestle is American, isn't it?
Used to be.
Like Skittles. You have Skittles, yeah.
We got problems with Nestle's and shit. Like they were known for us with making, chocolate milk and candy bars. These motherfuckers want to own all the water on Earth now. Fuck out of here. There are problems with them. They're like in the Monsanto group now.
Yeah, like we have all the stuff that is in America that you could never get years ago. Like.
Hello. I just need to check one thing. Dan, are you there?
Yeah.
Dan's gonna sleep in it. They can't hear us on the chat,
What?
The thing is too low on the chat.
It's too what?
It's too low.
You can hear.
I don't know what you're. You can hear it.
No, he's saying where he's streaming the chat. They're saying that they can't hear us because it's too low. It's because you're streaming it to somewhere else, probably.
Do you have that Hershey bar? The Hershey bar, the American. Yeah.
He said there's a lot of things in America you could get that you can't get elsewhere. Yeah, like lately fascism.
Yeah. You know, there's a lot of great things in America, but there's an awful lot of bad, like things that.
What country is this not true in?
Yeah.
Where's this mythological country?
Yeah, it's the
Where's
same.
Asgard?
No, it's the same.
Where's this Asgardian kingdom where their
yeah.
history is righteous?
Yeah.
Which one?
Actually, what film is that again? It's out of what one was that film?
Everyone was either oppressors or they were in league.
Thor. That was the one, the Thor film. There was the first
all
one and the second.
The history of all the nations that I know, they were either in league with oppressors or were oppressors themselves.
Yeah.
Every single one of them.
Do you think it's getting better now with the police when they pull people over from or it's still the same?
I think it's getting worse.
Only because stop. Like when a police pulls over someone, there is a very, very good chance that you are going to die if an American police pulls you over.
Well, see, from the outside looking in, it looks that way. And trust me, no one knows, unlike those of us who live it, right?
Yeah.
But this is not new to us. This is the world. Again, many things, just like fashion, many things happen here, and then later on they go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Right? This is something that when we were little kids in elementary school, 6, 7 years old, we read about these type of things. This was like social studies stuff.
Yeah.
This was like the day you showed up to class on Martin Luther King's birthday, and this is what the teacher spoke about all day, every class. This is things that people's fathers and grandfathers went through. This is not new to us who live it. Oh no. It's just this new interface with the internet and shit being able to go all around the world.
Yeah.
Are the killings in the Middle East new to today?
No. Yeah.
It just goes all around the world because of the internet. You know?
Even with the body cameras, like the police now, they have the body cameras in America. And it seems to me that even with the body cameras on, they still can just shoot first and then say, oh, well, he was making a move and I felt my life was in danger. And then that's the end of it.
This is why I feel like it's more dangerous, because people they're looking for Band-Aids instead of doing surgery.
Yeah, they think the
problem
body cameras
is within the fucking departments. You can't dress them up. It's within there.
Yeah.
And the number one thing that's within there is the fact that out here, you in the government don't apply the same laws and rules to them. You don't.
Did you see the fucking America in California? There's an actual gangs inside the police, like an actual gang. Where he got asked him, he says,
all I can tell you, cuz, is to use on the outside, this sounds new and amazing. Again, I tell you, these are stories that those of us who grew up here, all of us in every state, no matter what the socioeconomic strata, we grew up hearing and learning and living these things. This is not new to us.
Pick up everyone on the panel. How's everyone doing?
Jen.
Hey.
What's
up?
To grace.
Jen, you need to hold the panel down for a bit because Dan's going to sleep, I think.
What's that?
Dan, you there?
He's in hibernation mode, leave him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You need to hold the panel down.
Let him hibernate.
But no, I'm listening to what LivedIt is saying. It's so true. Like, I knew from a kid that like you have to be careful with police. Like you have to be careful with how you deal with them, where you are. It's bad. It's so bad.
And the Los Angeles,
it's bad how numb we are to it. We're numb to it.
Yeah,
like
totally.
If you grew up in Europe, you probably wouldn't even, like, they must be in shock when they come here.
It's shocked to us.
We're in shock when we go there oftentimes, and you see cops that are normal. You know, sometimes not even with weapons and shit.
Like what? They don't carry guns? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's,
Like,
who was I just
Bobby's, eh?
asking? Oh, I just asked someone. I'm like, wait, so the cops that go to Speaker's Corner, like they're not armed?
Yeah.
This is
No,
what
they're
I'm saying.
not. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
This is why they often get upset with me when I
Our
say
high
this is
school
why-
cops are armed.
Thank you. Thank you. This is why I tell them you have no reason to have as much fire in your belly, a lot of them in Speaker's Corner, because a lot of times you have the right to say whatever and all of that. I'm not attacking them. You got so much fire in your belly. You got so much fire in your belly talking about things of injustice and things. You guys don't go through that there at all. We wish we live here. We created what you know as human rights. We wish that our shit was as sweet as yours. And you see them there stomping their feet and so much fire in their belly. We look at it as Yanks, as Americans, like, what the fuck is this? The Rodney King riots? What's everybody so pissed about?
Jen, is that your background?
See what I mean?
Oh shit, it might be. Sorry.
I think it's it's a head wrecker. Yeah, go on. So not only that, Jen, the police don't carry guns, and they're able to get the job done and arrest someone without killing them.
That's because your population is more reasonable.
Yeah.
This is just an undeniable fact.
Yeah.
Now, there's reasons for that. There are old reasons, I'd imagine, for that. And the main old reason is your policing unit, your domestic police apparatus, has looked at you as a people traditionally. I don't know about now, but traditionally, they have looked at you as a people. They haven't looked at you as an enemy. They've looked at you almost as like they're caring for the king or queen's population.
Yeah. And they're not dressed like the military.
They're caring for his or her majesty's people. They happen to be officials of his or her majesty's government. They have been restrained in many respects to treat you guys more reasonably, and as a repercussion of that, succeeding generations, you guys are more reasonable. Now, here in America, it's been the complete opposite. Much of our law enforcement, whether it started in an old sheriff house way out west, or someone way down south, or some boss tweed fucker in the inner city up here, it usually began around corruption and fuckery. Most of our law enforcement practices. Most.
Do you think
our most righteous law enforcement creations didn't even start until the last century when we made the gangbusters and shit to go after the Bonnie and the Clydes and the
LivedIt, do you think it has anything got to do with a lot of people when they say that they're recruiting a lot of ex-military people?
They've always done that. That's not the problem. It's a certain type of person.
That's like the go-to job for ex-military. Like really, like if you get out of the military, you know you got a place in law enforcement.
Yeah, but I
Homeland
believe
Security, some shit like that. Security, any kind of anything. Yeah.
Yeah, but I believe that there should be some type.
It's always been like that.
If you leave the military, I believe that you should have at least 5 years of like not go into something straight away, because I don't believe
that's a nice idea.
I don't think someone that's coming home from combat and then straight into the police is, because it's a different world.
Well, let's challenge what you said there, right? And let's look at the fact that, and I'll point this out in another instance, as well. But let's look at the fact that we actually have the data on the police shootings and who those cops were and where they come from. And what I can tell you, having been a fighter, I can tell you, you'll be hard pressed. Now, all year, take however much time you want. You'll be hard pressed to find shooters. These cops who did these fucked up shootings, you'll be hard pressed to find them have been military fighters. Even among those who you find that were a so-called veteran, it was always what we know as a pogue. This guy was a cook. He was a mechanic. never was in combat. It's never anyone who was infantry. This guy was a fucking artillery. This guy was a SEAL. This guy was
It's the
this.
fucking rookies.
Yeah.
It's not even just rookies, sis. It's guys who, when they were in, they were not fighters. No one gets drafted. You saw 9/11 and everything. You signed up. You went and you chose to scramble eggs. Nothing wrong with that. Somebody's got to feed us, right?
Yeah.
But you chose that. So don't act like Rambo and fucking Super Cop now. You see what I'm saying? You'll be hard pressed to find me cops who did these fucked up shootings who were A, military, and B, fighters when they were in the military. You won't find it. That's significant to your point saying there should be 5 years where guys are unemployed or don't use the best skills on earth. Like when it comes to security and shit, you provided for the strongest nation on earth. I think they know what the fuck they're doing. I don't suggest that we go be cops. I'm just saying, for those of them that do, hey, they know discipline and shit, or at least they should know. I want to ask you to think about this as well. I'm not talking about bombings, which are entirely fucked up. Oftentimes, there are dronings and bombings. When I was there, you see entire places get wiped out, and you know what I'm saying? Come on, man. I'm not even denying any of this. But what I'm saying is, where's the last group of infantry, Marines, or infantry soldiers you know of that, you know, kicked someone's door in and shot up a bunch of people, raped some girls, some shit like the shit that happens in law enforcement pretty much regularly now. They're shooting people and, you know, there's sexual assaults and shit and no one gets charged. They're moving. Where does this happen in the military and someone doesn't get fucking court-martialed immediately? Where? From Navy SEALs, aka American ninjas, all the way down to fucking Private Schmuckatelli in the National Guard. We never get to create this type of shit. 18-year-olds in Afghanistan right now don't have misfires where they mistakenly shoot a motherfucker. Your high-paid law enforcement with, you know, union dues and all, they do it religiously. Our 18-year-olds get this right with M16s. They can't get it right in squad cars. That's why I'm not saying, I know where your heart is, but I'm against your point. Like saying 5 years off, how? It's not us who's fucking up. It's your guys, your blue guys, your civilian guys are fucking up. It's not the military guys.
But you see, the difference between the military, their job is to
what the
not
fuck
really
we're doing.
Police. Their job is
At
to
all.
kick ass. That's it. Full stop.
Yes, but the guys often, the problem is what you're seeing from a lot of, number one, your shootings, as I proved to you, aren't happened by military veterans. It's not military veterans on the police force that are doing the killings. That's not what the data shows at all. Not remotely close, not even 30%, nowhere near it close, right? So it's not us, number one. Number two, if you run into dickheads, which I have, and you run into dickheads who were in the military and they're now on the police forces in another city or in this one or somewhere, when they're dickheads, a lot of times what you're running into is someone who they actually resent their military service. They may talk about it to people who don't know. Like, yeah, I was a veteran, I was this, that, and the other, until they run into a veteran. And then when you start talking and find out what they did and they know you can call bullshit, or you look at them, you know exactly who they are and they know exactly who you are. And they feel about 2 inches small. They abandon all of that military shit and they go back to just being a dickhead with a badge. This is what you're talking about. That is, you know, I don't know what to say about that.
Yeah. I don't know, so the police, and I don't know, it's just a different mindset. The police there in America, they just seem to, without blinking an eye, it's shoot on the spot.
Because they're letting too many guys who wanted to be bullies. They wanted to be. They weren't bullied in school. They wanted to be bullies.
Yeah.
Too many guys who wanted to be bullies are now walking around with the ability to legally kill someone. And they're doing a lot of it.
I do also believe that it's not just the police as well.
It's that incel culture, bro. Believe it or not. That's my theory.
Yeah, the criminals as well in America, they also have a shoot forced policy as well.
Well, that's criminals. You can't expect.
Yeah, but the criminals in Europe, they don't kill the police unless, you know, it's rare that they unless they're being trapped or cornered.
Because traditionally there has been a different model that European law enforcement has applied to the people of Europe. In large part, European law enforcement, your domestic blue law enforcement, treated most of the populations as though they were truly babysitting someone else's children. I'm not saying that there's no prisons or they're not harsh or whatever the case like this, but I'm saying, whatever corruption doesn't already fix in Europe, you know what I'm saying? Like long-standing corruption that isn't already there. Largely, they're not running around shaking down people and killing them and shit like they don't have to. So because of that, your criminals probably don't take a all the way adversarial approach to the coppers. Whereas here in America, it was always, they were killing each other from the beginning.
If you think it's crazy, there's like almost around 1,000 people that are shot and killed by police every year. Last year, 2019, it was 970. How many of those cops got freaking sanctioned or whatever? Yeah. One? The white girl? Like one? Was she the only one? Like that's the only one we ever heard about. What about the other 969 people who died? Like what the fuck?
Fake news.
You don't think it's that many?
Fake news. No, I'm saying that's what they would say to what you're saying. Fake news. Those are fake numbers.
I mean, you could look up, it's public information. You could look up the names of every single person.
The public information is rigged.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. No, I hear you.
I'm fucking with you. I'm trolling. Nah. I'm saying I don't believe that shit. I'm saying that's what idiots would say.
Jenn,
I don't know. Yeah. Huh?
What are you talking about? Which one? Jenn.
No.
We were talking about
the girl who, the Amber Grayer girl who went into the apartment. Ice cream.
She didn't know it was her apartment. She thought it was hers. She opened the door, shot him, eating ice cream in his living room. Got off. Yeah.
He was eating the pizza in his bed.
Got off.
The room.
But it's so layered, this type of protection.
Didn't she get 10 years? I thought she got 10 years.
She got 10 years.
No, she did get 10 years. You're right.
Yeah.
On the Young Turks.
I thought she got off because I keep seeing the image of the fake ass fucking what's his face? Kane, the brother.
Yeah.
Kane over there crying. Can I hug her, please? I don't even want you to go to jail. This fucking guy. I keep seeing that.
I think was set up. That I think was set up so people wouldn't riot. Tell me they were trying to prevent a riot because they knew.
Why would there be a riot? Is the question.
Well, look what happened to. I mean, people riot.
No. I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying the tolerance of that is the problem. Don't you realize what that is? What that is the threat of an insurgency within America. This would be like us having our own Al-Qaeda, Y'all-Qaeda. You know what I'm saying? Our own Al-Qaeda in America saying that anytime there is a just cause, like if something is just, that we're going to act a buck-ass fool and we're going to have a Charlottesville and run over another girl in the street. Fuck you, Tiki Torch Sissy. That's the proper American response. Not this knocking at the knees, hey, see if we could flip a verdict or whatever, keep people cool. Fuck them. Fuck is you talking about? What part of these colors don't you bitches understand? Or these faggots just use our military flags for their own purposes but don't live up to this? We're not supposed to knock at the knees in the face of
you ever see all the guys that run
racist and sexist and any of these bitches?
See all the guys that run
That's how we got into all of these problems in the first place, by always knocking at the knees at them.
You know the guys that run around with the carrying the assault rifles, the AR-15s, and dressed in military uniform. I know that 90% of these people, they've never served a day in their life.
Ever in their life, and they're much like, for those of us who have served, we know what this is.
Not had any happy so far.
I've served with motherfuckers like this, and I can tell you that Master Bruce Lee was correct, and he wasn't talking about guns when he said, "Boys don't
Jen,
hit
we've not
back."
had any hackers on, have we?
These motherfuckers are people who go to ranges and shoot at fucking targets.
So those
don't
would
shoot
be
back.
like the guards they have at Grand Central. Those are like rented military cops, huh?
No, they're usually just like in your city. They're usually National Guard dudes.
National Guards, yeah.
Yeah, like like your teacher or something. They serve, or your brother or someone who goes 1 week in a month. They're usually those
Oh,
dudes.
okay. Like reserves.
Are they
Well,
respected?
yeah.
Are they respected? Are those National Guard respected, or are they like?
Of course, they're respected. They represent federal troops.
Are they real troops, or are they like sort of?
Yes, they're as real as the bullets in their guns.
So,
but are they like frontline troops like us? No, of course not.
Yeah,
That's
but
why
what's
they're
the
here.
quality like? What's the quality like?
The quality is they're not as lethal as us, as the real thing, active duty troops. They won't just, they'll go back and forth with you, and maybe cops will come through or something. We'll, do something else.
Are they trained the same?
No, not even fucking close. That's why they're there. They're cuddly enough to be next to you in public. Regular active duty troops are, regular too. It's just that we're not with the bullshit. If we get told to secure an area and you just happen to be drunk because you came out the club and you want to be fuck Marines, this, that, and you're gonna get your jaw broke or possibly killed. We'll be like, fuck you. We're not cops.
In
That's why you
Ireland,
don't put us in situations like
in Ireland, they have like the normal military, which is only a tiny military anyway, and then they have like this part-time army.
Ireland is very much accustomed to war.
Yeah,
we know this.
But the part-time army,
in my city in New York, we know this.
The part-time army is looked at as like a joke. People
Whatever,
make jokes
but
about it.
Ireland, the Irish people fought off. They know war.
Yeah.
Very recently, you had a long-running insurgency with the Brits, did you not?
Yeah.
Had to have a NATO sit down. It was like IRA and the UK were going at it. It looked like Mosul, Iraq, did it not?
Yeah.
To this day, there's people easy talking about it. And here.
We didn't even know you were gone.
No, I wasn't.
Big up, Dan.
Big up yourself, Jen. Sorry, what's the topic? I just come back and I'm seeing like Brexit party stuff. What were you lot talking about?
Just the military and how it's run and other things.
Just shooting
Police and shit, yeah.
All right, all right, carry on. I'm gonna listen in.
Join in.
Yeah, so the National Guard, yeah.
Whoop, whoop, that's the sound of the bees. Oh.
I was just saying the National Guard. In other words, they have the part-time military. I thought that the part-time military in America would be not really respected. They'd be just like, oh look.
Would you like to hear something interesting though?
Yeah.
Even more so than that. The defense of mainland Europe. During the Cold War, the defense of mainland Europe during the Cold War is why you have the far-right political movements in mainland Europe and renewed in America today. You know what's popping, brother.
We're talking about Dan. They were talking everything whilst you were away about climate change, Chinese foreign policy, bunch and variety of topics.
Cool, man.
So filthy, stinking poachers that should be poached themselves.
Yeah.
Well, that too. Like, it sounded weird while I didn't even know that you heard us talking about the poachers.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in, but I was in the car.
Please jump in. Don't let us run from that. We're all over the place.
No, I was in the car, so I was like, I'll wait till I get home. I was meant to be studying, but I keep falling asleep. I'm like, man, all right, I got to take a break from this book. I keep dozing off.
Did you tell yourself, let me try to wake up, get inspired, talk some shit, then I jump back to it?
Yeah, like, exactly. So
I
just
tried
taking
that,
a little
and
break,
it doesn't work every time.
Can you hear me, guys? Can you hear me?
Hi.
Hey. I want to say namaste to Jenn Wallis.
Namaste, Bhadmarsh, my brother.
Good, yeah. All good, yeah. Well, I've been away for a while. Wait, you covered a lot of ground apparently, you guys.
Yeah, but
How did the God stuff end? How did the God stuff end? We were talking about.
Oh, we just got tired of it, the same stuff.
Yeah.
I'm actually, that's one thing I noticed about on every single hangout.
Yeah.
They just repeat the same thing. It's usually when it gets to religion. I notice a lot of people are getting tired of it. A lot of people are getting just
I think we had the conversation that was outside of the box, the norm. I think no.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I would say so.
I think
but I noticed a lot of people. Many people I've talked to in the last month, maybe 6 weeks or so, are actually getting tired of hangouts because it's the same thing, just a broken record, just repeated constantly. The same thing about.
it's true. It's like the Speaker's Corners discussions every week. It's that I stopped watching them just because they're monotonous.
I can't even look at the debates
fucking
now
toxic. That's why.
Yeah,
it was never
it's
gonna
just-
last.
No one's ever going to
ones-
win the debate. Like, there's never going to be an end. Like, people have been debating this since the beginning of time. The only thing that should be debated is how we can coexist peacefully and respect each other's ideals. And that's like it. Like, this should be the main focus.
But
Then
this
there
is
is
the
no winning.
reason why you can't
There's
do
no
that.
prize, is there? There's no winning.
The truth of the matter is this. These
yeah,
characters don't, what you just said is the fact, and that is the only light forward. The only light forward is solutions-based discussion. Is the only thing that is going to be able to garner any type of attention that'll be long-lasting. All this shit is coming to an end just like the flat earth bullshit.
All right,
Bottom line.
I got a solution. I got a solution. A halfway solution, anyway. I got a theory about why there's so much infighting in the UK and why we're turning on each other. And I think this might sound simplistic, but I think it's just because people in the UK, they not willing to face the fight that is like upwards, as in like the establishment. They can't fight them, so they turn on each other. You know what I mean? The people that are really affecting our lives are the establishment.
That's true. That's true.
And the easier fight, Jen, the easier fight is pointing the finger at our neighbors, right?
Of course, and it's all ego based. It's all ego based. My God is better than your God. My God is real. Your God is fake. Like it's just okay. So imagine, oh my God, people have different beliefs in the world. Let's fucking persecute the shit out of them. Like I know, like oh my God, I'm so taken
None
back.
of them
Like,
have it.
so
None
dumb.
of them have an actual debate
dare!
because they want to know. They just have a debate so they can use it against the other one. That's it.
Exactly. They want to make people seem like bad people. They want to like paint bad pictures of people. And
they want to cease all communication. This is the problem. What's happening right now is this is the greatest threat to the fucking people communicate.
I think the way Muslims are being treated in the UK is the same as the Jews in Germany, and that I don't think I'm exaggerating. They're being scapegoated. No, they're being scapegoated.
If no one's in an oven, it's an over exaggeration.
I'm saying it's heading that way. The ovens didn't happen overnight. The propaganda started years before.
Yeah, and then you have the other minorities who they're scared because they don't want the target on their backs. So what they do is they try and distinguish themselves from the others. And Raj even admitted it there the other night for the first time.
Enemy's enemy is my friend.
Yeah, he actually admitted it. That I only attack Pakistanis and Bangladeshis because I want to distinguish myself from the Pakistanis and the Bangladeshis.
Well, you can let.
He wants to side with the oppressor. He wants to side with the establishment, the oppressor.
People who are, lower in thought, let them do what they do, right? Fuck them, but don't act like the snot-nosed kid in the back of the class runs the school. Let people who are idiots and want to wallow in the mud, let them. For growth.
No, I hear you. You're saying we should leave them alone, but the thing is,
I'm not
sometimes
even
people
done
like
saying
that.
what I'm saying.
Sometimes
If you could just chill out a minute, like,
all right, cool.
nobody's
Sorry.
gonna rush. We're talking. What's the big deal, right?
Sorry, bro. Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. I'm just saying. Like, there's no need to be hype. I'm not attacking or running or anything. Well, all I'm saying is, for higher-minded people, for those of us looking at the shit, where's the solutions? How to coexist? We should think about the bigger things. And there are many big things to think about. One of the things is, people have got to start thinking about ways of having the general public have influence in foreign policy. Fact. Now that's multifaceted and very vast, and it's not supposed to be anything where any one person has the all answer for everyone. You want to have vast open things, open up a discussion to get people thinking. So many people out there, everybody has amazing ideas. People will throw shit out there, and you'll be amazed at what they throw back at you. These regular people built the beautiful world that we know and all the history we have. People have got to start having more influence in foreign policy. It can no longer be where just people who run government at the very top and companies who are very rich. It can no longer be where only they are the major stakeholders at what happens on a global level.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, the idea is that the average everyday person is not profitable to the system. That's why they're shut down. Like, it's all about money.
Build a new system.
They don't want to see peace. Yeah, but how do we go about that?
We just made Bitcoin and shit. Like,
But we need to stop playing their game, right? We need to stop voting.
How do we go about that? Like she said, where she said there, not saying I have the answer, but I'm saying that question on issues like this is where the discussion of this is where the path is forward for higher grade discussions in public. I'm telling.
In my opinion, in the United States, the only way that we would be able to overthrow the current system is if the military gets on the side of the general population and physically removes the people in power. It's going to have to be like a kind of, is it like a martial law type, a military establishment? Because as long as the military is on their side, we have, I think, literally no choice.
Jen, it's not going to happen like that. You have to sow seeds of doubt. You have to tell people not to vote anymore. It's not going to happen overnight.
No, you don't. No, you don't. That first of all, I don't want to seem too harsh here attacking things. If the heart is in the right place to make things better for people, I salute that. But you don't have to burn your house down to redecorate. So
you're saying you have to keep voting and keep playing this pseudo-democracy game.
This ain't no pseudo-democracy game. This is what gave, even wherever you're from, the whole notion of I fight for my rights and all of that. There were farm boys and city slickers from here that ran up on foreign beaches to ensure that. This ain't no fucking game.
This is a pseudo-democracy. We have zero choice.
Well, perhaps you could say that, but that's not the fact. That's what this whole fight is about. That's why you see our so-called leader being fricasseed as a traitor out in the open. He could have did this in damn near any other country, including many of those in Europe, and he would not be in the hot water that he's in right now at all. Boris Johnson's having a hell of a run, even though they call him the British Trump. Only here, we fricasseeing the motherfucker. This ain't no fucking game. People here give a fuck.
What is that word, fricassee? No comprende. No comprende.
Meaning he's getting fried. He's getting fried, roasted live. He's getting that work. He's getting that smoke publicly.
But the thing is, but he's still making executive decisions, and it's not like I feel like the impeachment is a facade almost. Like we impeached him. What good did it do? He's still pulling sanctions on.
Have a little faith.
And it's a pantomime.
Have a little faith, sis. Have a little faith is what I can tell you is this. You're 100% right, and we're all seeing it too. And especially those of us who are screaming from the top of our lungs from day one.
It's up to John Bolton. Who would have ever thought John Bolton would come to the rescue?
just to, tell it ain't nobody coming to the rescue. I'm asking you, sis, have a little faith, just like I told him, Arlington ain't no fake place. I'll hit you up. We'll walk you through it. This all began as a counterintelligence and military investigation. I'm just going to leave you with that because we can talk about it forever, but I ain't going nowhere. I'll be around again. I know, Dan, but I'll leave you with this, sis. Remember, and I can point you to shit. At the end of the day, and from now until the day you die and we all die, it'll always be remembered with this shit, with this orange goose stepper. It began as a military counterintelligence investigation. That is, young men and women, forward deployed, were on the wall watching to make sure that everyone's safe. They're the ones who popped this whole fuckery off. This ain't over. Have a little faith. Relax. I know what it looks like. We're all seeing it. But just know that the people who actually run this bitch, the actual ones who ain't got cufflinks on or pearls on their neck, those young men and women on ships downrange listening to fucking foreign communications, some soldier or some, let's just say, other government employee in foreign countries doing work for the defense of UI and others, it is not a fucking game. And they are tracking. It's their asses on the line first.
But if he gets into power again for another 4 years, God help us. Look what he's done in 4 years. Look what the state.
What I can tell you is that as serious as you see it and I see it and everyone on this panel here, again, there are men and women whose asses are on the line tonight.
Why do you guys keep voting for these clowns?
And they're the very chance that they can be killed, up, kidnapped, anything only increases every fucking day. What's coming out with Maria Yovanovitch, I can tell you, as having done time in the Marine Corps, and the Marine Corps is the only ones who provide security to ambassadors.
Poison the fucker and get rid of him once and for all. Just make it look like
what he's done with Maria Yovanovitch. They were planning. It looks to me, in my former professional opinion, it looks like they were planning the assassination of a U.S. ambassador because she wasn't going to be allowed to be kidnapped. Security's too thick. You can't strong arm her, like, get her route to work and where she works out, and then, do it like how you do in the streets of New York. A business owner, you run up on him and, talk to him tough or something, like extort him or something. You can't do that. She's an ambassador. Inner security and the outer perimeter, there's Marines everywhere. So why were they mapping her locations? They were looking. Any Marine will tell you it looks like they were looking for a shot location, a place to take a shot, because that's all you can do with a high-level official like that. You can't kidnap them. It's not possible. Facts. They were looking to kill her.
So I understand what you're saying, but the thing that makes me lose faith is that these men and women that are on the line, who are they taking their orders from?
Not him.
For the chief executor.
That's the point. Did you see
not.
General Mattis? You saw General Mattis retire, right? Remember, he was talking all that shit. I got Mad Dog Mattis. Now, all of us, anybody who did time in the Marine Corps or Navy, right there we stopped because we were all saying, "Fuck this goose stepping Nazi bastard." And when he took Mad Dog Mattis, we said, "What?" And then we said, "Mad Dog's gonna hold the line." And did he not do that? The whole time he was the one who rejected everything from this fucker in the Pentagon. And not just him. All of the service chiefs are in line. The whole the DOD's been blocking it. DOD, when have you ever seen the DOD and CIA on the opposite side of the White House saying, fuck them? What I'm saying to you is,
did you go to Afghanistan or anything? Did you go to the Badlands?
What did you say?
Did you do active service? Did you go
Yes.
Did you go to Afghanistan?
Afghanistan and Iraq.
Iraq in 91, was it Desert Storm?
No. My war was this war. I was in Iraq in 2006, 2007.
George W's one. Okay.
Yeah, that fucker. Weapons of mass distraction.
Yeah, that was thanks to the Christian Tony Blair.
No, it's Christian Tony Blair. He's about as Christian as Osama was Muslim.
He found God afterwards. He found God afterwards.
Just stop there, right? Because he was about as Christian as Osama was Muslim.
Oh yeah, I was being
About his-
sarcastic. I
oh,
was being
hold on,
sarcastic.
if I could, you decided to leave with that, right? We were having a discussion. He was about as Christian as the cross burners you saw in Charlottesville. So Christian that they desecrate the cross with fire. So why would you even lead with something like that? And again, this is what I mean. Going
He was
forward.
being facetious, though. He was being
I was being
facetious.
sarcastic, man.
I
There's
know.
London
Yeah,
humor.
he was being sarcastic.
All right.
London humor. Sarcasm.
Yeah, allow him, allow it.
Allow it the right way, allow it, yeah, allow it the right way. So my point, like I said, all of these people making decisions about wars, none of their children die in these wars.
We as regular people have gotta make an influence in foreign policy. And it should start with something that's high profile and that we can get our hands on. That means you got to look for the shit that the governments and the corporations don't give a fuck about. Shit like world hunger. Shit like Coney 2012. Shit like poaching. These are things that regular people, in some way, whether it's some, I don't know. Now, this is why you got to throw it out. You let people talk. People are amazing. Let them talk. They'll figure out amazing ways. But they have to see certain issues where the public is making an open effort to seize an issue. It becomes their baby, like their favorite soccer team or fucking football team or whatever. You're gonna have to find ways to do that.
Okay, but Liv, do we do that? Do we do it within the system, as in the voting system? Do we carry on doing that?
No, I'm not. Well, ultimately you do it in every regard but what I'm saying is the public is going to have to find some way to galvanize themselves officially in some capacity. It could be in the form of several organized groups, campaigns, however the fuck they do it. But they're going to have some type of, even a cloud that has no structure, it has a form, right? When you see a cloud in the sky, it has no structure, you can't feel anything, but yet you can see an outline of a form, right?
That will only happen if we recognize as a common enemy. That will only happen when we stop looking at each other as enemies.
You believe it or not, it's already happened. Because the common enemy of those things prescribed. Everyone sees starving children and says, what the fuck? All adults see children, Boko Haram or something, snatch children out of school, sell them off into sex slave. Anybody sees this and fire in your belly. You wish you could sever someone's head. These are things anyone sees a baby elephant stumbling around looking for its dead parents who've been shot just so they can have their tusk ripped out of their face. And a baby elephant sitting there starving to death because his mother's gonna die. Right? Anybody sees this and says, find me that motherfucker and put him in a room for me. I'll be there shortly. See, these are things that will already form a cloud. The public is gonna have to start to seriously consider seizing certain foreign policy things for themselves. And then
How do we do that legally without getting opposition from the military?
Oh, no. Here we go. These are the beginning of the discussions. So, realistically, you're talking about a long-term project, right? Not lifetime, but
So we'll use one example to make it simple. Okay, so say I want to stop poachers, right? I have 50 people, 50 Americans with sniper rifles, like you guys were saying. Now we're going to take siege to that land where they go to poach, and we're going to start capping people. How do we do that in a way without getting fucking wrecked by U.S. military who are going to say these are U.S. citizens on foreign land doing, ultimately, I don't know if I would kill people, but just for hypothetical,
right.
they're
So
on
the first
foreign
thing that
land
happened,
committing crimes.
well, what I would say, just my opinion.
You have to turn on your leaders, innit? You have to turn on your leaders and stop playing their game. Turn on them.
If I could, what I would say is that's an improper model, right? That's a very flawed model. It's doomed for failure, number one. Like you get everybody killed or even worse, They
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
do
yeah.
it worse than that.
Change only comes with
Like
sacrifice.
you
This
hurt
is
the
what people don't
cause
want
and
to
all
admit.
types of shit.
Change only
So
comes with sacrifice.
so the more effective, that's the key word. You want to be effective. The more effective way of doing that is to organize your discussions in such a way where you gear your discussions towards the creation or the soliciting of the security apparatus. That security apparatus that will provide security for, say, researchers or for, say, a certain area. Now what you're talking about is paying like a fee for security, is what you're talking to professionals who are, you guessed it, always, prior service current or something like that. Now it's much more doable. But see, now there's logistical concerns because you can always, I hate to say it this way, but hire a mercenary, right? You can always do that, but you're not talking about just hiring a security apparatus. You want to eradicate the problem. So now you have to think more critically. You're talking about having a sustained operation. You can't. You got to have. See this. I hate to say it this way, but it's almost like that's a deeper part of the discussion way later. Like that's, you know what I mean? Like that's almost too detailed for just a generic talk.
How do you propose to get people to come around to your way of thinking?
It's not my way of thinking. If I had to get people to come around to my way of thinking on something like this is where you stop and you just have the discussion for academic purposes. But then if you ever will take something like that seriously and you find yourself having to convince people, that's a telltale sign that you should stop. Or you could just have it, just to shoot the shit, just talk, but you can't do anything realistically when you have to convince.
So some of these organizations that have tried things like this, like they get put on these like anti-terror watch lists. So like take PETA, for example, like they're for the protection of animals and they're willing to do what they have to do to protect them. So now they're on the terror list.
Right.
So like
because
it's so hard.
Because there's too much. I say let those with the passion, let them run and knock their heads against the wall. Fine, fuck them, let them go. But for anyone among that bunch who is truly wanting to be effective and understands that, hey, you're going to have to learn some things and you're going to have to take a chill pill for a second. Anyone who has the tolerance to do that, then we can fucking talk. Because I hate to sound, it's not me, by the way, but I'm saying this side of thinking or this way of thinking. It's much like, you ever see in one of those B-rate movies or something, there's always that person from the West or whatever. They got, shit to do. They want to take over a company or get revenge. And they find themselves in Tibet, going up to some temple in the top of the Himalayas. And no matter what, they just want to get the knowledge and go. And you never notice the sensei is always like, you're going to have to learn. Like, you know what I mean? It's much like that.
Yours is theory then. Yours is theory, no action.
No, it's all about action. If you were following the analogy of one of those movies, what temple have you gone to where there's no action? You are there to learn action. The reason you have this problem is because you don't know how to act. That's the whole reason for the discussion. But you're acting against a giant. You,
kind of like the art of war.
As a mosquito, you continually want to go up against the fucking thick hide of this huge crocodile. And you say that everyone's sitting on the bank saying, hold on, we got to map this out. You say that's foolish. Well, then proceed. You know what I mean? But for anyone looking to be effective, I'd say there's another way.
I get where you're going.
There's another way, but you don't, it's a detailed discussion, and you know what I mean? Look, first of all, here's something that you can talk about broadly in public, right? What you ideally want to do in a situation like this, like you want to take something like the poaching, right? And you want to find an issue like that, and as best you can, and it's not hard, and it doesn't take a great deal of ingenuity, but you want to merge that You want to literally fucking like how they say, when you like basically you want to tie that to another issue, right? You want to almost fuse it with another issue that is on the same critical level, and even better if you can get it in the same geographical area. So for
Yeah, so it'd
instance,
be like the issue of the millionaires exploiting Africa's poverty and paying them millions of dollars to come hunt these animals.
right.
So like
So you
they're
find
paying all this money. So Africa's like, yeah, we could I guess use the money. So like
but what you have to do,
from the top.
yes. But now when you look at something like that, now now that you need a whole apparatus to do an operation like this. You got to understand, if you're going to attack something like that, you're going to need partners all over, and you got to have a whole operation going. And more importantly than having all the pieces together, it's like an engine. It's like an engine, honey. If you have all the pieces, that's great, but they got to be in the right place at the right time and work when you turn the fucking key. Shit you don't see's got to be moving. That's the key. So when you have something like this, like what you just said there about how they exploit those that are actually in poverty there to help make some motherfucker with a yacht feel like Crocodile Dundee for the weekend, that's something that you need to unleash your blogger and journalistic partners. Your bloggers and investigative journalists are supposed to jump on that like white on rice at the right time. Not before, not after, at the right time. At the same time, what has to happen is your team, your crew, whoever you're with, your apparatus, your partners, as you're there, someone has to tie this issue to another geopolitical issue. And understand something, the issue that you tie it to, it has to support the issue that you're aiming for. You want to stop the poaching. You're going up against corporate interests, and you're going up against, corruption within Africa itself, right? So you need to tie this to another issue that is going to somehow oppose those two things. You have to make your enemies fight themselves because you are small. You have to make them, you have to bleed them.
Oh shit, you're saying play their game. You're saying play their game, right?
I'm not saying play their game. We're talking about something that ain't no game, Jack.
But you're saying we should cause division.
This
The way
is
that they cause
Kung
division.
Fu, my man.
Pardon?
Ip Man. This is Kung Fu, my man. Ip Man. Wang Cha.
What?
She left, but I was, she inspired me to even go a little further into it, because I could almost sense that she was hearing what I wasn't saying.
How do you feel about capitalism?
What's that?
Capitalism.
What do you mean? How do I feel about capitalism?
Do you think
Do I
that
like
injustice will continue if we have that?
right there. That's what I
Not
thought.
all.
So again, right? Thank you. Whoever said not all. I'm one of those believers, my man. In this, I do not make any
free
cover.
market economy is, I think, is the best.
I don't make any cover for any of the ills of the West at all. New York City, no bullshit, sucker free, right? However, I'm also one who I don't believe at all in burning down your whole fucking house to redecorate. I feel that my generation of Americans, us, grandchildren and great-grandchildren of the greatest generation of World War II, I feel like all of us, regardless, socioeconomic, racial strata, we're the mutts of the world, us here, I feel like we have been given we had like an old uncle or aunt that died who was rich, and we went to her land and she left us, or he left us, and it's a overgrown manor, like a mansion that's overgrown with weeds and thickets and everything. No one's kept up to it for years. What are we supposed to do? Burn it down, destroy it? It's almost a landmark. It's incredibly valuable. It just hasn't been taken care of. I believe in refurbishing. You don't burn down your house because it's messy on the inside.
Yeah, I get it. You want to work within the parameters that exist. I get it.
It's not even the parameters that exist. Everyone supports their nations and where they're from. We gave light to the world in the forms of liberty and told them for the first time that it is not just you have to listen to the king or queen because they said so. We were the first to oppose this in the empires of the world. We were the first to, when the fascists stood up on all over the earth and said, we're taking the world, we said, no, you're not. And then we had the audacity to even admit our own wrong when we stopped turning dogs and hoses upon our own people here simply because they were black. We came around, we did these things and looked at the moon and said, we're going. So as far as us, and who are we? We're not the native of any place. We're the amalgamation of US, i.e. us. The whole world makes up this place here. The sons and daughters from people who fled and left from all countries, everywhere. We're fighting corporate interests here and abroad. So burn down a house like this? How could you? You refurbish what needs to be refurbished.
Controlled free market.
Again, I say, find me this righteous country that they've done no wickedness. If not, then why the fuck was everyone running? Back when many of them believed what the captain already knew wasn't true, but they believed it anyway. Many of them on the boats didn't know what the captain knew he was sailing somewhere. Many of them on the boat still thought the world was flat. They had rather run the risk of sailing off the earth than stay where they were one more fucking day. Don't ever forget that. That's often the case today. Ain't that why this cocksucker with a weave keeps talking about a wall? And now I heard they done made a wealth test possible. There's a reason Lady Liberty sits in the harbor in my city. Call it corny today, but for many people's grandparents and great-grandparents, it wasn't corny. They actually cried when the boat pulled in and they read what's underneath her fucking feet.
I hear that. My great-grandparents
I'm not
came
gonna
through
have
Ellis
somebody
Island.
tell me today. Yeah, don't let people today rewrite your grandparents' fucking history. And
They slept on the deck of the ship, man.
They don't let you rewrite theirs, so don't let them rewrite yours. There's a reason the Nazis lost, motherfuckers. There's a reason that many of us are having this call. And you're not in a mine or a camp somewhere. There's a reason all this happened.
Control the capitalism, or what I call it is
it got hijacked, man.
Free market economy is the
It got
best.
hijacked because we like liberty, freedom.
Land of Celts, do you want direct democracy?
What do you mean direct democracy? No, I'm not a big fan of all this democracy. I believe. See, look, America.
Would you rather?
Hold on. Let me speak. Wait. America is not a democracy. America is a republic.
100%.
It's a republic, and a republic is not a democracy. It's very different.
A representative democracy.
They have their
pseudo democracy.
And then they have.
I think the idea of a democracy is sold to us to make us think we're in a democracy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So
when in actual fact, it's a dictatorship.
If that was the case, then Hillary Clinton would be in the White House right now for winning the popular vote.
Yeah.
People didn't. That's when you said, Bhadmarsh, why do you vote him in? I'm like, the Americans didn't vote him in.
Exactly.
She won the freaking the majority vote. So like, the entire voting system would have to be reformed and uninterrupted, which is like, it's been corrupted for so long.
Yeah, I know, but the point I'm making about not voting is because these people are not in our social strata. You know, they're not in our lives. They don't care about our lives. They don't live.
No, they don't. But if every American stopped voting,
politicians on earth do?
Yeah, if every American stopped voting, there's still the Electoral College, so they would be the ones making the decision. So it really wouldn't make a difference if everyone stopped voting. Yeah.
Yeah.
You see, what I think we need to look, especially like how she was saying, we need to re-look at the organization of American labor. For those that I'm not talking, you can't get the public to do shit like that. They're too, they're not gonna. I'm talking about tacticians and strategists and people, look, those with ears to hear and eyes to see, you need to relook at the organization of American labor, because that was, how can I say, the skeleton that the 99% movement was or could have been. That's what it looks like when it gets tissue and flesh and skin.
Yeah.
Teamsters movement and the labor movement in this country was
But see, a lot of the things that has happened, what is
Teamsters
really
movement,
destroyed
the Teamsters movement and the labor union movement in America predated the civil rights movement. It is what created the civil rights movement in many respects. And the labor movement, make no mistake, make no fucking mistake, that was born out of them saying, we were the ones who built every fucking tank, put every screw in every plane. We keep the lights on in America. They forced the social change here. And it was a grassroots effort that became most known in the Teamsters, which nationwide, it took them to the White House and beyond, everything. But that was literally the 99% movement of its day. Yes, those kids you saw all over the world, 99% saying, fuck the rich, this, that, and the other. Yes. They're not new.
Was that
they have a predated, if anyone wants to know what that cloud kind of looked like, it's kind of, you've already seen this before. What I'm saying is you got to streamline it, focus it to target certain things.
See, there's ones that get back into power in America. Look at the one that got Trump fired. What's his name? What's that guy again that Trump fired? He was the justice, what they call him? The Republican guy that got fired. He's from the
So
Southern.
many of them, all of them.
All of them. Look, the way they are so terrified of Trump. Like, they're afraid, you know, just by looking at them, that they all hate Trump, but they won't vote against him.
Well,
because
I'm no psychic, but as a New Yorker, what that makes me think is motherfuckers have reasons to be nervous. You got dirt on them.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's the first thing I thought.
Yeah.
I'm like, he's got some kind of
you know what I'm
control
saying?
over them. That's
And the Democrats,
he's dangling their livelihood in his hands.
I don't
like,
honestly, I don't think it's him. I really don't think it's him. I think his puppet masters on the periphery, the people who are running fucking blocking defense for him, whether they're with Moscow directly or indirectly, I think they're stepping the people and telling them.
Did you hear what the
But why did he
Democrats
get the vote though? He told you that he's not a politician. He sold the lie and said, "Look, I'm not a politician. I'm not one of these."
Did you hear what the Democrats said when they were talking about the impeachment? Fucking Schumer, Chuck Schumer.
We're watching it live.
Chuck Schumer. He says.
All of you are watching an impeachment, but to us in America, that small population of those of us looking tactically and strategically, what all of this all the way to December is deciding is a question. That
Chuck Schumer.
We're answering a question that all of you are hearing us answer, but you haven't asked yourself until this summer. And then Europe will ask yourself this summer. Watch. You know what that question is?
What?
Will democracy last in America? That's what's being decided in 2020. Doctor tells you when you got 2020 visions, you can see clearly. Open your eyes, folks, because we're all going through this together. It's going to be decided between right now and November.
Yeah, but
right now, the American process, the idea, the governmental process, the model, the governmental parliamentary model, the legislative model is being tested right now. And then at November, you're going to see if, despite the fact that he's asking for Russians to help, despite the fact that Mueller said they've gone into overdrive, despite the fact that they just hacked the Ukrainian fucking company, they're all over us like a cheap scoop, despite the fact that they're throwing people off the voting rolls, the hardcore Republican counties, despite all of the things that are helping him cheat and to ensure a victory, the question is going to be answered between now and November. Europe is going to realize this question.
But what is the point of fucking impeaching him if Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi... Have you
imagined a world without a U.S. ally across the Atlantic?
Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi said, this isn't about Trump's financial issues. Well, then what the fuck
Will
is
NATO
it about?
last
then?
4 years if he is reelected?
Do you know what I believe? Why they're saying it's not?
Will NATO last 4 years if he is
I don't know.
both
I don't know.
acquitted by a gray coat Senate, gray coats,
Yeah.
alt-right gray coats. Then the Russians help and all of this fuckery goes down, throwing liberals, blacks, youngsters off of fucking voter rolls, anyone of Latino descent at all.
I'll tell you what I believe. I believe that
Will
Chuck Schumer
NATO
and Nancy Pelosi
survive
are guilty.
4 years of this motherfucker?
I don't know.
The answer to that question is no.
I believe that Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi are so terrified and won't charge Trump with financial crimes is because they are terrified that someone will hang them out to dry.
Britain's leaving the European Union, right?
Yeah.
So the alt-right goose steppers over there getting their way in some regard, even though I'm sure the British people will make.
No, they all support it. They all support Brexit.
Well, we're about to find out what's going to happen because
So let them.
we're looking at.
They voted for it, so give it to them.
What you're looking at is everything that Grandma and Grandpa left from Normandy being stitch by stitch undone. And because we are so far removed from that era, so many of us are too busy, on Instagram or
Yeah,
whatever.
but it's the politicians. Look, what is the point of impeaching someone?
I will tell you this: Charlottesville in Europe will look very different than it did in Virginia.
Oh, 1 second. What are you going to say, Celts? I'm sorry. What's the point of impeaching him if what?
Nancy Pelosi, who was the head of the DNC, she should be in retirement, right? With our hundreds of millions that she made from corruption. She is so terrified. Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer are so terrified of charging Trump with financial crimes. They should be going after Trump's money and his financial crimes.
Bro, Bill Clinton got fucking impeached for a blowjob. A fucking blowjob. Literally removed from president, voted out of Senate, and all that. Come on. Come on, this guy's doing fucked up shit, held our fucking country hostage.
They said
shut the damn government down for all those people lost their fucking jobs for an ego, for a wall because they wouldn't give me my money. Like, what the fuck?
I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it.
How did he make it through that? How did he make it through that?
I seen Chuck Schumer, right? Chuck Schumer admitted. He said it. Like, everyone was thinking, oh, right, here it is. What's he going to charge him with now? He goes, the media goes, well, what is it? What is the impeachment about? Well, we're not charging him with financial crimes. But that's the whole fucking thing. It's all about financial crimes. So what is it? They're really just going through the motions because
they're
terrified that someone will bring something out about them. That's what it is.
Yeah, they don't want to lose their lifetime fucking seat, which is bullshit.
If Trump goes down, they're terrified that someone will say, all right, Nancy, Chuck, what about this? And bring out something. And then that'll be the end of them. You see?
Yeah.
But all of you keep pointing out faults in the political system, yet you still want to play you keep pointing out faults in it. You keep saying
Bhadmarsh, I haven't voted since I was a kid, and they made me the first time you vote. I haven't voted.
What it's like is you're like saying to them that they're looking at a bus driver driving down a fucked up road, and you're telling them, well, why should you be concerned about wanting to drive the bus or wanting to learn how to drive? Well, if other people were in the driving seat, we wouldn't be going down the fucked up roads and hitting every pothole that we see. Again,
there's just everyone. It's a free for all in America. It's a total free for all in America.
Right. You know what I feel like?
Well, hold on now.
With that analogy, people are scared to jump on the moving bus and take it over.
But not everybody, because in my city here, and I'm just one of many.
How you doing?
But Alexandria is out of New York here, And when she came in as the youngest congressional official ever, right? And you see, not everything is agreeable, but the momentum in calling out the fuck shit, they've never had that in Congress before. And that's not just coming from her. It's coming from multiple people. Representative Tlaib, many, all over the fucking place. So it's not like it's just an all-out, they're just marching down the field with this shit and there's no resistance.
Yeah, but there's
the only reason we're going through this is because
they don't.
the
I don't
system is
think
open.
I think the ones that are fighting back,
Anybody else would have been broken by now.
They're not really having any effect because they're so.
You can say that, but yet we're in the midst of an American impeachment, something that's only happened 3 times.
I've completely lost faith in getting rid of Trump. I don't.
I honestly have too. I feel like
my faith isn't
just
in us
bullshit.
getting rid of him.
The
My faith isn't in us getting
Democrats
rid of him
are
at
so
all.
criminally weak and rotten and corrupt. And it's Nancy Pelosi. As long as she is in power, and all these old people that should be, they're nearly 80 years old. They're nearly 80 years old.
I don't believe in this wife seat thing either. That's fucking bullshit.
Look, it's bad enough
especially in the Supreme Court.
It'd be one thing if they were old and not corrupt, but they're old and corrupt. They're not willing. It's all this. Oh, don't do this because you'll overreact.
And then there's another tendency too. When shit don't go right, especially in the reasonable side, we're too quick to say then this, that, and the other. Let's not forget there's another side. Because I can't understand how for weeks now, the whole world, and especially everyone in this country, we let them continually say we need just 4 senators out of 50 to agree to hear witnesses. That's the threshold, is that low? Out of 50,
I know.
You need 4, and the rest of the country, how does 75% of this country say there should be witnesses, but you're willing to accept that we need to just beg these 4 Republican gray coats to vote the right way to hear witnesses?
Fucking unbelievable.
How do you excuse, you know what I'm saying? Like
John Bolton.
How do the other 46 just get off?
That will tell you how rotten the Republicans are. John Bolton, the neocon of neocons, even he was shocked. Even he couldn't believe it, how criminal and corrupt the Trumps are.
Yeah, but here's the thing now. Now, I was hitting Jen about, wait till she comes back, but this is what I'm saying.
No, I'm here. I'm just muted. I'm here.
Okay. This all began as a military counterintelligence investigation. Full stop. Indeed, the only interaction beyond the counterintelligence military investigation came from a former foreign spy, ally. The Christopher Steele, he was former, James Bond. He was MI6 and shit. So on both sides, whether it came from electronic eavesdropping via military sources, routed through the NSA, CIA, whatever the case was, but there was an already in progress, there was a counterintelligence investigation by the FBI in place while he was before he was elected, around his circle. That investigation, that one.
And
that one right there is what I'm talking about.
What they tried to say was the Russian whores in the hotel was not real. That is real.
I don't know that. That's the Christopher Steele shit. What I'm talking about is
that's real.
What I'm talking about is the active surveillance that was already.
You know that's Trump's personality. Russian whores in the St.
I am not someone moved by the salacious shit that civilians are moved by.
Yeah, but that's Trump personality. Remember the thing on the bus, remember? The same thing that we were
He
saying
should
about
have got done for his fucking Epstein ties alone. That should have
Yes,
been
another.
done, man. He should have been fucking out of there after that.
Yeah.
I mean, a blowjob versus fucking ties to someone like that.
Yeah.
It's so fucked up, man.
Remember when
Like,
all the
it's so
Trump
wrong.
guys were always constantly going on about, oh, Hillary Clinton and Epstein, Hillary Clinton and Epstein. Look what ends up
Yeah.
coming out.
They
Trump
were at his
with
freaking thing, or he funded their thing,
Yeah.
or whatever, in New York.
Who runs the federal prisons where he died? Well, there you go.
So
there you go. So it's not like he's the president, but Obama's people still run the federal holding cells in fucking Manhattan.
the problem is the
Federal holding
Republicans
cells
are
bar control
so.
those.
You know that never again will any of those
Epstein's dead.
Republicans ever be able to talk about the party of security, the party of this, the patriots. You see the chance they're talking. I'd rather be a Russian than a Democrat. See the chance that they were shouting at Trump marches.
Again,
I'd rather
on the
be a
outside,
Russian than a Democrat.
Again, on the outside to you, this may seem oddly spectacular or new, but if you heard everything that I've said, and I'm one of millions who knows this is what we call the Confederacy, i.e., the oldest, most supported terrorist organization in the world.
Yeah, the losers that lost the war. They'll do anything.
The Confederacy have always sided with the enemies of this country. Or does everybody think that swastikas are unique to fucking Idaho? Where do you think it came from?
Yeah.
This is their legacy.
Yeah.
In the 19th century, they were this way. They've always been this way. Always.
I think people are just so used to the criminality now that they don't even think of it anymore. When someone does one thing, that's bad. When they do it constantly so much that it just becomes normal. That's what Trump has done. All the criminality, the corruption.
Maybe to his type or the people who will just roll over, but not to everyone. Because again, a lot of see what happens. A lot of people just like they like their snippets. They like to sensationalize, but they don't realize how dangerous the shit is. And when things start to really become dangerous, they have no fucking answers. They just like to talk shit. But make no mistake, not everybody is like that. Make no mistake, not everybody's sitting on it. It was the people on the sidelines that I fault most for this whole Trump era. The people who would, hear all types of nonsense, not challenge it, or, just say, oh, well, they're the ones who, that's where the incels and shit got the courage and shit
They're
to start
so
coming out in the
brain
open.
dead and backward and superstitious, and every nutcase conspiracy theory they'll believe.
Well, that's why they should be challenged. And when people don't realize that something as simple as that is the actual first line.
I don't believe that Trump and the supporters are undefeatable. I just think that the Democrats are so weak, and the Democratic leadership is just as corrupt as the Republicans, if not more.
Well,
and that's why they won't charge Trump and impeach him for financial crimes. They're going after, small talk and what happened in Ukraine. They won't go after him for financial things that he's done because they're terrified that he'll point out or he'll get inside information about what they've done.
I don't know about any of this. I just know that this is happening. What he is being impeached for is not a small thing. Like when you are talking about the defense of allies, like this case, they don't even realize it yet. From a military perspective, every ally we have is watching this case. Every South Korean soldier.
Yeah, all of them, but they can't do anything.
Every ally we have is watching this case, and that explains why you saw Netanyahu sucking so much you know what at the last press conference.
Yeah, he knows. When Trump goes, he's gone as well.
He is being impeached for Congress, who has the power of the purse. They decide the money.
Yeah.
Congress, having cut a check and authorized giving orders to the Department of Defense to provide military aid to an ally in the heart of Europe at war with Russia. Now, the Pentagon is the ones who were supposed to transfer the goods. The Pentagon is charged with defense of this country, and they realize the severe threat to this country that would come by abandoning an ally in the heart of Europe to Russia. The Pentagon, needless to say, wanted Ukraine to receive the aid not now, but right now. Once again, even after Mad Dog Mattis retired after saying fuck you, Trump, even after he retired, the Pentagon that I was a part of showed you, again, the men and women charged with this nation's defense said, fuck the president. He's wrong. What does he mean? Don't give them the aid. Congress said we can give them the aid and they've met all criteria. The fucking bear is at the door. What is he talking about? He dicked around all summer. They kicked it back to Congress and made sure that Congress made a stink about it. It resulted in this bitch being impeached. Now, this is a big thing because once the gray coats tell him it's A-okay with us, every fucking allied relationship we have on Earth, and make no mistake, it's going to start with you in Europe. Every single allied relationship we have, where people say, we're good, we have NATO, we're good, we got the US, all of those relationships are up in the air. And if he's reelected, or rather when he's reelected, they're all in threat of being rewrote. If you haven't paid attention, he's agreeing with the Putin plan to completely evict us from the Middle East and all European powers except for Russia and perhaps Turkey. You're seeing this. It will only get worse. It will accelerate rapidly. They will rewrite the world. That's what's at stake, but nobody knows that yet. I always say when you're going to give medicine to dogs, you stuff it in bread.
Thompson was 12.
They're digesting the bread long before their bodily fluids get to the cyanide pill. You know what I mean?
I'm going to sign off now. Anyway, I'm going to leave you down. Yeah.
All right, guys.
Okay, Dan.
Do salute, guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
Take care. Have a good night, everyone.
Okay,
Bye.